Hey everybody, Captain D-Track here. I just want to add something extra to the start of our play of Outrun, or Sega Ages Outrun as it is here, because after we recorded the show you're about to watch, after about 25 minutes, I unfortunately had trouble with my microphone again, and I think it is the microphone this time. I used to have this trouble every so often, but I thought that when we were at the new Super Bowl Game Saturday studio, that would be addressed, but it seems like it hasn't. I've been looking into new solutions as far as that for future shows, including other microphones, other aspects of certain things. It doesn't happen all the time. The last time it happened actually was, ironically, the last time we did a Sega racing game on this show, that being for Daytona USA. I do want to apologize for that, though, and say that I'm looking into other solutions as far as it's maybe the Samsung G-Track Pro is reaching its last days, perhaps. But either way, I'm going to try and see what I can do to that. It's also something that feasibly in future shows, when you're in the chat, if you do hear hissing coming out of your microphone or out of the audio, feel free to let me know. I'll try and unplug the microphone and put it back in again. Unfortunately, that was a case where when I had the case of the show, DollyFinn was in the chat. She did not hear it as it was, unfortunately. So in that case, she didn't say anything. But don't be afraid to tell me that if it does go to that in the future. But I am looking into new tech for the purpose of that. I think that's what it is. If it does happen again, specifically, it might be a case where I'll need new computer tech at some point, but I'll figure it as we always do on this show. For the time being, though, I'm going to give the guerrilla way of watching the show you're about to watch right now, and that is to basically mute the right speaker. So I would feasibly say, if you can watch this on a computer, please do, and just cover up the right speaker with a towel or something so you don't hear the hissing. It's not going to be as bad coming out of only the left, and I hate that it has to come to that. I really do. But we do have the show. I don't want to totally go to waste, but that does also mean that anytime we have tech problems like this as far as the audio, which is always the only case it really is, I will use this as an excuse to come back to this game at some point in the future. DollyFinn actually said specifically after she listened and then said, oh yeah, right, fine, I'm hearing it now. She said, hey, she might want to come in for the purpose of showing this. I might feasibly roll this into our play of Outrun 2 on Xbox by showing the last version of Outrun here that has the Ferrari logoing in it, because you're never getting that re-released with it again. I just want to let you know as far as that, just to give a sense of it. I'm sorry for that. Sorry to Lekverse, who I know asked for this game. We still had a great time as far as how it is. I will figure stuff as far as the audio, and we will come back to this game and any other game where we had the hissing mic problems, which, as far as on the list of them, would be Daytona USA, anything we showed in that Daytona USA show, Outrun here, Rez, a little bit of Justice League Task Force, that was near the end of the show, and the Sega Genesis Mini 2 show, actually. A good amount of that, specifically the second half. So if you have a reason to come back to some of those things and other context, but I'll vary it up as it is going along. But anyway, I just want to let you know, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for supporting the show and joining us every week. Hope you enjoy the video. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. When the long week has ended and it's 7 p.m. on Saturday, or at a varying time, when the weekend's here, basically, this is your weekly stop for classic gaming goodness, and we got a classic tonight. And it is August viewer request. Lekverse asked for Outrun from Sega, and we sort of showed it off as a little bit of an impromptu thing. We played Daytona USA a couple of months ago, but I had audio recording issues when we did that. And again, I want to apologize for that, because something I didn't know until after we finished recording the show, to the point where I put that edit in. I said, please watch this on a computer and mute one of your speakers if you can, because otherwise it's going to sound really horrible. We'll feasibly come back to Daytona USA and anything else we showed in that for the purpose of that, because we have the better studio and setup as it is now. But I did show off Outrun as a little brief perspective, but I said, you know what, we got to give this game a full show, because this is definitely one of the most important racing games that Sega ever made. It was definitely a very early one for them, not the earliest. That goes back earlier with stuff like Hang On and Enduro Racer. But Outrun was a huge deal when it came out on September 20th of 1986 in the arcades in Japan, and in the US it came out in November, and then in Europe in December. It was published by Sega. It was designed by Sega Studio 128. This is the team that was headed by Yu Suzuki that made Afterburner 1 and 2 and Power Drift, and this game under that, and beforehand they had made Enduro Racer and Hang On. It actually started as a special team within Sega R&D 1. So it was a case where it's kind of a developer that was kind of offshooted from another developer a little bit, as far as how Sega's research and development departments went back then. And Sega R&D 1 themselves, they made Future Spy, Flicky, Alien Syndrome, Space Harrier, Hang On, Enduro Racer, and later stuff like Columns, Gain Ground, Altered Beast, Shinobi, Golden Axe, and G-Lock Air Battle, which is up there on the screen as far as the console playing this, and Fantasy Zone as well. And years later, they became Sega R&D 8. That was when they made G-Lock, actually, and then eventually became the company we know as AM2, who go on to make Virtua Fighter and Daytona USA and Sonic the Fighters and Sword of a Million and Virtua Racing and Shenmue, which was starting Shenmue at the end of the year. But we had Outrun first. It was designed by Yu Suzuki, who go on to direct Shenmue, but also other stuff like Ferrari 355 Challenge, Virtua Fighter 1, 2, 3, and 4, as well as Championship Boxing, Hang On, Space Harrier, and later Air Twister. That's his most recent one, which is on Switch. We are using the Switch to play Outrun specifically, even though this is an arcade game, because this game was a massive, 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 massive hit for Sega, and rightly so, to the point where I have a bunch of perspectives, as much as I can get as far as my pictures on Switch. This 3D headset of NES, specifically, or Famicom, and then this, giraffe car from Yoshi's Crafted World. There's nothing from non-Nintendo games up here for the picture. Just what am I going to do as far as the look? And we're using this version because Sega Ages Outrun, which came out on January 10th of 2019, might be the best version of the game that ever was made, which is saying quite a bit. And it has the arcade perspective as well, and everything we're going to go into on that. And we're going to start specifically for that, and we're going to start talking a little bit, but I do also have the stuff with Switch set up, as well as I like to do when we do the show and start out on the main menu of the Switch. Of the other Sega Ages games that are on this system, including Space Harrier and G-Lock and Virtua Racing, as I mentioned. There's mostly Sega stuff in the line, like the Sega Genesis Switch Online Expansion Pack app, which it's been over a year. There's not been a single game released for this thing, so Sega and Nintendo, get on that. I'm begging you. Also, the Sega Genesis Classics Collection, which does not have an Outrun game in it. The Mega Drive Online perspective, and some of the other Sega Ages releases like Lightning Force Quest for the Dark Star, which is also known as Thunder Force 4, Sonic 2, Sonic 1, Columns 2, Voyage Through Time, which we showed off, and something that's not Sega. This is Bakeru, which is the new game from Goodfield. The people made Kirby's Epic Yarn and Princess Peach Showtime. It is the director of Mystical Ninja starring Garamon who made this. Initially, this was thought that, hey, they're going to have this only released in Japan, and they decided, it was Spike Chunsoft who came in and said, yeah, let's localize this thing. It's coming out next month to put a demo on it. This is actually really cool, and I love my Goemon stuff, so I was all down for that. But our main focus tonight, of course, is going to be Outrun, but, well, fine, I'll show that in a second, because there is one thing I do need to do. On the Switch menu, again, as we get in the loading screen of the flagman there, and the dung thing from Sega. And this release was developed by M2, who also did all of the other Sega Ages releases of stuff we played. They did Castlevania Adventure Rebirth. They also did Gauntlet 4 on Sega Genesis. And classic compilations and releases like this are definitely their bread and butter, as we have Alex Kidd, who's introducing us to the show of Sega Ages Outrun, which is where Outrun originally is going to be presented for your viewing pleasure tonight. I'm so happy to get to this one. I was like the first one to see this, and thank once again for that great suggestion. We do have the best chat on Twitch, and I am looking forward to doing tonight's show. One thing we're going to do this a little out of order in one way. I'm going to have the credits running first, because this is something that shows a little bit of the idea of who made this release, but also stuff of who was involved with this new version. And you get this animation and a unique piece of music, which I think would be good whilst I'm talking over some stuff about this game. And why is this game important? Because, you might come to this thing and saying, hey, there's an arcade racing game that is 37 years old next month, as it is. Think, why is this an important game? Well, let me tell you. Because it was designed by Yu Suzuki, as I mentioned, who, on the back of the success of Enduro Racer and Hang On, said, I want to make a car driving game. Something like, what, don't you mean racing game? Because we have Alex Kidd on the bike there specifically. He's like, yeah, but I think our Ferrari Testarossa is going to be knocking off the road feasibly, either metaphorically or literally. I guess we'll see. Okay, no, we're just passing by. He's like, hi, Alex Kidd, we'll see you later, perhaps. Actually, we've not shown anything with him on the show yet. I think maybe we should change that. You're getting kind of like the soccer perspective, like the soccer arena of like the chanting the magical sound shower music specifically. But anyway, as far as a driving game, that's what Yu Suzuki saw this. He said, we're running a car and racing technically. He's like, I don't like looking at this as a racing game because technically you're not racing. You're basically driving across the landscape, which is based after Europe or over Europe, mostly, and just trying to get to the goal with the guy as far as it and your little girl in the car over there. But as far as how this was, he initially was a huge fan of the movie Cannonball Run back in the 1980s. Not sure about sequel, which is definitely one of the more infamous cases. I'm going to quickly go into start game on arcade just so I have a little bit of background to talk about showing the game. Except one thing I'm also going to do is, I'll keep it this way, but I'm going to adjust the screen sizes for reasons we'll get into in a little bit. But anyway, he loved that movie. Not necessarily the second one. I don't know if he saw the second one, which basically was so cheap in terms of how it was. They basically animated the big car race at the end of it in a very cheap fashion. The Siskel Ebert review of that movie is actually a pretty hilarious distillation of everything that's wrong with that, other than the link list below. But anyway, he liked the first one and said, I want a driving game where players are going to be enjoying the perspective of driving, because as you're seeing here, we're driving down Coconut Beach in our Ferrari Testarossa, and to enjoy the perspective of this, as opposed to being in a sense like, hey, I have to race against something. I'll feel superior. That's the idea of what he wanted, as we're driving past trucks and sedans. And that was kind of where he wanted to have an idea, and also saying like, hey, as opposed to other games, including Hang On, which he made, saying, I don't want a case necessarily where I crash into stuff like the bike exploded in that game. And we briefly shown Hang On a couple times on the show. He said, I want to get something different. Like right there, I just bashing that sedan, it's a total asshole specifically, and it just spin out. It was like, yeah, we're going to feel better than that. We're going to have our great time. It's going to be very nice and relaxing and have a great style to itself. We're going to go on. As far as the setting, the thought was initially this would be set in the U.S., but the president of Sega at the time, Hayao Nakayama, said if he was going to go scout there, because that's what Yu Suzuki does. We'll get into this when we get to Shenmue, because as you're also seeing yourself get knocked out of the Ferrari, but you'll be fine, don't worry. Feasibly not wearing seatbelts, but in the world of this game, it's not a case you get thrown out of the car and they're splattering on the pavement. They're going to live, so do not worry about that. Anyway, for the purpose of that, it's something that he said, like, hey, let's take a look at, let's see. I just want to see as far as it was. He said, we're not going to go to the U.S., so instead we're going to go to Europe. And when he went to Europe, and one thing I'm going to do is hit the start button, just because I want to see that, because I just want to check something. It looked on my tech like there's no audio coming out of this, but fine. It's the track, there's some sound, not much, but a little bit. But he said, okay, let's go to Europe. So he went over there, he rented a BMW 520, and he went to Monaco on his long trip. He said he saw people driving Ferrari Testarossas over there, and he said, hey, for this idea of what we want to do with this game, me and the team, let's have it so we can drive this car. So they said, what we want to do is we want to actually give a sense of this car. The one thing you're not seeing in this release that we're pointing out, you're not seeing the Ferrari horse logo on the back. And I'll get into aspects of that. It's a licensing thing, really. But at the time, he said, fine, you know what? Let's get this car, get a license to this, and make it so that we're going to take pictures of this car from every single angle possible. As far as the engineering here, as far as the car, they said, let's record the engine. Let's try and get that as close as we can to how it actually would sound if you're driving this thing. This is back in 1986, by the way, which is quite a statement, saying like, yeah, we're going to be doing this. And a lot of what happened was that, yeah, it was other members of the team. It was only about 5 to 10 people about on the team along with him. But based on how it was, he ended up programming most of this game himself in only about 10 months, which runs on the Sega Outrun board. It's an expanded version or enhanced version of the System 16 board, which ran games like Alien Storm, or later Alien Storm, Shadow Dancer, the Arcade Edition, Golden Axe, Shinobi, Quartet, and Fantasy Zone. And they said, based on what we want to do with super scaling 3D elements, that's how I want to design this so we have this so it looks really, really nice. Hello, everyone. Hello, DollyFinn. So good to see you tonight. We're playing Outrun, the Sega arcade racing game going back from 1986. Though we're using Sega Age's Outrun on the Switch to play it. Going to spiel of the history of this very important game going back to 1986. So good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to let any memories flow on Outrun if you're familiar with anything of Sega arcade stuff. Also anything of Yu Suzuki and the team that will become AM2 later, because of course, you and I, we have Shenmue you're going to be in on at the end of the year. He made this game as far as Yu Suzuki as well, along with other stuff. And the idea, as I mentioned before you jumped on, the idea that the way this game was made, he said, I want to go for a full realistic case as much as I can, but also a case that, fine, we're just driving. We don't necessarily want to go to it. I'm coming to you from the car on this, fitting for Outrun. There you go. I get that. But so good as far as listening in for the show, and hope you're doing well and having a good night. And thank you for stopping by as far as it whilst you're in the car that way. It's one of those, we planned the show, I swear to God, things, but fine. It's like, yeah, that's the idea as far as that, and so good to see you tonight. But anyway, as I said, the perspective was kind of with a realistic idea with this, saying, okay, here's the Ferrari Testarossa. Let me get every aspect as far as the way the car is shot, so we can put it into a pixel graphic like this. from every angle. Let's record the engine so we can hear what that sounds like. Again, limited for 1986, but still something that, or limited as far as now thinking about that. We have games like Gran Turismo 7 and Forza Motorsport 8, where it's like, yeah, they have the actual audio of the car engines for everything. But back in 1986, that was a new thing. And also aspects of car physics. So the perspective of that was saying, hey, can we get perspectives of the feel of horsepower, torque, and gear ratios and physics of the car as you're screeching, hearing the tires screech as you make the turn. That was the idea as far as what was going on, and set in Europe basically, or kind of like a take on Europe, because he went over there to do scouting, because the head of Sega at the time said maybe it wouldn't be safe specifically to go from Japan to the US as far as the 1980s. I don't know specifically what reason, but that's the idea as far as what I read. Also, the idea of this being an arcade game because it was in 4 cabinet versions. This is going to go into aspects of the options. I'm going into that right now. Because if you hit the X button, go into options, we have a lot of things we're going to talk about, including stuff with controls after you actually go out of the game for certain things. And so we're playing this starting in the arcade mode. I'm going to put this as far as visual option you have, because you have full screen, you have widescreen, you have arcade 4:3 ratio. Vintage, where you have scan lines and smoothing, they're on by default, so it looks like how you actually would have it in arcade, and full screen, which is a case of that. But here's the other thing. They had wallpapers, because I mentioned this is a cabinet perspective in the arcade. There are 4 different cabinets. 2 that were upright, 1 that had a force feedback to it, and then 2 other ones that had a sit-down where you're sitting down in the car and has motion simulating perspectives with it, so it'll tilt and shake. And every version has stereo speakers, so you hear everything going. The one thing this version does not have, the 3DS version, that unless you get the classic collection that is on 3DS in Japan only, and you have a Japanese 3DS, because the 3DS is the only Nintendo console that is not region-free, that version does have perspectives of the cabinet tilting as you turn as an option. This one doesn't, but what it does have is wallpapers you can put on the deluxe cabinet right there. You have it standard, although actually the way that this is set, I need to set this to arcade graphics. So you can also put it into... actually, what I want to do here is I want to make sure that it says set for... We can turn on scan lines and smoothing. They had the experts of how the perspective of the cabinet would work. Because, yeah, this is what it looked like when you were in the arcade, as far as the deluxe cabinet, the standard cabinet, and the stand-up cabinet, or the upright right there, where it gives you the map of all the places we're going to go. And then other ones of B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and C, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then nothing. To start, we're going to actually look at it the old way, as far as it. But yeah, that was the idea as far as what they were doing with this game. And one thing I'm also going to do is we have aspects of customizable controls. By default, your brake is on the A button and Y button. I guess I'll have it set. Start button to put a coin is on X, B for your gas pedal, and shifting on L and R. And perspectives of transmission where you can toggle it to low and high gear, or hold it to do that, or automatic. And if you make certain changes, it says, oh, you have to reset this, which is fine. You also have motion sensing controls in this version where if you're using the switch perspective, or you have the Pro Control like I do, you can tilt it and simulate the perspective of steering, which I'll show a little later. And if it gets in a case that seems weird, you can also hit ZL and ZR to recalibrate it. But one thing I'm going to do as far as the controls, well, fine, before I do that, aspects of old and new, because when it comes to this game, I did not know this until I was doing my research on this. So this is the benefit of while I do research. Because even a game I've been playing for a long time, and I'll go into my experiences as it is myself, and all you out there in Chatland, I did not know this as far as what's the difference between old and new. Because as it turns out, the way this game works is you drive down the road and you have paths as you get to the end of each leg of your drive. You can choose to take a left or a right. And when you do that, you go down to different paths, and we're going to show off every single path and every single goal. One way or another, probably by turning down the difficulty, because this game actually gets pretty damn hard as far as how it is. Actually, that might also be the idea. It's like you might want to turn the time limit down from short to long, or from easy to hard, which basically increases or decreases traffic, and one, you have no traffic whatsoever. But the Japanese version had different rearranged perspectives of the courses in between the legs. New version is what we had in the US, which actually was changed for us specifically. So you give it an option for going through that, and we'll do that in a sec. But actually, for the controls, I'll go back to this, because I think I might have mentioned this on the show a couple times. When it comes to more modern systems, when you have the perspective of being able to do driving like this, you have the idea where, at least in my case, I like to use the trigger button. So on the Switch Pro controller, that's ZL and ZR. Unfortunately, there's no option to set out for those controls. But the good news is, go home, go into system settings on your Switch. You can go into controllers and set up custom button mapping. I'm using that for this game. And I set the Pro controller, set the Joy-Cons to this. If you have the classic controllers of systems like NES, Genesis, Super Nintendo, Nintendo 64, and anything else like that, you actually can't do this. But everything else, you can change to something else. You can also do preset mapping, which is what I did before the show. I said outrun trigger controls. That's what this is set up for. So I have the Y button and the B button set on the ZL and the ZR button. So I'm turning that on. So that means that I'll be able to use driving controls the way I want to have it specifically, which is kind of awesome as far as being able to do that. Because unfortunately, this game does not have the option to turn that on as it is. But that's the idea. Okay, so what I'm also going to do is, you have rankings, you put stuff as far as online, you have your driving record, hit the A button, able to see as far as everywhere we're going to go. Which again, they switch these around for our version, or switch them around for our version, I should say. And that's going to be what we're going to go through. I'm going to try it normally, just go in the normal way before we go ahead. The last thing we're going to do before we go into this, because one thing about this game, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about, well, for the fact how big a game this was as far as how it sold. Because in 1987, this was the highest grossing arcade game in both the US and Japan. And then, as well as the UK and Europe as well. It sold 30,000 units worldwide initially, as far as it, and then took in about $100 million in revenue. It was their best-selling machine as far as Sega in the 80s, until Virtua Fighter 1 and 2 would come out in the 90s and outsell it. But I would also be remiss if I didn't talk about the fact this game was such a big hit that it was ported to basically everything under the sun you can imagine. It still is nowadays. Stuff on the Sega Master System, including two versions. One that has a 3D headset that actually looks really amazing. I'll have a picture of what that 3D headset looked like. The ZX Spectrum, the Amstrad CPC, which from my understanding is supposed to be the worst version of this. The Atari ST, the Commodore 64, the MSX, the MSX2, the Amiga, the PC, the TurboGrafx-16, the Sega Genesis, the Game Gear, the Sega Saturn within the Sega Ages collection. It was on cell phones, ancient cell phones on the J2ME Java platform. It is on 3DS on the 3D Outrun collection, or 3D Outrun game, which is, it was only digital in the US. You can't get it unless you get the Sega collection from Japan, whose name I can never remember. It'll be below saying what it is. And you have to have a Japanese 3DS to do that. So Nocturne, I'm talking to you, buy this game. I know she's maybe a little predilected to, buying games that she's not personally into, but she should make an exception for this one. If he's a anybody should, if you want to play that on 3DS. Because the 3D in that game might be the best 3D that ever came out of that console, and it has its own unique features that actually made it really, really good. And if I can, I'm going to see if I can't record footage on my phone. I know it's guerrilla way I'm doing this to show that, because my God, that's an amazing version. But this Switch version, after that, is absolutely the best way to play it. But it's also in other places, including it is in Shenmue 2 on Xbox and on Dreamcast in Europe and Japan. There is a Dreamcast version in the Yu Suzuki GameWorks Volume 1 collection that actually is insanely rare. It was only released in Japan. It actually came with a book specifically. It is in Shenmue 1 and 2 on the Xbox One, Series S, Series X by extension, and PlayStation 4 and 5 and PC. It is in Yakuza 0. So yeah, nowadays you can get it through Yakuza 0 and Yakuza 6 Song of Life, which we're going to be using to show off the next Sega arcade racing game next month, that being Super Hang-On, which I also wanted to see. And we're going to use Yakuza 6 on Xbox Series X run through to play there. It's also in Yakuza 7 Like a Dragon. It's in Judgment. It is in Lost Judgment. And they're probably going to keep porting this game because this game is very popular. It is something that even nowadays, even the people I've put this game in front of, they said, we might not have heard of this game. We were thinking like, hey, how's this game really look? They said, for a game that came in 1986, they were gobsmacked. They said, wow, this is a beautiful, beautiful looking game. And for a game that came out back then, even as far as arcades, thinking, would anything really look this great? But it's like, yeah, it does. It absolutely does. So that's going to be what we got. And then I'll go in the aspects of the music briefly, but we're going to have more discussions because the music by default was done by Hiroshi Kawaguchi, who did music for Hang-On and Enduro Racer. Those names keep coming up. I'm aware of that, but that's the idea. As well as Sword of Vermilion, Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, which we talked about last week. The third game in this franchise, Outrunners, Wave Runner, which is an arcade game of Sega's with jet skis. Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast, which I have on Xbox, which we'll show at some point. And most recently did music for Sonic Frontiers and Sonic Superstars and programmed Virtua Fighter 3. But with that, I think I just need to have a brief drink of something. Non-alcoholic in this case because I'm driving. We're going to get ourselves started. By the way, one other thing I'm going to mention, because we're on Path System, Chat, your choice on some of these stuff if you want to. Tell me which way you want to go down. We're going to go down. I'm going to start as far as I said before. So I'll check my options for this to make sure. I'm going to run old and then new. I'll show both of them. We'll also show off the special mode that updates this game running at 60 FPS the way it did on 3DS. And the difficulties, I'm going to go default, but I will then adjust it later. But everything, I think, is in line. Wallpaper set as far as that. That's good, that's good, that's good. And there we go, good as far as it, because it does have to kind of readjust it as far as the screen. We're going the deluxe way. I hit the X button to put a coin and going, dude. And here we go. And you have your selection of music of Magical Sound Shower, Passing Breeze, Splash Wave. We've got more coming in later, but starting with good old Magical Sound Shower. So get ready. With this Caribbean and Latin flair, and my God, it sounds good. Okay, so drive down the road. As you drive and you wait for your meter over there to get into the green, it starts in low gear, you put it in high gear, and when it gets to green, you start driving. Just accelerate, and you got your braking as well. The way I have it set, I did my custom button mapping, so ZR is my acceleration, ZL is my brake. Shifting on L and R, specifically, I actually put it on L, so I can have that set, so I can be accelerating whilst I'm doing that, and not have my fingers in the way. Keep going on, hear the wonderful music, and see the beauty that is Coconut Beach. You always start in Coconut Beach. As you go down, you have your choice of stuff, but yeah, watch where you're going, otherwise you crash and feasibly die, but don't worry, you don't die, you're gonna live. Yeah, your perspective, you know, the guy here and then the girl is like, yeah, they'll live. Feasibly they're not wearing their seatbelts, like, fine, always wear your seatbelt, kiddies, but in the papers of this game, they're gonna live, it's no issue. You hear this wonderful music, oh my God, it's so good. And also pay attention to aspects as far as signs of the road. Alright, don't hit into the cabanas or the boathouses as it is. You can see that on the perspective. In fact, this is gonna actually go really badly now because one crash is bad, two crashes is even worse. But as far as this, you have your choice of which direction to go. I'm gonna go to the right. I'm not making it though, so we're gonna start this off pretty much immediately. But either way, that's fine, just to show the idea of what we're doing. So yeah, when you do run out of time, that is a game over. And when you do have that going, it shows you the map as far as what happened. But unfortunately, what happened too is that, well, fine, I am done this way. But you can also put your name of the best outrunner. Somehow, I am the best outrunner as far as number 10. Fine, I was like, yeah, I was gonna put the T. I was like, no, we're not putting the T, we're putting SN. No, I gotta go back and hit that. Yeah, because this game does use the analog stick for it, but maybe it's a bit sensitive. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Yeah, there it goes. SOG. There we go. Awesome. So we're all set as far as what that is. It is dreamy music. This is, by the way, as far as the piece of music, this is Final Wave. You always hear this and talk about, you know, getting yourself into a way as far as this, so you get this going, and like, yeah, very dreamy. And we're not even done with the show yet, specifically, so that's that idea. Okay, so, yeah, let's try that again, because that was feasibly embarrassing, but it's also something that, fine. Part of this is going to be also showcase of the game, so let's hit X. And so you hear enough on the idea of Magical Sound Shower, we're going to hit that again, and we'll go. Alright, so let's hit it. Okay, this game is so much fun. I do love it. If you've never played Outrun, please play it. It's so good. Just very relaxing, very, you know, as he said, kind of a chill game. It's something where even music style, as far as the idea of what this was, this kind of synthwave, Latin Caribbean style of itself, kind of is considered a perspective as far as music, but fine, I'm also spinning out, so actually I'm doing not so hard. But either way, it's like, yeah, we'll keep going, and we're going to be showing up, by the way, eventually all the paths, everything going on. As you go, by the way, the longer you drive, the more you get points, and also when you pass cars, you get extra points as you go. Yeah, one spin out, that's basically all I can afford, but I think we should be good as long as I don't hit them again. Fine, hitting those slows you down, which is not a good case, but outside of that, it's something, yeah, just to avoid the cars. But yeah, those cars can get in the way. And it's not like Outrun 2 and 2006 where you can kind of bounce them out of your way if they're, you know, getting into trouble. This one, not as much. But in this case, the one thing you're also seeing that, yeah, you sometimes do have to slow down, which is kind of an interesting concept. You're like, fine, hold that accelerator and never let go, but you sometimes can't get away with doing that. That's my problem, unfortunately, when I play a racing game, but unfortunately, in this case, can I get to the checkpoint in time? Inches away. Alright, so yeah, this is not going well to start, but as I said, we're gonna have a sense of this, because what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show off with the default difficulty. I'll also show off with the hard difficulty, just because. So this game is not easy. In fact, I will say this. I will also have an edit coming up in a little bit from the Crochet Nerd 64, who, he played this game because He played Yakuza. Well, fine. He played a lot of the Yakuza games. He played Yakuza 0. That has this. As far as the trophy list in that game, you have to do stuff for that to get an unlock, and one of them is you have to go through and get enough points going on for challenges the game has. One of them you have to get through the challenge to go with Outrun. And he said, yeah, you know what? I played this game specifically because of this. I showed him this game, told him how much I loved it. In his case, it's like, yeah, it's not necessarily the game I would choose to pick up right away, but when it comes to this Yakuza game she loves, he said, fine, I'm going to pick those up, play them, and then you realize, oh, wait a second, this has become a backdoor for Sega arcade releases. And I was like, yeah, I was saying, like, it is? It's like, oh my god, I got to play these games now, or play the newer ones in particular that are starting to have that. And they're going amazing with that, as it's been, as far as what they're bringing back. And as we said when we played Daytona USA, the fact that stuff that never came home is in some of those, as doing way better as far as Coconut Beach. I'm going to go the right again as far as the path we're taking. In old element, though, like the Japanese version was, we're going to the Cloudy Mountain. Now, we do cross this, you do hear the woman saying, checkpoint. There you go, I love that with the checkpoints. But he said, yeah, you know what, in fact, I'll put this as far as the edit at the end of this race whenever I run out of time. And also try to slow down so I don't hit into those AM2 signs, or M2 signs, I should say, which are different from some of the billboards from some of the releases, including the arcade. And some of that I think was licensed stuff, I think with Ferrari and other things. But that being said, he's like, yeah, he said, like, it took me forever to try and get this, and yeah, okay, if you do stop the car, so I'm just showing how each of the crashes go, because yeah, you can hit it hard enough to get thrown out. You can hit it, kind of graze it, and you spin out. Or you can just hit the tree specifically and you just stop straight, which honestly, that's probably the best one if you're going to crash, because it means that you waste the least amount of time. Yeah, even at 30 FPS, the way this game's running, because this is what it looked like in the arcade, and in this version, and also in 3DS, you do have to unlock this original view. They don't give you this right away. You have to actually go through each of the paths. I'm actually going to take another case of this. I'm going to the left. As you get, like, the steel drums going, I love when the steel drums kick in this track. And these are long pieces of music, like 5 or so minutes. And it's incredible how it goes. And that's even despite the fact that actually there were issues with the game for 20 years. Actually, it wasn't until Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast came out that Sega even realized this, which was, hey, some of the ROM chips are corrupted, so some of the music comes out weird, I think. I don't know the exact details of what that is. If I can find something from the link list, I'll put it in. Explain what is this issue. Because I don't know what it is, and I never knew what it was specifically until I'd heard and looked up stuff. And yeah, I gotta slow down. Also, one thing also pointing out, you might just want to switch between high and low gear, because if you're at low gear and if you're at high gear and you're at low speed, you're going to actually, it's going to take longer for you to accelerate. So you want to swap off to low if you can. Yeah, the music does sound amazing, and really long compositions, and they are so terrific. It puts you in this great mood. Wouldn't necessarily think, like, hey, you know, we're going to be driving as far as something like this. I don't think I'm getting to the next checkpoint, but fine, this is way better than I did as far as the other time, so I'll take that. Another take as far as this, and then we're going to feasibly turn the easy difficulty on. Or, fine, you know what? You know, I don't even need to turn the easy difficulty on, I just turn off more time. Because it's all about time. You're running against time. That's the idea what this game is. As we're having another case of it. Fine, third place, so I'll take that as it is. And also, after I put this in, I'll have the edit indicating as far as the Crochet Nerd 64, in his own words, perspective of his proficiency in this game, but he does like the game, it's worth pointing out. That'll be about here.
So, I found out how much I truly suck at Outrun.
Oh, because of Yakuza.
Oh my god.
It's hard, isn't it?
I managed 3 million points by some feat. I don't know how the fuck I did it. In order to do the next part, I'm going to need to beat 5 million, and I don't know how I'm going to manage that one.
You can do it. We believe in you. And yeah, with that is the Crochet Nerd 64 in his own words, as you will have heard when I edit, giving the idea as far as Outrun. And that's the thing I've noticed when it's come to this game, so I'm going to put another coin and we'll keep playing. We're going to run another piece of music, though. We're going to be running Splash Wave. I do love this track as well, and there's an amazing remix of this in Outrun 2, and by extension 2006 Coast to Coast. It's kind of an enhanced version. It's based on Outrun 2 SP, by the way, from the arcade. But the thing about this game is that, admittedly, a lot of the people I know, well, fine, a lot of people I know as far as I'm currently seeing, like, on day-to-day elements, they don't know this game that much, or fine, they maybe, I don't know, maybe heard the name or something. Maybe they hadn't played it much, unless they play the Yakuza games, in which case, yeah, then they did play it, because it's in there. Or they played Shenmue 1 or 2. Or fine, 2. Fine, played Shenmue 1 and 2, the new one, it is part of Shenmue 2. As far as Shenmue 2 is concerned, Shenmue 2 does have Outrun in it, Shenmue 1 does not. Shenmue 1 has Hang On and Space Harrier, which we will show, by the way. We'll get to play in those games as far as it. And we get to Shenmue 2, we will show Outrun again, because, hey, you know, we're going to show everything that's in it as is. But, ow. Even people who did not know this game, when I showed them, they said, my god, this game looks really, really good. This game is really impressive, especially for the time it came out, saying, hey, 1986, you think, what are games like this going to be looking like? But, yeah, Sega came to the plate with something really strong, even nowadays. Look at this and say, my god, this game was incredible. Something that they wouldn't necessarily think, because sometimes maybe this is the thought. Fine, I mentioned this show is primarily going into retro gaming to some degree, but also something that, fine, we played newer stuff, like brand new stuff. No question. The sky's the limit, really, as far as what we play, as it is, while I'm also hitting that as we are in the wheat field. I don't know if we're going to get through the wheat field, but we're going to try as far as before I say, fine, we're going to go on having more time to run this. But sometimes you think about this like, hey, if you have modern games as far as certain things, you think, well, maybe nowadays people would want to go for whatever's newest because either A, it's more readily available on a system they have, or because maybe it's going to be something that's easier to pick up, or something that'll just be more appealing, I guess, visually, in the sense that, hey, clearly games nowadays have technology that we only could have dreamed of back in 1986, clearly. That's not necessarily wrong to say that. Because, I mean, I guess the thought, it sometimes goes with me with Super Mario Kart, which is that, fine, when it comes to that game on Super Nintendo, when it comes to the idea that, hey, people are going to play a Mario Kart game, what are they going to play? They're going to be playing Mario Kart on Super Nintendo, or they're going to be playing Mario Kart 8 Deluxe now? And the answer is probably Deluxe. Because it's something that feasibly they have, it's one of the best-selling games on the Switch. I think it might be the best-selling game on the Switch, as it is. But something that, fine, when it comes to, like, an older game, that's the case that, fine, it might have more of an adjustment to get in. I know something Edwax brought up a couple times, saying, hey, today's gamers, these are his words, not mine, are not made of sterner stuff, to quote Optimus Prime from Transformers. But maybe the thought that, and we'll keep going on Splash Wave once more, and then we'll do Passing Breeze, and we'll change difficulty. That would they necessarily want to come to something like this, or something that's older, but I think with this game, I know people, as far as I showed this game, that were in their 20s, who saw this, they'd never seen it before, and said, this looks incredible in this version, because they saw me practicing this, as far as on my lunch break at work. I said, I want to get this stuff set, I want to write the notes. They saw me writing the notes, taking all this stuff down, and me suddenly finding out, fresh, just as I was saying, like, I said, wait, you know, there's details in this game I had no idea were going on. I mentioned what they were. I was like, wait, really? I said, yeah, so they were just as surprised as I was when I was taking them down. They saw it and said, A, this looks like the definitive version as far as the Switch version, and it is as far as nowadays. That's number one. And number two, this looks really cool and looks like something, hey, I'd like to play. I think that's the thing about Outrun, and that's, for me, my experience with Outrun. I will go into that as we go. And getting used to the turns. That's what happens, I think, with this game, what happens when I play it in the arcade, which is, every time I tend to do a lot better. DollyFinn, I know you've often said, you say, hey, you know, why do I like puzzle games, or I guess games that I like? And that is because you play them and you say, hey, it feels like it's an empowering experience, which is what Yu Suzuki wanted out of this game. He said, I want gamers to feel empowered. I want them to feel like they're really powerful, saying, I'm driving a Ferrari. Look at these people driving in their non-licensed cars. Yes! So DollyFinn saying, exactly, but see, I remember that, and you gave that insight that I never really thought of specifically, but now playing this game, I'm thinking about it. I can be good at it. Right, I mean, sometimes that question of when is the difficulty of a game going to be too much, although it also is the idea of approachability, so maybe that's also why I'm saying, hey, you know, when it comes to a game that's a modern thing, would people then necessarily say, hey, I play something newer just because maybe it seems like it's going to be easier to get into, although maybe not necessarily, you know? Because some cases where you'll have games where, fine, I guess I'll give an example of this, not exactly an analog, I guess, completely, which is, I guess, Sonic Superstars I mentioned, as far as that when we played Sonic Mania last week, and there's Sonic Mania that came out before that, and fine, from my personal perspective, I'd take Sonic Mania over Sonic Superstars any day of the week, but something I think, to some degree, I think it might be easier for people to come to Sonic Mania, even though Sonic Superstars gets rid of the concept of lives. something about the feel of that game, and feasibly the other Sonic games earlier on, are something that I'd say, hey, you know, you can kind of pick this up and understand it, and you want to get better at it, and can feasibly get better. And you're seeing this. Actually, in that case, it's good I didn't get to the end of Coconut Beach, my first 2 runs of this, because I said, hey, you know, I feasibly was distracted reading off notes and things as far as what that was, but like, I'm not using an excuse. I'm just saying that that's what I did. I didn't watch out for that tree, you know, the George of the Jungle idea. But then it made me realize, like, hey, you know, I'm going this way. Fine, in this case, I'm going in a different direction. This is desert, by the way. This is kind of annoying in some ways because you have the desert patches there, but the idea is like, hey, it's almost like we're going down through the Sahara, although fine, this is supposed to be Europe-ish, not Africa-ish. Although, fine, keep that in mind when we get to Super Hang-On next month. But still, that case that I do feel like I'm doing better, and that's even without me adjusting the difficulty of this. This has a difficulty adjustment as far as time and number of cars on the field as far as the traffic. Even in this case, like, fine, I'm not getting the end of desert. Desert's annoying anyway, as far as, you know, not being able to get there in time. Blech. But it's always something that, this game in particular, I do get the sense that, yeah, I'm getting better at it, but I think that other people might think they would as well, hence why it became such a big hit, and something that, every time I go into my retro arcade that has this, I always will put a coin in this game. I will absolutely have a great time playing it, and something that I kind of will find myself maybe getting further each time, and something that you'd think, well, eventually would I hit a brick wall? And the answer is maybe not necessarily. Which is interesting. I think we're going to do... Yeah, we haven't heard Passing Breeze. Let's listen to this. Oh my god, I love Passing Breeze. And DollyFinn, you've heard Passing Breeze before. I know that because when we did the puzzle showcase, we were showing Cross S Genesis Master Edition. And I got to remember to shift. They did actually have this piece of music in it, although they don't have the complete track as it is. They only have... They have a decent amount as far as the start of it, and it kind of loops after... Fine, it loops twice. We're going into the bridge on this version, but that one, it basically just loops endlessly as far as where the third loop will go. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, we have this very relaxed theme, the which is good stuff as far as how it is. But yeah, you're right. The idea that a game like this can feel empowering is that was, I think, where they were going for. Fine, it was where they were going for. And even the idea of, like, noticing the little things about this game is like, well, okay, fine. You're driving a car. Okay. In fact, this goes to something I know the Crochet Nerd 64 said a lot, which is, he said, generally speaking, with the exception of stuff like Mario Kart, he doesn't tend to play a lot of racing games, but there's certain things that he'll appeal to more than others because they might have interesting spin to them. Stuff like Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing, Crazy Taxi, San Francisco Rush 2049, even though when I mentioned when we looked at that as far as our racing showcase, that he didn't play it that much. He said, I always love doing the stunt mode as far as it, like, getting the wings out and, like, getting in case of doing crashes and things like that. So the case of getting into a perspective of a game like this, and what's that appeal really going to look like, and then in his case also being in the case of saying, hey, these Yakuza games are basically making me do them because I go for full trophy achievements, or trophy completion as it is on PlayStation 4 and 5. So at that point, it's like, fine, I have to play this. But still, that case that it's something that it does have this kind of ease to approach in some ways, but also something you kind of dig down to the layers, realizing, I'm turning here and the screeching of the tires going like this. But also the case that, yeah, I've got to avoid the traffic. There is kind of a weight to this that is tangible. You're thinking, well, for a game like this, would it really have this? But it does. Even though, like, hey, you know, I'm spinning out as we're going down, we're in the Alps. No, we're not in the Alps. We're still in the Cloudy Mountain. The Alps is feasibly next if I get there in time. This is gonna, I'm cutting this close, though. I might not make this, because you usually need about 12, 15 seconds to get over here, and I'm not gonna make it, so it's probably about 15. So fine. There are the Alps. We're gonna see the Alps in just a second. But that being said, I'll try again. I will try again without it. Or without changing the speed or the timer. But it's all these little things that when you kind of sit down and think about it more, it reveals itself to have a lot of depth and something that, even though you are technically doing the same thing, they come with enough wrinkles to it as you go along. One thing I am going to do, actually, just as far as a bit of a variety case, I'm going to go into the options. I'm going to change this to... This plane was going to be the same, but I want to change the perspective. So yeah, we have the deluxe cabinet look, we have the standard look. So the standard sit down without the tilting is concerned about. We're on Passing Breeze again. So here you go. You do have this look. It's like, yeah, this looks like it is that experience of kind of going to the arcade this way. Although, feasibly, I could make it more the arcade experience. In fact, I will do that next time I do that. And I'll vary up the stuff when it comes to the visual filters. But I love that they have them, and they look really good. Because sometimes when it comes to scan lines, like, yeah, look, it's kind of modeling that, but it's not something you initially think to yourself, like, maybe it's just me. But some of that stuff I'm looking at, like, I don't know if I don't want to play the game this way. This one, I do want to play it this way because of how well they do it. It looks the part as far as it, and kind of gets me into it more. Although, fine, they also have smoothing in this, which actually does look really, really good how they do it. And they're smart how they do the smoothing. It's not as smeary as some cases can be, where like blend the polygon, or blend the sprites, I should say, not the polygons. To get a sense of this. Yeah, okay, I'll go to the right at the Cloudy Mountain. No, except that car got in my way. Oh, and I gotta get back in high gear, shit. Okay, yeah, the Cloudy Mountain. Well, okay, no, that's right. Yeah, in the Japanese and US versions, the path we would take to the right at the end of the Cloudy Mountain here is actually here instead. Which is weird, because that's actually one of the harder ones. Actually, that I guess goes to what we've sometimes said, which is that they'll make it difficult more in the US than I guess for Japan, although I don't have an answer as far as like why they changed the order. I didn't actually know they changed the order until actually just a couple of days ago. So yeah, this game I've been playing for all my life, basically. I still learn new things about it as far as it, which is why I like to take the notes and stuff for the show as it is. But, yeah. Okay, yeah. So be careful as far as going down the road. Ah, shit. But it's funny to watch, I'll say this. It's something that initially when I came in as far as like on my lunch break, as far as like, because we have docs set up, Edwack helped as far as that, and put my Switch in, so like, I gotta practice the game, practice hour. I was like, okay, cool. And I might have mentioned as far as what it was. But as soon as they saw that car crash, as far as like them being tossed out of the car, they just burst out in hysterics. And it is really funny in the way of saying, hey, you know, it gives this game a lot of character. Like, boom. And, Hour in 2006 and 2 go into this as well, because you have the girl actually will hit you in the head, specifically as far as, like, knocking on the head. So, like, are you gonna just let them get away with this, as far as it? Which is actually pretty funny. And I do have Hour in 2006 Coast to Coast. I have it on the Xbox, which is actually the rarest game of Sega's on the console. And I do want to show that because it's very interesting. And also, I don't have Outrun 2. You're thinking, well, Outrun 2 and 2006, they're both on Xbox. You think, is there a reason to own both of these? Well, the answer is yes. I will do another run. I'll run Splash Wave as far as going that way. I want to get the Alps. I'll remember to do the shift up when I get to the next gear for this. Outrun 2 does have some unique things that 2006 doesn't. The 2006 is a port of Outrun 2 SP, which is the enhanced version of Outrun 2. Outrun 2 came out in 2003 in the arcades. Got ported to the Xbox in 2004, was only Xbox. Where it also has that version of Outrun 2 on Xbox has... it actually has all the areas from Daytona USA 2 Battle on the Edge, which we showed when we did Daytona USA 1 a couple months ago, as one of the paths you drive down. And you can also play the original Outrun in it. It is actually the last port of Outrun to have the Ferrari logo on the back. So it's a nondescript like bird here. You did have like the horse thing for that on that release. That's the last port of Outrun that's had that, and it's going to be the last one. I'm going to say it right now. Ah, yeah, damn, that car got in my way and bashed me in the boathouse. But 2006 is based on Outrun 2 SP, which is the enhanced arcade version of Outrun 2. That added more stuff. And the home version's also added new elements where it used to have online. It doesn't anymore because the servers are turned off. And also it had heart attack mode where when you drive around, the girl will actually tell you things. You go down different paths saying, like, pass the cars, or hit the cars, or pass the convoy, or don't crash, like I just did. It's like, yeah, I would have failed that way, specifically. Or other weird things like dribble the beach ball, or don't get abducted. It's like, wait, what? It's really interesting as far as how they go, and you have like you have stuff going on as far as the like the drifting, because that is a drift mechanic as far as how it goes. Okay, that was lucky, because what happened was I knocked off the road and went in between the trees. I was able to avoid crashing. You don't have that happen often, but when you do, you're very happy to see it. Like, thank God that happened, but ugh. Okay, the second time, shit, but I don't have enough time. I'm not going to be able to get there in time. So I think it's the case of the game saying to me, turn on the extra time. So basically that means that you'll have a higher time amount. And that'll be more than enough to get to all of the paths. And then I will also show that off with new, and I will show that off with the special mode. The special mode is introduced in the 3DS version. What that does is it upgrades this game to 60 frames per second, and it also gives you native widescreen. I think it's still using the widescreen assets as far as this. It's not cheating the way that the retro mode of Sonic Origins did, where basically took the enhanced mode, or the enhanced version as far as the tech and the speed, and then said, okay, fine, we're just gonna letterbox this. This one actually did it right, because fine, this is by M2, who knows how to do that. But either way, yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to, hit X. I have to remember to do that. Hit the X button. I'm gonna go into selecting the upright cabinet. Select the upright cabinet way. As far as the display effect, I'm gonna turn on, actually, wait, I think it's, vintage. That's right. I want to put vintage. In this case, right, I have the upright cabinet. Yeah, because you have it for anything, but I'm going to have it the upright cabinet. So this is the vintage way. And you guys hit the Y button, take a look at what does this look like. So I'll do that. I'll have one more run running just default this way without any modifiers. See, when you go in the arcade, I used to see the stand-up stuff. This is what you had specifically going on. It looks kind of a little washed out. It's kind of curved. You can see the curve. It's very subtle, the detail you can see on that. But this is exactly how it looks. You go into an arcade, and the arcade I have, it has that set. And even like the write-downs as far as where the paths are, including like where the goals are at the Vineyard, Death Valley, Desolation Hill, Autobahn, and the Lakeside over there. But we'll get there eventually, but fine, we're going to run Magical Sound Shower. Have our go. And then when I'm done with this, as far as it, then I'm going to have to turn on the higher speed, or find the more time, just like, hey, I want to show the ends of these. And that's why I'll say, like, fine, I'll do what I can as far as this is. I did practice this game, and I played this game a lot. I'll mention as I go this time what my experience on this game is, because it might be the furthest going back for me personally of any video game ever. And I'll mention that in a second. But it's something that, I do want to get this set. I do want to try this as much as I can to get it as legitimately as I can. But I do want to show off everything. It's like, hey, Electros asked for this. I'm not going to skimp. So we're seeing all the paths and everything specifically, so that was that idea and be set. Okay, so my experience. When it comes to Outrun, this is actually one of the very first games I have experience with, because, not even with me playing, based on what my family told me when I was growing up. This game came out, as mentioned, 1986, going to the right. I had been born, it was 1985, end of 1985 for me, so I'm a little older than this game, not by much. I used to, when I was walking around as a young child, I was obviously in my perspective where I was not cognizant of myself yet until I was about 4 or 5, about as it usually goes, depending on what it is. 3, 4, 5, sometimes 2, depending on what it is. But anyway, I used to walk around and see cabinets of arcade machines when we went out places. Even like, hey, not necessarily went to arcades when I was that young, but fine. Back in the 1980s and the 1990s, you would feasibly go anywhere and you'd see arcade machines places. You go to, like, shopping malls, you'd see a case of arcade. You'd see them in supermarkets, maybe, as far as, like, the lobby. You'd see them in other shopping areas, like, I don't know, Target or Walmart or something like that. I used to see this one, in fact, fine, this was, I know I was cognizant for this. I remember seeing that when I actually was a ski lodge with my family when we went to, I don't remember specifically where it was, but anyway, they had a machine of that. When I was growing up, I saw this machine, this very bright blue perspective of the skies to it. And when I saw that, I was like, hey, they said, yeah, you seemed like you were really interested in this game. Like, yeah, I guess I was. When I grew up, like, I still was interested in it, and I got to play it, and I said, yeah, this is fun. This is something that, hey, driving down the road, having a good time. So, honestly, when you think about it with me, with gaming, this is kind of where it began, really, for me. I'm doing one more as far as this. That's the other thing. This is a one more game, for sure. You're like, fine, if I had a problem doing something that way, or I almost get close, it's like, you want to try again. And we're going to try again. And we're going to keep it this way as it is, as far as how the look is. Yeah, looking kind of in the box as it is. So yeah, when it comes to my personal experience with this game, this is a very early one for me. And one that kind of, I guess, is where maybe stuff of gaming really started for me. Think about it. which you don't necessarily always have, you know, that kind of a connection. But something that, as the years have gone, I had played it in other places. I briefly played the Genesis version. Actually, all intents and purposes, that's a really good version. You'd think that was the idea. Yeah, driving down the road, trying to loosen my load. Oh, you're singing Take It Easy by the Eagles. Oh, I'm driving down the road, trying to loosen my load. I got 7 women on my mind. 4 that wanna hold me, 2 that wanna stone me. 1 says she's a friend of mine. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your old wheels drive you crazy. There you go. Actually, wait a second. You and I did the sing-along of that when we did Mr. Driller a few months ago. Outfitting. Thank you for bringing that back as far as how it was. Yeah, by the Eagles. Because, fine, we mentioned the idea when we played Daytona USA. Pounding Pavement was inspired by Hotel California for some reason. Whoa, I was like, you're amazed I remember that much, I guess. And also, fine, remembered the words off of nothing, number 1. And number 2, remembered the idea that we did that about 2 months ago. We had a great time as far as that. Also have the link list item as far as Take It Easy, just because, like, what the hell is this? Like, well, fine, if you, that might be the other thing, like, hey, you know, something that's endured over time, as far as it's a music case, yes. And Outrun is always about its music. That's, in some ways, a lot of other game companies said, they looked at this and they said, hey, the fact that when we start, we're selecting a piece of music on the radio. And the later games of the series would also do that. The thought that, hey, you know, you have this option to say, like, hey, it's about driving. Let me just drive down the road listening to music. It's like, what do you want to listen to in music? In fact, when the Grand Theft Auto games came around, they did that, starting with the very first one, saying, hey, listen to stuff on the radio. And then when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, they said, let's get some licensed tracks, because they were able to license most of, if not all of, the tracks from the soundtrack for Scarface. Stuff by, I'm trying to remember. Elizabeth Daily, actually, who was the voice of Tommy Pickles on the Rugrats, but also had her own music career. Deborah Harry of Blondie, and Amy Holland, specifically. So they said, let's have licensed music. And then when Grand Theft Auto Vice City came out, they said, fine, let's take the money we made on GTA 3, which became a bigger hit than I think even we expected it was going to, and said, let's license music this way. Let's have it so that, yeah, you can basically listen to anything you want on the radio. And I don't know if Rockstar themselves said this, but I think there was the thought that they might have been paying attention to this game in the sense of saying, hey, you know, we get to drive a car and find SP. Fine, let's do SOG. It's like, yeah, I gotta get that set right. Short for super old game, but no Saturday part at the end of it, because just initials. But the idea that for a game like this, it is something that is very influential. Fine, one last time, we'll take this to an hour of not doing this, and then we will turn on the time stuff, and we will blaze through this. I'm gonna have a great time as far as it, and I already am having a great time. But as I said, it's something that it's more influential of a game, I think, than I thought it was. And it's not also one of those things, I'll say this. Sometimes you hear that a lot. You're like, oh, most influential game. You might roll your eyes like, oh, whatever. Like, hey, you know what that's about. And sometimes the question, what does that mean to necessarily come back to it? Because, hey, there's certain games that definitely had a big impact. Question, would you necessarily want to come back to some of these? And I think for certain ones, yeah, you would. Stuff like Super Mario Brothers. Stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog, to a certain degree, as far as an example of that, I'm thinking off the top of my head, and others, and Space Invaders, and Pac-Man, as far as other games that did that. But, and Outrun I would put in that category too, really, because it has aged like a fine wine, it really has. Which is something that you might not think it has, but as I said, the fact that I just was showing people this game, they'd never seen it, some had never seen it, some had, but then said, yeah, this game, like, you think like this game's gonna age not so hot, and they're like, no, it feels just as fresh now as it did in 1986, which is not always an easy thing. Sometimes it's a case, and it might also be in the eye of the beholder. I might be saying this, or chat, you might agree with me, or you might say, no, this game looks like it's ancient. Why would I come back to this? Yeah, fair enough, I guess, but something that, there's something about this feel, it seems like I can still come back to. Fine, even if I didn't play this, I think growing up, I think I would come to this and say, hey, I think I can just completely enjoy this. Although, fine, there's the enhanced mode in this, like, it runs at 60 FPS, like, fine. If you don't like the original way this is, you can play it that way, and it's actually worth pointing out. This release in 3DS version is also like this. You have to be running in the 60 FPS mode to start. You have to unlock the original arcade element of this. You cannot play it just by default. But I did unlock it. The way you unlock that is you go through all the paths. I basically hit all the goals. Crap. But what I did to that is I just turned off the difficulty, or turned it down, so I wouldn't have trouble doing that. But that being said, as we are going to go to the Alps again, I'm going to try and get through the Alps. But I do have more time, and I do love that attention to detail where the visuals are changing as you go. It's like, hey, you know, that's where I'm going, and it's like a change in time of day and weather. Oh, fine, not exactly weather, because it's not like we're going to have rain. It's not like Top Gear 2 when we played that a couple weeks ago, where that had rain. That I think was a game, I'm pretty sure that's another one that Kemco paid attention to that one, or Gremlin paid attention to that game for sure, and said, hey, what do we have to do this, to kind of follow something like this? But then they also differentiated that with their own ideas, as we showed when we played that game, which, fight both of those games, Top Gear 1 and 2. Which is something pretty impressive as far as what that is, and then be able to carve a niche out on this, and do that on a console, because fine, on Genesis it was nowhere near as smooth as this as far as this game. But Top Gear and Top Gear 2 kind of were approaching this level of smoothness. Yeah, those cars are getting in my way. There's like 3 of them. And the trucks. Damn, the trucks. So, yeah, that being an interesting thing too. Although, fine, even then the Genesis version was impressive. And even as far as the Sega Master System, yeah, it was rough, the first one. But when the 3D version came out, they enhanced it for those 3D glasses, and it looked and ran great. I've seen it run. And it's quite a sight. But there we go, as we have 222 kilometers. You can also put this into miles per hour. I can easily put that in as well. But fine, I think we do need to see... Actually, I'm looking as far as how the view is. It actually does show that way, even with some little wrinkles in the screen. Okay, fine. What we're going to do now is... Since it did give it about... fine, not an hour total as far as playing, but... Close enough to that. I'm going to start... We're going to go into options. I'm going to change the display. We're going to go to arcade view. I am going to turn that off. We'll keep the deluxe look. That's nice. Then I'm going to also turn on difficulty. I'll keep as it is. Time I'm going to turn up to long. And I'll put in miles per hour because why not? And it has to reset the game. By the resetting the game, what that means is it pretty much just goes back to the title screen this way as far as a fresh case. So let's go. Okay, let's run... Yeah, let's run with passive moves again. We'll show with everything. We're going to get a lot of time out of this feasibly. Not a really long show, but I guarantee you it's going to be fun. A nice relaxing one, yeah. Especially this game is like, yeah, this is definitely one of those, man, definitely good to relax with games. And especially since I got to get ready for Game Dev Tycoon in 2 weeks, I could use this relaxation. And also me not playing the game next week, because that's not going to plan. We'll get at that as we go on schedule. Yeah, do have a great time with this game. And a lot of great memories with it. And it did, I guess, now I'm thinking about this, I guess it really was kind of the start of my experience with Sega arcade racing games. Really Sega racing games, honestly. Because I didn't play Hang-On till later. It wasn't until Shenmue came out that I first played that. Because Sega didn't really port that much after Super Hang-On came out. Let's see. I don't think I played Enduro Racer. There's Radmobile, which is not exactly like Outrun, but it is something that I'd never played that, I think, until the Astro City Mini came around. And that's not been ported much either. Power Drift I didn't play till years later. Unfortunately, the only release of that modern that I know of right now that I have is on 3DS, which is an amazing version, but unfortunately I can't stream it. At least not now. And it's on Sega Saturn, but actually that Sega Saturn version, it's exclusive to Japan, and it's actually surprisingly expensive as far as the Japanese release. You think like, oh, does it cost next to nothing because Saturn did well in Japan? No, actually, it costs quite a bit. It's like $200. It's like, okay, that's a lot, but I didn't play that when it first came out. And then Daytona USA, I did play that. And a little bit with Daytona 2. So yeah, this was, I think, really the first one as far as the stuff for that, as far as my experience in racing. So actually, this is kind of... This was amongst the earliest for me, really. And Chad, I don't know if your case was as far as like when you played this or what your first case of racing was, or Sega racing, really. So feel free to go into that, and we can definitely have that sharing as well. Oh, shit. Fine, I'm doing what I should have been doing here, which is slowing down. Because fine, one thing I should be doing, and if nothing else, this does show you the other thing, which is the strategy this game has. I'm gonna... Fine, we went to the Alps. We're going back to the Alps. Which is, as you're turning, you might want to feather the gas. You're seeing, like, the lights go on a little bit. But it's not something where you can't hold the gas down completely and then feather the accelerator to slow yourself down. The brake will override your gas. But the idea is that as you tap it, or hold it, as soon as you let go of that, you can then get yourself up to speed a little bit by going high, but you have to have low as far as like going to a case where if you get below the green zone, and be doing okay. Oh shit. Fine, in that case I was then going too much on that, but yeah, since I do have more time, look at how much time I have, we can get to the end of this. As far as we're going to go next, chat, of course, if you want to have an aspect as far as like what paths you go, or like go left or right, feel free to tell me as far as at the junctions. Because each path you go down, what happens is you start Coconut Beach, and then you go down 5 different areas, and get through all 5, get to the goal at the end, you win. And we'll show off all the goals, because all the goals have different things to them. Which add more to the charm of this game. And I think that's the thing. This game has charm to burn. It has style to burn, but it also has substance as well that makes it this seminal experience. And one I think this game is fine. This game is already endured as far as the test of time, coming up to like we're 28 years on this game next month, on September 20th. So clearly, this game's hung around, and for good reason, as we are in the old capital. Yeah, there we go. It gets harder with where you go because there's stuff that's on the sides, like, yeah, those buildings there. They're telling me to slow down. That way. Next one, go left. You're no problem, DollyFinn. And I remember Coconut Beach. Yeah, the idea of that, which actually I didn't remember what the names of all these areas were specifically. So thank you for that. We will go left at the next junction. Yeah, because you have your options as far as where you want to go. And by going left there, we will see when we get there where we're going. But yeah, traffic's getting heavy, and it gets heavier. And I'll put it probably on hard just to show that, because that basically means, like, yeah, the roads get completely traffic filled, and unlike in normal traffic where it's a case where yeah you have to wait behind everybody, you're like, yeah, just screw them, I'm gonna just drive my way past, and my car's not gonna take damage. That's the other thing. There's no damage as far as your Ferrari here, so you can be completely reckless. Okay, going left down Vulture Street. Ow! By going left here, we are going to Death Valley. So yeah, this is, I guess, the U.S. perspective. So there you go. We're going to head over to Goal B. Checkpoint. Yeah, checkpoint. Yeah, there it is. There's Death Valley. There is the perspective of, like, that. And fine, I spun out as far as on the sign. But yeah, with the time we have, we're not running into a problem. We will get to the end. And thank you for indicating that specifically, because that's an interesting thing to think, that you have all these different ways you can go. And it's a lot of fun. Well, but also showing, like, why does it get difficult, and why is it something you're going to have to put tons of money into, but have fun putting tons of money into it. Get a sense of, hey, how can I get there, how can I get to the end, and what's going to happen, and, hold on. That's basically the idea as far as what you're doing. Whoa! And the smooth scrolling, even as far as how it was originally, because this is what it looked like originally, and it's amazing. And if you've not played Outrun specifically, or if you have not gotten the Sega Ages Outrun release, it's $8 on the eShop. Absolutely pick it up. And they put it on sale every so often, so the price is sometimes even less. But fine, even if they put this in a box for $50, I still think this is worth it as far as the perspective of it. Even just one game at $50, that's how good it is. And there you go. When we get to the end, you get bonus points. And more points. So there you go. And you do have you turn left here, we go down to B. Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. There you go. So we made it there, but our car broke down. And there's the tribal people there. Is like, and the girl's like, well, how are we gonna get home? It's like, I don't know. Yeah, someone there might have a degree in, car repair or something. Or maybe they listen to Car Talk and NPR a lot. Fine. Another bring up of that, and fine, fitting for the case of that. We got to goal B. And we do get to the goal, they give you a time as far as that, and your score, which is number 1. So, alright, we're gonna do that. We're gonna go SOG. As far as the rest of this, I'm also going to show each of the areas as far as where they are, because not just the goals. And you do have submitting of records. When you do get to the end, you get score, recorded, ranking, so you have online leaderboards. So what I'm gonna do for the next one, I want to take a look at this as far as where we've went so far. Where we've shown. Because the only places we haven't shown is we haven't shown the wilderness, the vineyard, and then Devil's Canyon, Seaside Town, Lakeside, Gateway, Autobahn, and Desolation Hill, and I'm gonna probably vary that up. That being said, I do want to show doing this with the arcade mode each place because I want to see something. We're gonna run Magical Sound Shower. Because I want to see something. Like, hey R. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm so used to the other way I used to have it, which is running without this. Or fine, ZR I have to hit. As far as what button I have to hit. Fine, X is... Actually, no, it was the 3DS version I was playing. I have X as far as accelerate on that version. But for this, normally I'd have it on the B button for it. But for this, like, yeah, I want the trigger case to play this. And I guess... Well, I mean... When it comes to steering wheels on the Switch, I don't know if there's actually a specific steering wheel. But fine, this game has a steering wheel option in the sense that you use the Pro Controller, turn on those motion sensitive, you turn the controller like a steering wheel, and it actually works really, really well, and it will show that. But in the meantime, I'm going to keep driving down the road and having a great, great time. And here, the full aspect of the music is we're pointing out, though, actually, and this is not the end of the glitch. I'm going to the right. So I can show up. In fact, I'm going to go all the way to the right as far as where we're going for each of the paths, just so I can cover feasibly the most distance of where we got to go. I think what I'll do is, I'll do this for the old, is I'll use the arcade perspective going on old, and then on new path, I'll use the new one. Ouch. Yeah, if I was playing with the normal time, that would not be happening. Also, you have some tears in the clouds. I think that is in the original release as well. And this is not like, because I showed this last time with the Daytona USA show, briefly, using, what was it? Shenmue 1 and 2, which has some issues with its emulation. This doesn't really, it's just, I think that that's something that was a limitation of the game when it originally came out. It's something, yeah, when you just kind of stop to notice it, you notice it more. Because mostly this is a great port, and M2 did a great job. Usually when it comes to classic game stuff, M2, they're a company you want to be familiar with. I sometimes talk as far as that companies that when it comes to doing retro releases of games, they know what they're doing when it comes to doing a new version. They're definitely one of them. In particular, them, Night Dive Studios is definitely one I always look forward to when they get a new game. There's that version of Killing Time they have coming up. I mentioned Killing Time last week's show. They're doing a new version of that. As we were going down the flower field, or whatever this is the, Cloudy Mountain. No. Cloudy Mountain was the... Wait, is that it? Oh, no. This is the Devil's Canyon. I was like, wait, we haven't gotten to Devil's Canyon yet. Actually, one thing it's worth pointing out. The US version has it different in terms of the way the sky is. We'll see that as we go. Wow. Also, you're like, hey, you know, I wish I'd have aspects as far as other aspects of my car. Because, like, yeah, I'm turning this way, and yeah, feasibly in other cases. Hold that thought. We'll show that off a little later when we get to the special display of this. But also, how are they simulating hills? That's the other thing. It's like, yeah, how do you do hills with graphics like this? Oh, this is how. You say, fine, we're going to simulate this way, and it looks so smooth. Like, this should look choppy as hell. I mean, fine, I guess it's a little choppy in terms of this compared to, like, a brand new game you'd look at, like a Forza Motorsport or something like that. But, my god, it still looks incredible. Okay, so yeah, we are getting to the seaside town. I don't know if Super Mario RPG paid attention to this when they had Seaside Town in that game, saying, hey, you know, we're going to name it that way as a nod to this game. They might have, but I didn't find any evidence they did, so for now, that's the idea. Also, by the way, if you go in the water, I'll show go in the water later, but when you go in the water, you don't sink. You just slow down. So you don't have to worry about that. Fine, in this case, we have too much stuff with traffic and other buildings to be worried about. So yeah, it becomes a tight fit. That's really where the challenge of this game is coming in. And also understanding how are the turns going, just like we had with Top Gear 2 before a couple weeks ago, and then where to brake and where to accelerate. Yeah, this game, above anything else, definitely teaches you that, and teaches you in a way that is, I think, something that is, as we mentioned, something you can easily kind of get a perspective on jumping into, and then saying, hey, we're going to be okay here. Okay, so now we're going to go to the right fully. So by going all the way to the right each way, we're heading over to the lakeside. And this is where goal E is going to be. Checkpoint. I do love that woman saying, checkpoint. Also, this is where you're noticing that the music loops near the end. It goes the and it's gonna keep doing that forever. Yeah, but DollyFinn, I get what you're saying also as far as remembering Coconut Beach, as far as where you start. It just has this great kind of feel to itself and something that you remember it, Not just you, as far as, yeah, you are remembering, as you're saying to me. But I remember it too, as far as what is just the experience, like, yeah, driving down the beach in the Ferrari. Even though there's not the licensed Ferrari, and even though I'm getting myself thrown out, and we're seeing the... Fine, so I have some time, I want to see what it's saying. Oh, it's the ice cream parlor. Okay, so yeah, we can go get ice cream. Yeah, perfect summer game, that's the other thing. Outrun is an amazing summer game. It's like, yeah, if you're looking for some of the best summer games around, Outrun is absolutely one to take. Amongst many others, but yeah, there's definitely a case of that. Alright, so we made it. Perfect.
Congratulations.
Okay, and so we're getting a trophy. Alright, so yeah, I'll have my trophy now. Okay, well, I got kissed, but my girlfriend is saying, like, yeah, stay away from my man. So... that's an interesting thing, too. And sometimes something has been joked as far as the idea of, is that necessarily a sexist thing? Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd say it is, because I think this game, the thing about Outrun, it always has been, there's something very tongue-in-cheek in it, because they say, like, hey, with Outrun 2, the perspective that you're, driving around, you're taking orders as far as the girl driving, like, wait a second, hold on, why are they doing that? And also, why is that a perspective? But it's also something that... there's something very tongue-in-cheek, I think, about how this is... in fact, we're going to run Splash Wave, because we haven't gotten the end of that one yet. I think that's the thing about what this game kind of is doing, really. And I know in Outrun 2 and 2006, when it comes to the heart attack mode, you have different girls you're driving around, as it is. And they'll have different challenges that way. But it's also something that, yeah, as we see with the way that we're going to get to the goals, I think that's the other key. Like, hey, we saw the one where our car broke down, right at the end. We got to the end, and our car broke down. That one, I got the trophy, and I then got kissed by somebody else. And she's like, yeah, what are you doing? But we're going to go to Gold D, and as far as getting to Gold D, I want to get a sense of where we have not gone yet, which would be... actually, we didn't see the gateway, so we're going to go towards the gateway, and that is... I'm going to go a different way on that one. In fact, we'll go to the wheat field, I think. Yeah, because you can also vary this up. You're like, hey, I want to go feasibly whatever way to get to whatever goal I want. So I can take a left. Fine, unless you're going to goals A or E, you don't always have to take the same path. Every other one, you can go anywhere you want and eventually end up where you need to be. So we'll do, after we go through wheat field here, we'll go to the right, we'll go back to the Alps. Shit. Yeah, fine. It is a wheat field. It definitely is, well, indicated that way. But also, like, yeah, there's, like, dead trees here. So, yeah, what happened here? So it's also, that's the other thing I think about this game. In some ways, the levels are kind of telling a story, but not necessarily something like, what is the story? Because, fine, there's not been versions of Outrun that said, like, oh, by the way, the wheat field is a case, like, I don't know, there's a famine or something with trees or something. But fine, it's not really a famine either, because, hey, the wheat is up. Nice golden brown. So at that point, there's going to be a nice harvest. So it's the kind of thing you can feasibly kind of come up with that idea yourself, and just that idea of kind of giving that perspective of, I guess, where you're going. And the other Outrun games do that as well, as far as how they are. Of which the other arcade ones we're pointing out are... the sequel to this is Turbo Outrun, which got home ports on some of the home computers. I never played it. there's Outrunners, which I played the arcade version. I'm going to the right on this one. Outrunners is amazing in the arcade. It's horrible on the Sega Genesis, unfortunately, because yeah, the Genesis didn't really set that perspective well as far as how. I think that was the System 32 board that Outrunners ran on. I think if that's not right, I'll say below which system board it was. But the Genesis did not emulate it well. Unlike emulating this, you think, well, how could the Genesis handle this? Well, the Genesis found the way to handle this, and actually is pretty impressive. And then after Outrunners, there was Outrun 2. And then, yeah, 2006 was the home sequel to that. Then there was Outrun Online Arcade, which was a sort of pared down version of Coast to Coast, sort of, that's no longer available because of the Ferrari licenses. There's Outrun Europa, which is on Game Gear, which I've heard not so hot things about. I'm trying to think of the other ones. Yeah, there's Outrun 3D. That's the one with the 3D glasses from Sega Master System. There's 3D Outrun, which is the 3DS one. Yeah, I'll keep going right. I just want to make sure also that I'm going the right direction. Yeah, going. All right, because we're going to Gateway. Which I think we are. It doesn't look like Gateway. Yeah, we are. This is Gateway. In this case, yeah, you're running through the tunnel. Fine, it's not the tunnel really so much as it's the, yeah, the arches there. At that point, you don't have as much room to maneuver. When traffic gets heavy, which is getting heavier just by default as we go along. Unless I say, you know what, screw it, let's turn it off completely, which I can show turn off completely. Yeah, you have less room to maneuver. Ow. Yeah, with the rock, he's like, yeah, that crashing into that. You do get the great aspect of Splash Wave. And there's only 3 tracks of music, which is worth pointing out when we get to the special side of this. There's new pieces of music that are exclusive to this version, and also ones that were pulled from the 3DS release. We'll get into those, and actually, they are remixes of games from, other Outrun games. And we'll get to those as we go. Also, yeah, there is one other version of Outrun. I do need to go to the right, I think. As long as I didn't hit the lakeside, which I don't think I did. No, yeah, I didn't. The Autobahn. Actually, I'm actually sort of cutting it close. A little. But fine, I get tons of time. Yeah, this is the Autobahn. Okay. So yeah, as long as I don't, crash too much, we'll make this. Yeah, the other version of Outrun, sort of, is... There was the Sega Ages 2500 version of Outrun, because Sega had this thing in Japan. They wanted to have budget remakes of old arcade games of theirs. Oh, right, this is the Autobahn, because they split it. So they split the highway up onto 2 sides. So they made budget line versions or remakes of Sega arcade games. Outrun is one of them, and then they released a bunch of them as they were in Japan as their own releases for like 2,500 yen. Actually, that's why it was called that. It's like about 25, 30 bucks, more or less, as far as the cost. As far as them in the US, we got Sega Classics Collection, which is on the PlayStation 2, that a bunch of them ported in, and the Outrun was in it. The Outrun is one of the better games in this, and actually, I might not make this, so I'm going to try and see what I can do. Okay, we made it. Just made it. Yeah, in this case, yeah, screw the traffic. We're going our way through. Ooh, just made it.
Congratulations.
Alright, so hi everybody. So good to see you. Oh yeah, so here's the thing, because like, yeah, in this case, yeah, she's getting the trophy. So at this point, yeah, they twisted it around. So it's that, yeah, I did the driving, but then the girl's getting the trophy. But in that case, yeah, for putting up with how it was going, yeah, feasibly she's in deserving case of it. Alright, so that's Goldie. And we'll show off C and A, and then we will go to the special mode. And I'll turn on new for that. Yeah, but that Sega Classics Collection, I did pick that up about a year or so ago. They're remakes of these games. They are not the original games. For Outrun, they did 3D perspective of it, and they also had enhanced music, redone music. It's not bad, although compared to I'm gonna run past the for this. Compared to Outrun 2, it looks nowhere near as good. And Outrun 2 is absolutely a great way to go, although it's not exactly a remake of the original. But there's some remakes in that are not that great, and in fact, that's being nice. Because they remade a bunch of other games in that. They remade Alien Syndrome, which is actually kind of hard to see. They remade Columns, which is okay. They had a pretty good version of Virtua Racing called Virtua Racing Flatout, which at the time was pretty close to the arcade release. Although the Switch now has an arcade release that Arcade Archives, or find that Sega Ages from M2 did. So that's the way to go on that one. But then they also had a new version of Golden Axe, which is part of that 2500 line. And oh my god, that version's awful. Oh my god, it's terrible. It looks bad. The music's okay, but it also slows it down insanely. I'm gonna go to the left. It's pretty atrocious. So in that case, not everything was great, and it also was a case that at the time it's something that, it didn't have the original games in it, which fine. I guess that was the purpose, but then the case that a lot of reviewers didn't like it at the time, because they said, hey, at that time Sega was not doing tons of classic game compilations, they were doing a couple. But for this one, they're like, where the original version of this, and why you have these remakes. Some of which are absolutely worse, like Alien Syndrome is okay, I guess. But Golden Axe is a travesty. Even Golden Axe Beast Rider, which is on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, that's better. It looks better and has more ideas to itself. Oh, okay, fine. I stopped in the middle of nothing because I guess the hitbox of the tree was off on the side. But I do have that collection. We can show that, definitely, for sure, just to give some ideas of it. And as far as where I want to go next... Oh, shit. I was like, I gotta keep my eyes on the road. So, okay, what we'll do is we'll go to Alps again, and then we'll go to Old Capitol. And since DollyFinn, you said initially go to the left to Death Valley, we're going to go to the right when we get there. So I do have to have sort of a map. I do have written down as far as how the paths are, kind of going into the branching way. And something that Sega did try doing stuff with the branching paths like this, with things like Shadow the Hedgehog. In fact, Shadow the Hedgehog kind of has the same structure as this. So in a way, you can almost say Shadow the Hedgehog was pulling off of Outrun, although I don't know if Sega would specifically say that they were, but it is the same idea. You start in the same location, and you kind of go around based on choices you make. But like this game, that one's telling story, and that one is a case where it's kind of fine, it's definitely off. But we'll come back to Shadow the Hedgehog because I do have to unlock the super hard mode, and I have to actually unlock it. So there's not going to be an easy way for me to do that. When I do, we'll do that as a dedicated show. Because we showed it the first time, but we'll show it again. It might be worth coming back to, especially after Sonic X Shadow Generations comes out, and also after Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the movie, is out in December. I'll see if I can... I probably should do it next year, because next year is 20 years since Shadow the Hedgehog, so I guess, fine. I guess I put an ultimatum on myself. I guess I gotta do it next year then. Okay, fair enough. But I'm still starting to think of what are we doing next year outside of stuff that... Okay, so we're going left like we did before. So we're going back to Old Capitol, but when we get to the end of this, instead of going to Death Valley, we're going to go the other way. And thank you, DollyFinn, by the way, for giving us our first perspective of Roll. And actually, I'm running this in arcade mode. You're probably wondering why this specifically. Because I want to see if when you're playing through this release, if you get... do you get something if you go through all the paths? Because there are tune-up options, you can see this a little bit. You get those by going through the paths on special mode when you first start playing this. And then if you go through all five, get to all 5 goals, you get the arcade way of playing like we're playing now. Whoa! In this case, I'm also saying, like, wait till the trees are out of the way before I get my way in. Which, without the extra stuff of time on this, we'd never have going specifically. Yeah. Okay, no, this is all... Okay, no, it is all capitals. Like, yeah, there's a lot of trees. Oh, no, yeah, we're all capital now. Yeah, because it starts with the dead trees, and then it starts with the ancient buildings. Okay, so fine. In this case, we're going on the right. So left was Death Valley, right is Desolation Hill. As you've seen, goal. A goal? Is it goal? I think it's goal. Fine. You know what? I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to highlight this with the mouse. Yeah, foot goal. All right, there you go. There you go. Goal. Actually fitting because, yeah, the credits for this Sega Ages Outrun release, it is almost like a football perspective, you know, cheering at a stadium for Outrun to the tune of their aspect of Magical Sound Shower is, yeah, Desolation Hill is insanely tight. Look at this. I think this might be the tightest road in the game. On top of the fact that it's old castles, and yeah, you have even less room to maneuver, and tons of traffic. And just for variety's sake, I'll tell you what we're going to do for Path A, or Goal A. And sand. So yeah, this place definitely is desolate, so yeah, it lives up to its name. Yeah. Okay, yeah. And also, based on speed, as we're pointing out, we're like, why did I spin out instead of get myself thrown out of the car, or ourselves thrown out of the car? If you're not going super fast, you'll just have to spin out, even if you hit a solid object. I guess also the thing with the trees as well, if you hit it straight on. There you go. At sandy perspective, like, yeah, there we go. We made it. Here's goal, as you said.
Congratulations.
So it's like an Egyptian perspective. We are in an aspect with camels. We got a magic lamp. Oh, and he is now part of a harem. So that was feasibly his wish. So I was like, all right, fine. And the girl's probably looking and saying, like, yeah, you're like, yeah, I don't know you anymore. I don't ever want to see you again after this. Fine. We never see what happens when, you know, after the goals happen. Also, the other thing fine, we don't know anything, as I said, about the story to this. So we feasibly don't know what happens, or it is feasibly a canonical ending to this game, because fine, I guess there isn't really. But okay, there you go. So that is, course C. And I'm going to do course A. And the way I'm going to do course A is... I'm going to go on options again. I'm going to turn on... I'm going to put difficulty to hard. That increases the traffic. I'm going to put on kilometers just because... And let's also take... Fine, let's have one more run here of the deluxe cabinet. Let's do a reset on that. And you can also turn stuff on as far as adjusting volumes and things like that. So, let's listen to Magical Sound Shower one more time. And when we get to the other thing, we'll listen to new tracks. Okay. Yeah, another drive down the road, and also on top of that, as I go, I'm also looking as far as the other takes on Outrun. Right, because there was, I mentioned Outrun Europa, Outrun 2, 2006, Coast to Coast, Turbo Outrun, Outrunners. There's also, there is Battle Outrun, which is on the Sega Master System. It's actually one of the first games developed by Arc System Works, who made BlazBlue and Sonic Drift 1 and 2. So actually before they made that, they made this. Or they made Battle Outrun. And also another Code Recollection on Switch is theirs as well. I never played that one. Actually, I've never really played much as far as Sega Master System is concerned. Although I realized that Judgment and Lost Judgment have tons of old Sega Master System games on it. Oh, none of the Outrun games. Not that one. In fact, I don't think Battle Outrun was ever ported, as far as I know. I think it's still stuck on the Sega Master System, and yeah, I gotta get back on the road. Yeah, I think that's basically it as far as what it was on Outrun, but yeah, tons of ports on this across everything. Okay, so I've been going to one thing. I know you mentioned, and fine, Montague K's on the show. I know you mentioned, he's mentioned before the ZX Spectrum. I'll have to ask him this, unless maybe you know, perhaps, because I know you said you're friends with him. Did he ever play the ZX Spectrum version of Outrun? I'll have a picture of what that looks like. I remember hearing it wasn't a bad version. I actually heard the Amstrad CPC. That apparently was the really bad one. In fact, I'm trying to remember. I think there was something where I think they used that as they looked at that and they kind of were doing everything they could to avoid that when they made the Amiga and Commodore 64 editions. Okay, yeah, by the way, for path A, we've got to go all the way to the left. Yeah, because that's the other thing. Yeah, despite the fact that this was a case of a Sega game, fine, they ported this to a bunch of things, and fine, even on consoles, because on the TurboGrafx 16, like, wait a second, that's an NEC machine. Like, you'd think we wouldn't get a version of that, but the answer is yes, we did. In fact, actually, I think the TurboGrafx 16 Mini... Fine, the TurboGrafx 16 Mini has a port of Space Harrier on it. I don't remember if it has Outrun on it. If it does, when we show off Splatterhouse in October, I will briefly mention, because we're going to talk about everything that's on that unit. So probably like an hour and a half again, talk about everything that's on it. And actually, I have to play everything on that before I even get to showing that show, because my experience with TurboGrafx 16 is pretty limited. So at that point, I got to know a little bit about what some of these games are. That's a bit of a blind spot, and that's going to be our first TurboGrafx 16 play that's not... Well, fine, it is going to be our first TurboGrafx 16 play, because Castlevania Run of Blood was PC Engine Super CD 2. Or basically the TurboGrafx CD. So technically, they're two different systems. And it was M2, I believe, who also did the port jobs on that. Oh, yeah, it was. No, I remember, it was. Okay, so we're going to make it in the left. So after we went through the desert, still the way it was, we are going towards the wilderness. You like your great outdoors as far as that, maybe going camping in the late days of the summer now that we're at.
Checkpoint.
Here we are at this case. But yeah, it looks like a, fine, we had the desert before. It's not exactly a tundra either, because it seems like there's still kind of, sort of some life here. And billboards, so people are putting stuff up here as far as like, hey, you know, the M2 thing, as far as M2 motorcycling. But yeah, I guess we'll see as we go. Yeah, it looks like there's a sort of a city in the background. So yeah, like Top Gear 2, kind of the idea of the background's telling a story that way and seeing like, hey, where we are. So giving you a sense of that atmosphere in the location you're at, which is always something cool. And how they would feasibly differentiate aspects of that when it came to this. And early days of racing. Whoa! Yeah, like, hang on, but yeah, that's fine. That's the other game. That's not this one. Fine, it's kind of similar, so fine. If you played Hang On, this actually is going to be kind of not off the beaten path for you like that game was. Or fine, just it's going to be like that in case. We have to make the left on Winston Hill. So, by going down Winston Hill or up Winston Hill, we're going over to the vineyard. Fine, that's the other thing. Like, hey, when you're driving down the road, like sometimes they say this with California, but also other cases of other places. Yeah, you're seeing like, hey, the vineyards or the wineries and things like that around. So feasibly, I guess the bushes where you'll get berries off or grapes and things for making wines or something. Oh, feasibly, yeah, it looks like, I don't know, like there's fine, something was harvested here specifically, as you have the nice mountains in the background. Ah, crap. But also, I guess, is a good case of having the crash there, so you can kind of get a sense of, like, look, what are we really looking at? But we'll get to the end now, as it is, soon enough. Actually, wait a second. You know, I want to look at something before you do that. Okay, so the bushes are not an object you crash into. I did not know that. Or fine, the wine thing is not a case of that. Or fine, the brambles or the branches. To be fair, whenever I played this game, I'd never be good enough to do this without, feasibly cheating. But fine, it's an option. Yeah, they also shifted that way. It's like, yeah, screw this, guys. We're going over here. Made it. Alright, so what we're doing at the vineyard. I throw it up in the air. I find the guys are also saying like, hey, there's the flag girl, the bikini girl. They dropped my ass on the pavement. She's upset as far as that, but then she's also, I mean, I guess she is. Yeah, the girlfriend, I guess, is upset about that. Thinking, why are you doing this to my boyfriend? And fine, if the Crescendo 64 was here, he'd probably say like, She's just jealous that hers aren't as big. Feasibly, that would be his case, I think. I'll have to ask him if he ever saw it. Fine. I don't think he has because... Oh, no, SG. Fine, let's go to SOG, I should say. I put SG, perhaps, but I'll do that later. Because fine, the versions of it he has it out because of the 0. So at that point, he's like, fine, that's what I got. Actually, as far as the hard difficulty, I don't know what really made that much harder. But that being said, yeah, because the version he only has the Yakuza games. He doesn't have this. So I don't know if you saw the end of it, because he said specifically, you'll have seen it as far as what I was saying, like, hey, I'm not that good at this game. But that being said, like, hey, playing it more and getting feasibly really good at it. Okay, so we're going to turn the start menu. So here's how this is going to work now. So now we showed that. You have the special mode, and that does also confirm to me one thing, which is going into the play aspect of this. Going for all five goals on arcade mode does not give you anything extra, which is fine. So I'm going in here. I'm going to change this stuff up. We're going to go time limit this way. I'm going to change to new. This is going to be... We're going to run the special mode and new. So this is going to be the US layout of the courses. As far as the display, we're going full because when it comes to running this, and the wallpaper is not going to matter because it's fully filling out the screen. They did redo this game in the special mode, as you can see right now. Look at this, it is running at 60 FPS. It was 30 frames per second when it came out in 1986. Actually, when it came out on the Sega Saturn, which was in the Sega Ages collection, which is a very expensive collection, it was published by Working Designs, although it was under their name Spaz, which is a collection that had this... I always forget what the last two games were in that. But they did have a 60 frame per second option in that. But then when the 3DS version came out, M2 said, okay, let's take that, let's give it native widescreen. So they basically redrew the graphics you're seeing right now, so that we saw that in 4:3 ratio as far as for the original arcade graphics, and it was 4:3 on the Saturn in that release. They said, hey, let's redraw this specifically by hand to get it so it's a native widescreen. So I'm going to talk about how does widescreen work for older games. The fact that you could squeeze it out, it's like, hey, you have a modern HD TV like this, and the display you're going to be seeing this on is a full widescreen now. You think, like, wait a second, would you want to fill the screen out? I know that sometimes come up as far as on the show, as far as guests, but also just in general as far as that discussion. And they do like, hey, if you have screen real estate, you're going to want to use it, right? Yes, but it's also something that, with a lot of older games, they weren't made for a display like this. So sometimes when you squeeze it out, it seems like it fills the screen, but it doesn't look right as far as how it seems like it's scrunched in, perhaps. But then you have other games. We've shown this before. When we played Super Mario Sunshine, we showed it this way. I'll let the demo go, as it is just as I explain this. Where they had a 16:9 option, which they did use, but they did have to kind of cheat with it a little bit as far as getting it to stretch the picture out. I mean, it still looked okay. You wouldn't necessarily know it if you didn't specifically look into it that way. And I know the cutscenes, the way they handle the cutscenes, definitely they zoomed the cutscenes in to make that happen. That's how they did that for that game. But for this game, M2 did go to the degree of saying, hey, let's take this graphical perspective of itself and then stretch it by pretty much repainting it so this is a native widescreen perspective. Or it's like the Sonic the Hedgehog ports to the mobile platforms. The ones Christian Whitehead and Simon Tomley did. So Sonic 1, 2, and Sonic CD, and also the one third in Sonic Origins, which I have on Switch as is, where that widescreen version, they did redraw the pixels as far as it, so it basically takes the screen up for a widescreen display, but isn't losing anything specifically. Even though right there, as you're seeing, the cars are technically not going all the way across the screen as far as seeing like what the best times and best scores are. As you have the aspects of insert coins. Also, one other thing, if you hit the Y button, this mode, or this special mode, it gives you icons as far as this, and when you get to each of the goals, you unlock new powers. You unlock the steering wheel, the bumpers, the engine, and the tires. And you can also turn these all on at the same time, or in combination with each other like this. And I will show these specifically, because at some point we're going to show these, because, yeah, this is a site, because Yeah, that looks cool, but here's the idea. You turn all these on, because here's what happens. Change your car color. In the case of the tires, it basically turns it into like a convertible that stretches it out. But what this does is it actually gives you new attributes. So what happens with the tires is when you go off-road, you don't lose speed at all. When you turn the engine on, your speed is higher, so you actually go faster. When you have the bumpers on, it'll let you recover from crashes faster. You remember how we were getting ourselves thrown out of the car? That's not happening anymore. You will always do a spin out no matter what you crash into when you're using that. And then you have the steering wheel, which is you will be able to turn better. Now you can turn these off or on. I'll tell you how I'm going to handle this. For each of the paths to this, I'm going to go with just one by default. So we're going to start just the normal way we have. And I'll turn one on at a time, and then I'll mix and match and eventually show off every one. Also, let's talk the music, because this release gave new music. Well, okay, the 3DS version gave new music. And to make up for the fact that the 3D option from 3DS is not in this, they do give you new pieces of music. And before I go in, because I believe it's going to time out if I do this, you have different pieces of music. Specifically, you have Cruising Line. Actually, you know what? Fine. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We'll go in on this. I'll show you what they are, and I'll talk about them later as far as what they are. You get Driver's Megamix Volume 1 exclusive to this on the tape. Cruising Line, Camino A Mi Amor, Radiation Nostalgic Version, Step on Beat Arcade Edition, and Midnight Highway Playback. We'll play this one.
Get ready.
This is exclusive to this version as... Oh, wait. Actually, no, the Midnight Highway is not exclusive to the version. I'm wrong. This is from, actually, this is in 3D Outrun, the 3DS game. I'll go into that as well. And also the music credits, because some of these are not just by Hiroshi Kawaguchi, who did the music for the game normally. We'll go on those later. In fact, I'll go on them in between races. Also, we're going to show the fact that since we're running on new mode as well now, along with this nice 60 FPS option as far as how it looks, and the native widescreen, it looks amazing. And then clearly did all the work to put into this. I know that for a fact because they also said, hey, we did 3D Sonic the Hedgehog on 3DS. They went back and they basically painted the 3D perspective of this. Basically redid all the backgrounds of every area of the game by hand to show depth into it. They're like, my God, yeah, that's unbelievable that they went to that degree. And as far as this, like, hey, you know, this is what's going on with our perspective of speed. So, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go... Actually, I'm going to go left here. Actually, the ones that change specifically are actually the first two paths. So in the Japanese version, we went to the wheat field. In the US release, and actually I believe the European release as well, the international releases, as they say,
Checkpoint.
we don't. We have Gateway. So they put Gateway at the start, and the other way as Devil's Canyon. So they give you the harder ones first, as far as these. Which I guess makes sense in the sense of, hey, you know, we're going to have the fact you got to show your worth as you go through the start. But Jesus, look at this. I mean, this looks smooth as far as how it was normally, but at 60 FPS, it's like playing the game anew. That's what it is, and that's what I love about this release, and that's what I love about all the Sega Ages releases that came out on this system. They took the original games, they said, let's give them to you the way you remember them and the way they were, as much as we can. But let's also have it so that, hey, you have a new way to experience it, or new options, or new emulations of things that normally it didn't have. Which can go to other aspects of that, because I know of the 3D, or no, fine, as far as the 3D Classics games I have the Outrun, I do have that, which is amazing. I have Super Hang-On, which actually for a while was my only version of Outrun, or about Super Hang-On, I should say. And this is the same, we're going to the desert. Actually, the rest of this is going to be the same as far as the path. I'm going to path A, or goal A to start. On 3DS, I have the 3D Outrun, I have 3D Super Hang-On, and I have 3D Space Harrier. All of which are great. And I also have the Sega 3D Classics Collection, which is actually the second one that Japan got. It's the only one we got. There are, I think, 3 or 4 of them that Japan had. I think it's the third one that has Outrun in it, and Turbo Outrun, I believe, was on one of them, which... the fact we didn't get that in the US really pisses me off. And they weren't even downloadable either. Or fine, at least the Battle Outrun one wasn't. So yeah, I have everything that's in those. As far as on Switch is concerned, I have Sonic 1 and 2. I have this. I have G-Lock. I have Space Harrier as well, because they added a new mode for Space Harrier. I have Lightning Force, Quest of the Dark Star, which is Thunder Force 4. And Virtua Racing. In fact, actually, Virtua Racing, true story on this one. Virtua Racing on this system was kind of the reason I bought Switch when I did. Because I knew it was coming out. They said, hey, Virtua Racing is being ported to this. They said it's going to be perfect for it. I said, and M2 was doing it. Oh my god, I want to get this. That was the time when I said, I think I gotta start thinking about buying a Switch. I was thinking to buy a Switch anyway, just for some of the stuff that was on it, like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Because it was a couple months after it came out. I said, hey, you know, that's the case where I'll buy a Switch. I didn't buy it right away. So I said, okay, fine, we're going to get to doing this. This is the game. That was the game that Virtua Racing port kind of got the push for me, saying, hey, I want to get this. And then the way I bought the Switch was actually in kind of reverse order in actually summer 5 years ago in 2018, where I saw that Nintendo put the Pro Controller's price down for E3 to about $50. It's normally $70, which costs more than a game does on this console, as far as the release, unless it's Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I would say Twilight Princess. They haven't announced Twilight Princess for this, and I don't think it's coming out on this, even though it's been rumored forever. And the thought is that, hey, you know, Nintendo basically is pretty much saying it's done. Fine. The rumor is that it's done, that they took the HD version from Wii U of that, and also of Wind Waker, and said, fine, when there's nothing in the schedule, we're going to say, hey, we're going to announce this and release it. But we don't know if that's true or not, because it's been forever. We talked about this when we did Majora's Mask 2 years ago, and we haven't seen a damn thing about it. So fine, we are getting a new Zelda game. We're getting Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom that's coming out only about a month from now, so it's actually not too far. But, yeah, so as far as these, the controller costs as much as Zelda Tears of the Kingdom does normally. It's $70. It was $50. I said, fine, for that price I'm getting it, and I didn't have the console yet, but I said, okay, I guess I gotta get this console now. So I said, let me look for a setup of a game, of a release of it. So I found Best Buy had a deal of it where you could buy it and they gave you a free SD card, a micro SD card, so you have more storage space, which I've since enhanced as far as even more storage space than what I got, which I got a good amount on top of what that was. And then while I waited for that to ship, because I ordered it online, I went and bought Code of Princess because it was like $15. Code of Princess, by the way, now on Switch is actually a game that goes for like $80. So actually it's gone up quite a bit in price. And I got the Switch. And as soon as it came in, I think it was like a couple days after that the Sega Ages release of Virtua Racing came out, and I bought that. And then later they released this, and actually no, right before they released this, and then I bought this as it was, and some of the other Sega Ages releases, which are all fantastic.
Congratulations.
I'd recommend them all. The only one I can't recommend is the one that actually is no longer available. It actually has been delisted, and that is Shinobi, the original one from 1987. From what I understand, apparently there's some connection with the musician Madonna in that game or something. I don't know what it is, but that version has been delisted. Every other one is available for $8, and they put them on sale every so often as far as what they are. And I guess that's why they delisted. I'll have to look and see, like, why did that original Shinobi game, as I have SOH as opposed to G, on this one? I don't know why that was, or how that happened, or what that was going on. But I'll see if I can find something. But it's also worth pointing out, as far as that original Shinobi game, actually, I don't know if they delisted the Xbox Live Arcade version, and I don't remember if... Fine, okay, let me rephrase that. I don't know if they delisted the Xbox Live Arcade version because I don't know if it's backwards compatible with the Xbox One, Series S and X. If it is, you might be able to buy it, but I don't know. If it isn't, I know it's gone because of the Xbox 360 shop closure that just happened a couple weeks ago. So it might be one of those cases. One thing I'm going to do is we are going to turn on the steering wheel. So it'll show each aspect of these individually. And I'm going to show the next piece of music. Midnight, oh wait a second, hold on. I'm going to beat. I forgot. I want to talk about that piece of music because I did play Midnight Highway. That came out of the 3D Outrun game. They added that specifically for it. It was composed by Chikado Kamatani, who did music for Alex Kidd and the Enchanted Castle for the Sega Genesis and Mystic Defender. And I believe it's she, as far as this. Did sound design on Phantasy Star 2, the Sega Master System versions of Gain Ground, which is another Sega Ages release on this, and eSWAT Cyber Police, as well as the Game Gear version of Geolog Air Battle. And also did sound on Golden Axe Warrior, which is on the Sega Master System, which is actually really rare on the system now. It's actually very much like Zelda. So fitting I brought Zelda up. I planned that, I swear to God. But anyway, it is in that, and actually that Shinobi game, the original Shinobi game, is in the Sonic's Ultimate Genesis collection, which I have on Xbox 360, so at some point we can show those as they are. As far as the other pieces of music, fine, there's Radiation. Let's do Radiation. This actually was a redone version of a song from Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast, which is on PS2, PSP, Xbox, and PC. It was Hiroshi Kawaguchi who did the composing of that for that game. And for the 3DS version, they said, hey, let's give you a new version of this as you go, as far as the nostalgic version, so it's kind of the chiptune sound. And now, with the steering wheel, yeah, look at that steering. It's even smoother. I'm steering a lot faster as it is. So yeah, these tune-up options they give you, they do change the way the game plays. And it gives you more of a reason to come back and play this. In fact, so much so, then we get to the next upgrade. I'm actually going to turn it off as far as the, turn off the, the time thing. Actually, yeah, this is pretty cool. I mean, as far as what it was. And yeah, especially if you played Outrun 2006 or 2. Actually, no, this was in 2006. This is only in 2006. It has this great, like, kind of lounge sound to itself. Especially stuff with the instruments. And we're going to go to B goal this time with the steering. But yeah, even hearing the idea of how it sounds, basically the idea that this is what it would sound like if it was running on the chipset of this original game. Yeah, same deal as last time. We're going through the gateway, but instead of going to the desert, we're going to go back to the Alps. Let's see how does the Alps run in 60 FPS. I also like the subtle detail of the fact that they changed the car color. Fine, it's not subtle in the sense that you don't notice it, but in case that, hey, that indicates that that's how your steering is going to be a bit better with the steering wheel you have equipped. But yeah, it also gives the idea, like, hey, you don't have car color customization in this game normally. So along with adding an extra perk to the car, it does let you do that. So it does look pretty nice. Very snazzy. That's something Outrun 2 in 2006 will let you do, where you can actually change that. And I also do love the spin out there. And especially with it running with the way it's doing now, it also even looks better. Because you see the sense that, oh yeah, there's the people in the car going. Yeah, this keep go. Okay, yeah, I just missed the rock. I was like, am I gonna hit the rock? No, I'm not gonna hit the rock. Okay. At least not yet. I've hit it more than enough times that way. Okay, we're going to the right now. We're going to the Alps. In fact, we'll go DollyFinn to where you said as far as Death Valley, so we'll take a look at that next.
Checkpoint.
Okay. You seem to go more, and it looks really, really nice. But it's also... The thing about this 60 FPS option, I'll say this, is that it's not a case where you get the sense that, oh, it totally obsoletes the original version. Because sometimes you have games that will enhance a frame rate or something like that, or enhance some aspect of the original design of a game when it comes to a new version. Like, yeah, play this new version, there's no reason to go back to the old one. Even if you're like me and you're like, oh my god, I love the original. You're like, fine, also you show go in the water. Yeah, it does nothing. You're just hydroplaning. But with this one, not really, because even though it is 60 FPS, it's still insanely smooth the other way as far as the original way of looking at it. So they're both good ways of being able to kind of experience this. I guess an example I can think of actually kind of like that, as far as, you know, making the game better that way, is Phantasy Star 2. Because the Sega Genesis Mini 2 unit gives the option for an easier mode and makes it so that the stat stuff as far as level ups and things No, right, you don't have random battles happening nearly as much. So at that point, it's something that it actually is a lot more approachable. So it's one of those cases where, yeah, if you never played Phantasy Star 2, I think play that version. Especially because it has the enhancement. And there is a version of Phantasy Star 1 on this, or as far as the Sega Ages release. In fact, I'll talk about all the Sega Ages releases a little later. Because even as far as how we're going, we're showing the whole way of the game. We're not going to take nearly as long for this game as sometimes we do. Fine, it goes with the game. I've said that. Like, I wouldn't necessarily elongate a show if for no reason. But sometimes, hey, the games might take longer because we're playing in terms of, you know, one show or also multiple. I mean, fine. I realized that when it came to the show I'm actually going to have recorded, or that I've recorded, and I'm in the process of editing for actually the week we will not be on live. That's going to be on September 7th. We are going to go left, so DollyFinn said, yeah, we want to go to Death Valley. We're going to Death Valley in 60 FPS mode now. Yeah, the footage are for Pokemon Violet for the last part of the post-game content before we eventually do the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero on Edwax request. I have 8.5 hours worth of footage. I didn't realize it was that much until I stopped and looked at the stuff I recorded over the past week or so when I had time in between everything else I had. So when I looked at that, I said, okay, fine, that's going to be so much. I'm actually putting the show earlier. So you were still, basically, long story short, you're going to still get a show. I'll go into this schedule at the end of the show tonight to say that, yeah, September 7th, I'm not going to be here, but I'm going to be giving you a show still as far as on the YouTube site as opposed to on Twitch here. We're recording now. Yeah, but here we are in Death Valley again, and it does look really, really nice. It also looked really nice before, so it's not a case that it's obsoleting the other one. And it gives you options both ways. You're like, oh my god, I don't want to play this game in 60 FPS, I want to play it the old way. Yeah, go ahead, play it the old way. It's still great the old way. If you also want it to be smoother, there you go. Although it's worth pointing out, if you do want to play it the old way, you do have to go through and get all the paths beaten, or going through all the goals. Yeah, there our new car with the steering wheel. Fine, we didn't upgrade the tires, so fitting that everything else breaks. Specifically for that, you do have to go through this as far as it before you can unlock the arcade mode in this release. Just something to keep in mind, but that's that idea. So it's the best of both worlds, really. Yeah, and that great dreamy music. You know, I'm gonna let that play before I hit the last letter in. Yeah, it puts you in a good mood. Basically, I think maybe a good case of like a lullaby to children. Actually, I think I saw at one point there's like a lullaby CD, like lullaby versions of video game music, like Mega Man 2 and Castlevania and things like that. Honestly, I could see this piece of music in particular being something you put that on a what is it? On a loop that way. It would be set. A nice, relaxing case at the end of a long drive. Unfortunately, the way the game works in the original game is like this as well. It does cut off as soon as the best outrunners comes up on the screen. One thing I'm going to briefly do, though, is I'm going to go back in the options. I'm going to change... Oh, no, I do have the difficulty on default. Oh, no, I'm going to turn on the time limit to normal. And the reason for that is because, one, I'm going to turn on now as far as the upgrade is with the Y button. I'm going to turn on... Yeah, let's say I use the engine to get a nice orange. And next up, we're going to play Step on Beat, Arcade Edition. As far as this track, this comes from the Sega Genesis version of Outrun. It's the first work by Masayoshi Ishii, who did the music for Tempo on 32X, as well as the Real Fishing games from PlayStation and Dreamcast. Real Fishing 1, 2, and Real Fishing Wild. I guess it's not starting this automatically, so that's good, so I will wait on this. He also did the music for Blood Will Tell, Tezuka Osamu's Dororo, which is based on the manga by the creator of Astro Boy. It is also the most expensive game on the PlayStation 2 from Sega, so if you have that, hold on to it. He also did the music for Something for Nikki. Nikki loves the Cooking Mama games. Masayoshi Ishii did the music for all of the games in this franchise, all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, Cookstar, the most recent one from a couple years ago. Many of the other ones. He also is the music director on the Mario Party games since Mario Party 9. So it'd be Mario Party 9, Mario Party 10, Super Mario Party on Switch. He did the music for Mario Party The Top 100 for 3DS, and also for Mario Party Superstars. And I guess he'll probably be involved in Super Mario Party Jamboree, which is out in 2 months on Switch. And he also did the music for Yoshi's New Island for 3DS. So feasibly, if you hate the kazoo sounds for some of the pieces of music in that game, he's the one you want to blame for that. I mean, they're kind of discordant, I'm not going to lie, that way. Fitting for the kind of game it is, but like, yeah, it kind of sounds weird. But his first work was doing the music for the Sega Genesis version of Outrun, and he made Step on Beat, and they remixed it for the 3D Outrun game on 3DS, and we're going to take a listen. It's nice. It's actually really, really cool. So on top of that Sega Genesis version being a surprisingly good conversion of a game that, tech-wise, you think, like, could the Genesis handle this? They came with a really good way of it, and they added extra stuff and really good music that goes along with it, including this new track that was for it. And all feels in style of what you hear from this game normally. And it gives you more options as far as saying, like, hey, I love those 3 pieces of music. But like, yeah, would you want more music? Yeah, well, they got more music that way, too. And yeah, look at this blazing here. We're going at 333 kilometers per hour. Look at that. That's also the reason I turned off the thing with the, what is it? The extra time. He's like, fine, we're not going to need the extra time, because look at us blazing through Coconut Beach. In record time, specifically. It's still same rules before. You do have to get your sets going as far as the high speed. Alright, so now we're going to the Devil's Canyon. It's here now. And unlike the Japanese setup of this, it is a sunset. I do like the way this is a sunset as far as how it looks. But kind of a subtle thing that way, as far as the fact that, hey, they changed between the different versions. And I didn't know that for years. Although, to be honest, most of the re-releases of Outrun were based, I believe, on their region's version. So that would mean that the Japanese releases would be based on the Japanese version, whereas every other place would be based on the international crap. Also, by the way, you cannot go behind the rocks there. Like, hey, you know, I go far enough off the road, make a left, and avoid them. No, you cannot. I tried it. I was like, hey, can you do that? But, alas, you cannot. Especially, you just tighten here because of the idea of how the rock formations are. I want to go to the left. Yeah, we'll go in order. We'll go to A, B, and then we'll just see now. Actually, I think everything else is mostly the same, I think. Right, because we're back at Alps, and then... Okay, no, fine. Then, no, when we go to the right... Actually, yeah, because we can go to the right here. In fact, I will go to the right. Yeah, because we went to the old Capitol as far as on the right, but instead of the gateway, since they moved the gateway over as far as level 2 if you go to the left, or stage 2 if you go to the left, they moved... Ouch. They moved the wheat field to the right of stage 3, so we'll show that in a little bit. And hopefully with this speed, this is going to be enough to get me through, but it's also making it a bit harder because I have to be avoiding where the hits are coming as far as going down the curves. Due to this great piece of music, which honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, even though I've had 3D Outrun on 3DS for a while and had this for a decent amount of time too, I didn't actually stop and listen to this. And I do have the Sega Genesis Outrun, as we'll point out. It's in the Sega Genesis Mini 2 that I have, which is how I own it. Alright, we're going on the right. I didn't necessarily sit down and listen to it as much as I guess I should have. Okay, so fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try and avoid this. Actually, I do have to kind of play a little smart now and say, fine, even with this speed, I can't just completely go crazy because if I make another crash, I'm not going to get there in time. If I don't get there in time, I'll say, fine, I shouldn't have tempted the gods. I'll have to put on the more time again. But it also kind of changes the way you play the game and the way you have to kind of think about how Outrun is. So, someone like me who grew up with this game, I love that. It's basically giving me a new way to kind of play this and to think about how do I go through all these challenges, all these paths and things that we've easily done multiple times. You played this game growing up. Or if not, the case that this gives you even more value to it. And fine. As I said, this game is on sale usually a lot as far as the Switch version here. But even if you're just going to be paying the $8, it's totally worth it. Given the amount of content you get. Alright, we're going to the left. Alright, I'm cutting it close, I think, on all of this. Okay, just made it. That was close. Okay, so if I can get through this in time... Ouch. Yeah, I might not. This is gonna be tough. This is gonna be close. If not, I'll run through this again, and I'll run the idea of, you know, turn the time up. Ah, shit. Yeah, we're not making it. Crap. Yeah, I'm too far away. Even with the speed, I don't think I can do this. Although then again, the fact that I'm running as fast as I am actually is making it hard, as mentioned. So hey, nothing else improving the point that I said. Yeah. So if I do somehow make it through this by some miracle, yeah, I'm not. I don't think I am. I'm not gonna say, but let's see. Yeah, I'm not, because you basically have to be on a straightaway for enough time. But all right, fine. If nothing else, you do get to see the idea, like, where did we go and how did this happen? I do love that. The idea, like, hey, yeah, that was where... Ah, we were inches away. So, unfortunately, we did not see, C, but we'll get there next. Okay, so yeah, in that case, yeah, fine, taught me a lesson saying, fine. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I will vary up the aspects. We'll turn the engine off. We'll have the bumpers on. And then I'll do the thing with the time again, just like, fine. And then we'll have a nice reset on that. Okay, and next, as far as we had Midnight Highway, as far as what that is, and Step on Beat, and Radiation. So yeah, if you go to the left, yeah, I love that touch, like, hey, you know, you're changing your frequency, and then also, yeah, just put a cassette tape in, because yeah, 80s perspective, and we didn't have CDs in cars yet. I always don't think we did. But anyway, got these couple, you got Camino A Mi Amor, which was specific for 3D Outrun on 3DS. This one was done by Jalen Nisperos, who did voice unit work in Contra Rebirth on the Wii, as well as music in the PC game Malus Code. And DollyFinn, you mentioned on an earlier show the idea of games of Toe Plan. You mentioned Tiger Heli or Kyukoku Tiger Heli, because they did Toe Plan arcade garage releases on the Switch. I think there's only in Japan. There is that Tiger Heli collection that came out here, but they did 2 releases of those specifically, and Jalen Nisperos did the background music on the menus for Kyukoku Tiger Heli Toe Plan Arcade Garage Edition and Zero Fire Toe Plan Arcade Garage Edition, which is a collection that had Zero Wing and Hellfire, which is, we're pointing out, on the Switch, Zero Wing is on the Switch Online expansion pack for Sega Genesis as far as the Genesis app. Again, not a single update for that damn thing in over a year. Somebody please make that happen. I'm getting very tired as far as not seeing a Sega Genesis game on that. Like, yeah, please give us something new. How about this? I know that they have to cut the Ferrari license out, but they did it for the Genesis Mini 2. Put that on there. Hell, put Hellfire on there. That was the other game that was in that. And fine, that is the only release of Hellfire on this console, so that'd be the other way of going. And we have to do Toe Plan stuff as far as it. I don't have the Tiger Heli collection specifically. DollyFinn, did you mention that? If you want to see that one, feel free to say, and we can do it. I do have the Retrobit release of Zero Wing. I'll get the Sega Genesis set as far as getting the new Model 1 unit as it is, which I'm going to get at some point. We will show that. And then Hellfire, I have the Mini 2 for. We can show it on that. Yeah, we'll go down this way, and yeah, we'll do this again as far as what it is, and we'll get to Goal C. And yeah, we are going through all the music on this one. It's also worth pointing out one thing, actually, I did not notice. Yes, please. Okay, you want to see it? You got it. Which one specifically? You want to see the Tiger Heli collection, all Hellfire, Zero Wing, all of it? Yeah, feel free to say specifically. Actually, depending on what it is, we could easily do that for the compilation show as far as one of the next ones, depending on how that is. Or how much is in it, because, like, hey, or I'll just say, hey, you know what, I'll show it at some point. Because, yeah, it is on this console. In fact, I'll tell you what we're going to do. At the end, all of it. Okay, yeah, we should. You're right. I said, quote, fine, we did the, fine, I'll go back before I say the quote part of this. Before we did the Genesis Mini 2 show, I said, quote, Toaplan is a company we've not talked about enough on this show. Like, yeah, you're right. I think we need to do Toaplan, the spotlight. Any preference on what game of theirs you want to see first? It's your choice as far as it, or to say, like, yeah, pull one of them out. Actually, I could also feasibly show zeroing off on this on Switch On expansion pack, but honestly, since I have the Retrobit release that has it, I kind of want to show it that way as far as it. And they are interesting games, and I liked Hellfire. Actually, I've not played Tiger Heli. I don't know, have you? I have not played it specifically, so I'm kind of glad that collection exists as far as it. And I liked zeroing as far as well it was. When you get past, of course, the translation that's hilarious and legendary, the game is awesome, and anyone first. Okay, no problem. They'll go on Master List specifically. Fine, all those will go on Master List. We'll take a look at them, no question. If you want to call dibs on being in on any of them, you know the word on that one too. Say that, and we can do that too. Yeah, they're interesting. It's also one I haven't played them specifically. I guess you've seen them, and I guess we're maybe interested. I guess maybe it's also the zeroing thing, because I can definitely vouch for. Fine, I'm gonna go to the right. I can vouch for zeroing, and I can vouch for. Yes, so that's the idea that you were kind of interested to see them. Yeah, I can vouch for zeroing, and I can vouch for Hellfire, because those are the ones I have. As we're in the wheat field. Oh. Okay, fine. Yeah, since I have the bumper there, yeah, you saw I crashed that. I did not spin out. Oh, fine. I did spin out, but I didn't get my ass tossed out of the car. Yeah, I guess feasibly is also something of filling the niche of shoot 'em up. Fine, we had the shooter showcase. Actually, at the time, I don't think. Yeah, because I used the Xbox One for that. I'm not sure if there are any Toaplan ports on the Xbox systems. And I don't know if the one wasn't out yet. The Tiger Alley Collection was not out yet, as far as it, and I don't think the other ones were either. Yeah, because I'm trying to remember that. I'm trying to remember if there's something else to them that either I have or I've played. I thought the Genesis Mini 2 had something else. What do you think about that? Alright, see, I gotta think back to that show we did. We also had audio problems, so I'll also have to figure what that is. We want to go to the. I think I need to go to the left. Yeah, I do need to go to the left. Back to Desolation Hill. It's alright, we're back here. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Granada wasn't theirs. That was Wolf Team. There's a bunch of renovation stuff, which, as I mentioned, the Lightning Force Quest of the Dark Star, which has a Sega Ages version. That was one of them. Elemental Master was theirs as far as renovation. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, Truxton. Truxton was theirs, right. I forgot. Yeah, that was the other Toaplan game. Truxton. How did I forget about Truxton? Right, that one. Okay, yeah, that's how I have Truxton. I forgot. That's how we can show that one. So, yeah, in that case, actually, the Genesis Mini 2 was actually the way for Hellfire and Truxton. Those are the two. I knew there was another Toaplan game on there. I knew there was, but I didn't remember which one. Except I knew it wasn't Zero-Wing, because I knew that wasn't on there. As I said, one thing I'll have to do on those, I'll have to get a sense of, like, how do I manage those games? Because it's also something I'll have to probably practice those things. Of what I know of Hellfire and of Zero-Wing, haven't played those are not easy games. I don't know how hard the other ones are, but it's either way, it's like, we'll go to that, and I definitely want to kind of look into those. There we go. Okay, so here is goal C for this way. So here's that.
Congratulations.
Alright, so here we go. Back in the Egyptian area. Yeah, the Camino A Mi Amor. That's actually a pretty cool song as far as it's actually kind of in a minor key as far as it, which is kind of. I mean, to be fair, I think Magical Sound Shower is in a minor key. I think. At least I think it is. But it does still fit this idea of, the idea of this Latin Caribbean style of itself, which is, I know, is what they said they were kind of going for when it came to music of this game, generally speaking. Okay, so next, if that was the bumper, we did the engine. Now let's take a look at the tires. I like the look of the tires, so let's do that. And get our next thing up. Actually, no, me being in here. Camino A Mi Amor. Fine, they call it, fine. This game calls it Camino A Mi Amor. So I guess El Mi Amor is that an actual case of some famous piece of music? Or is it a reference to something specifically, DollyFinn? We've been going on that. Also, this will let us play Last Wave in its entirety because it does not time out this way like it does in the arcade version. Yeah, if we were to go on that, as we'll also see next online is Cruising Line. This is an original track that was in Outrun, or 3D Outrun. Fine. Outrun 3D is the Sega Master System game. 3D Outrun is the 3DS game. So, yeah, if you see 3D in the front of it, that's the 3DS game. 3D after the name of the game, that is the Sega Master Edition. Or, fine, one of the Sega Master System editions. But Cruising Line, this came out of the 3DS game. This track was composed by Manabu Nakimi, who did the music for the first two games in the Bloody Roar franchise, Bloody Roar 1 and 2. Also did the music for Odin Sphere, which is a game from Vanillaware that I have on PlayStation 2. It is a great game, but it's also been ported to other things. I want to show that game, but even though I have it on the PlayStation 2, since I have the PS5 now, I won't get that PS4 version and run it that way, because it'll fix the frame rate. Because on the PS2, it does have issues with frame rate, but it runs amazingly most of the time. Also, Nakimi did the music for Death Smiles, which was on was an arcade game. That's a shmup game as well. A bullet hell shoot 'em up, as it was. Very good game. I played that. As well as Trauma Center Under the Knife 2 for 3DS, or no, for DS, not 3DS. You run on 3DS, as is wont with everything for DS. But I love that game. That game's awesome. And I want to show one of those Trauma Center games. Oh, it's a song by the Los Tijuana Jets. Okay. From 1974. Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you for indicating that. So maybe they did have that on their mind when it came to this. I guess in that case also feasibly put in a link list item for that song to see if maybe there was what they were thinking. I would think maybe there was the thought. And I said for this track, they came with this years later, but maybe they had something on their mind, saying if they're going this Latin perspective and Caribbean style, by more Latin perspective, I think, as far as the Los Tijuana Jets, The Road of My Love. Okay, so that's the translation of it. Okay, thank you so much, DollyFinn, as far as going into that, because actually that's the thing I did not know. I did not know there was a connection potentially to that, or feasibly what this meant, because fine, I guess the Mi Amor, I kind of knew it got the love sense. So if it's The Road of My Love for that song for El Camino De Mi Amor, Camino A Mi Amor is A Road of My Love? Oh, The Path of My Love, perhaps. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, it could be that too, perhaps. Okay, so it could kind of, it can alternate out. Okay, since we were talking about that, I'm going to play this again. We'll play Cruising Line later. Also, as far as other stuff, Nakimi did as far as that. Also did music for Contra Rebirth, Gradius Rebirth, and he was the name of the person I forgot when we played Castlevania the Legend, or Castlevania the Adventure Rebirth. Still waiting on that re-release. Konami, please, I'm begging you. Could be Path or Road as far as how it translates out. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And also did music for another, speaking of another collection of shmups or shoot-em-ups, the Les Collection, which is only in Japan, and it kills me to have to say that, although the good news is that the Switch is region-free A, and feasibly it goes to go on the eShop on the Japanese side and buy it B, which has games in the Les franchise, specifically like Musha, because we have that one here, that's on this console, and other stuff like I have Robo-Les, and actually there's the Game Gear Les games in particular, which is kind of interesting. I've heard those games are really, really cool. El Camino is really translated in The Road as The Road, however, and my 7 years of Spanish helped. Oh, absolutely, they certainly did. I definitely get a sense of that, and thank you so much for providing that to our show, and give me a sense of what that is, because fine, I don't know if there's that information out there that maybe was indicated for Outrun, or fine, for the 3D Outrun version. Fine, it's been documented, those two versions by M2, they documented how they made it and things like that, and the fact that they had new music. But I don't know if they specifically said anything like that. I mean, I'm trying to remember. I think when we played Earthbound, I know that I'm trying to think if there was like a reference to Latin musicians. I think there was when we played that. I know Samba de Amigo is a case like that, where honestly the way we play Samba de Amigo, any of them, is going to be a case where I'll either have to completely mute the game audio whenever we get to famous music, and then we can just pretend as far as what it is or sing it along. Because usually we don't get copyright stricken on that one. Or discuss what's there, because I know... Well, fine, Samba de Amigo, because fine, there's... I'm going to that as it is as we go along. There's more stuff going on as we're going to go to Cloudy Mountain, because Cloudy Mountain's over here now. Basically, Cloudy Mountain and Devil's Canyon swap places for the US release. Samba de Amigo, there are technically... Let me think about this. 6 versions of... Because there's the original arcade game, which was the one that was ported to the Dreamcast. There's Samba de Amigo 2001, which was ported to the Dreamcast in Japan and was also an arcade game. There's Sega Superstars on the PlayStation 2, which is a game that uses, I don't know if you're familiar with this, the iToy, which is a device, an accessory that came out from Sony that actually lets you put your face in the game, or your whole body in the game. It's like a tiny web camera thing. Actually, from what I've understood, actually works really, really well. And Sega did a collection of little mini games that run it. And in that, there is a take on Samba de Amigo, even to the point where they licensed some of the music that they had in Samba de Amigo the first time or first couple times, but also new stuff that wasn't in there. In fact, they even got the rights to Gonna Fly Now by Bill Conti, the theme song of Rocky, in that game. And I think that's the only Samba de Amigo-like game that has that song in it. Although, fine, a lot of stuff with Latin flair, because I know they had stuff like in Dreamcast game, which is the one I'm most familiar with. Which actually did have downloadable songs. You could get the Magical Sound Shower from Outrun in that game, which was actually really cool. As far as I think the first example of downloadable content in a music game, I believe. Unless I'm wrong about that. I think it is, though. I think they even beat Harmonix to the punch with that one when it came to Guitar Hero on 360, or Guitar 2 on 360, and then Rock Band afterwards. As far as other Samba de Amigo games, there's the Wii game that is by, it was Gearbox Software who developed Borderlands. And I don't want to talk about the disaster that is the movie that came out recently, clearly. But they basically say, like, fine, we're going to have Borderlands 4. So Borderlands 4 is coming. That's basically what they said. And we're taking a left to go to Route D. Or Goal D. Going down Autobahn once more. Yeah, the Wii game, unfortunately, has issues with its button responsiveness. Or fine, it's motion-sensitive responsiveness a little bit. But it did have DLC as well that you can't buy anymore because the Wii stores are turned off. And some interesting stuff as far as the songs, including stuff from the Dreamcast game. And then there was Party Central, that was the Switch game that came out a year or so ago. But unfortunately, that also has problems with the sensitivity, or as far as, the motion stuff. And Sega dropped the DLC support of that pretty quickly. It was like, yeah, why? There's some really cool stuff they were putting in. But they did, I believe, do a pack of stuff from the Dreamcast game, including the cover of Take On Me by Real Big Fish that the Dreamcast version had. Like, one of the only master tracks was in that. And obviously other stuff, because I know they had covers of Tequila by... I never remember the artist who did Tequila. There was that... They had the Macarena, which I know they had cover of that one. That was they had the Los Lobos cover of La Bamba. It was a cover of a cover, basically, because it's a cover of the Los Lobos version was done for the biopic about Richie Valens in 1980s, and then that in of itself is a cover of the Richie Valens song, specifically. And of course, the cover of "Living La Vida Loca" by Ricky Martin, and also "The Cup of Life," which I know was in the Dreamcast game as well. Yeah, so fitting that way is like, yeah, fine, she's getting the trophy as far as it, like, yeah, feasibly she's understanding my aspects as far as Samba de Amigo and things like that, so makes sense that way as we're getting to Goal D. So next is Goal E. But thank you for bringing that up as far as that idea of it. Fine, I guess it was not AM2 who made Samba de Amigo, it was Sonic Team who made Samba de Amigo. But was something that I guess then maybe Sega planting the seeds as far as the thought of, hey, some of the influences they had, although fine, as I said this with Yu Suzuki, with this game, he basically went on site to Europe to get a sense of this, and now at this point we're going to turn on every single one of these things. And then we are going to go to D, we're going to listen to Cruising Line, and then listen to Mega Mix afterwards. The idea, like, hey, went on site that way to kind of get the perspective, and I guess the idea of what influences did Sega and a lot of the people at Sega put in stuff they had. I guess, fine, the Latin flair, which Outrun has and Sonic Amigo has as far as examples of that, they had other stuff as well. And I guess that's been a constant when it comes to Sega, is, yeah, look at us blazing, by the way, down the road. Also, fine, look at this. We're in the water. We're not slowing down whatsoever. Look at that. We are hydroplaning. This is the power of our souped-up Ferrari Testarossa that now is in this nice purple. So use your full way of going when it comes to this. Okay, yeah, just barely making that turn, but yeah, that also helps too. Actually, I remember this, I'll go into this too, which is, I remember when, in the era when the president of Sega of America was Simon Jeffrey, who worked at LucasArts before that. That was about 2004 to about 2000. I'm trying to remember when Simon Jeffrey left Sega as far as the head of it. Because before him was Peter Moore. He left. He went to EA. I believe he's at EA still. Before that, it was actually, no, it was Bernie Stoller before, the late Bernie Stoller, because I know that Sega brought him in on after the when the Dreamcast was launching, because he headed the PlayStation launch against Saturn, and they said, like, he was candid saying about the Saturn, saying, like, yeah, they shouldn't have launched that thing in the way that they launched it. It was a disaster, which it was. But still, as far as how the launch of the system was outside of, aspects of the system. Because remember, it was a stealth launch. They said, it's $400, it's out in stores today. The retailer said, you didn't tell us about this. We're scrambling now to get this thing in stock now that you're saying this. But you're also saying, hey, you're not actually having the full release of this yet for 4 more months. Basically, you're only going in there to pay $400 to play Virtua Fighter on it, and not a great version of Virtua Fighter. And then Sony came to the podium at E3 and said $299. They walked away as everybody cheered and said, like, fine, that was it for US on that. I think then they said, like, fine, lead the launch of the Dreamcast that way, which he did, or he set it up before he left the company. But with Simon Jeffrey's take, I know he did say in an interview, I can see if I can't dig this up, it was actually at E3 2006 when he was interviewed. I believe it was G4 he was interviewed. He was saying his perspective of the idea of Sega of America wanting to have experiences as far as kind of a worldwide idea. Not that Sega never had that, but the idea that there's certain games that came out under him that were unique as far as going in different directions for, fine, Japanese influences, yes, but also American influences, and then also other things. Because I know that was around the time of the Xbox 360 launch. Or fine, the Xbox 360 had been out for about a year at that point, or a little less than a year, I should say. And one of the games that launched with that was Condemned Criminal Origins, which is by Monolith, the people who made Fear, and they made The Matrix Online, and they made Tron 2.0. So an American developer, but also that idea of like a psychological murder mystery, first-person murder mystery that's kind of about his melee combat. And it was interesting to kind of think about that idea of saying, hey, does it seem like something from Sega, but then saying, oh yeah, no, we have that. I know close after the 360's launch, there was also Full Auto, which is by Pseudo Interactive, which people made Cell Damage from Xbox and GameCube. Which was kind of a destructive racer, kind of like Burnout, kind of a precursor a little to Split Second, sort of. In the idea, you also had like guns on your car, so it's almost like Twisted Metal, kind of, sort of, but also with a racing component. And the thought that, yeah, there's a Canadian developer as far as Pseudo was concerned, and kind of spreading that perspective out along with Japanese developed releases like stuff with Sonic at the time. And, well, fine, Shadow the Hedgehog was a U.S. arm of Sega deal as far as it, but it was Sonic 06. Quality aside, it was like, hey, that was a Japanese product as far as where that was coming out of. And I'm trying to remember this. I'm trying to remember if Sega had a European input as far as certain things they did at the time. I think they did, as far as the games that came out. And but also even in Japan, the idea that they were picking up games from other developers or to option and to publish. I mean, they teamed up with From Software. The people who made Elden Ring. They made the Otogi games, which are on Xbox, which are unbelievable. And they're games that actually on their native perspective on Xbox. They cost a lot of money, so thank God they made those backwards compatible so you can download them for like $10 each on the Xbox One and Series S and X. So, I mean, that idea of like the world perspective of Sega as a company that they had baked into them specifically, but then I guess making it more specific as far as the idea of developers they talk to. And I guess, fine, I guess Sega had that even more, I guess, going on in the 90s too because of, you know, interactive design. The people who made Dinosaurs for Hire and they made Eternal Champions, which they're doing a film adaptation of Eternal Champions. They just announced that today. So Despina 417, she loves Eternal Champions. I owe her Eternal Champions as far as a show for the Sega Genesis. They're doing a movie based on that, but that was something that was kind of the back and forth between Sega of America and Sega of Japan, where it was very antagonistic. Where, like, hey, Sega didn't continue on Eternal Champions because it said we don't want more than one fighting game to, you know, outdo Virtua Fighter. But then, like, wait a second, no, that was kind of going a different direction as far as what it was. And fine, even Sonic 2, because Sonic 2, remember, it was Sonic Team as far as Japan, but it was also Sega Technical Institute, which was out of California, which is actually the place where a lot of people from who would go to work at Sony actually got a big start. Specifically Mark Cerny. Mark Cerny worked on Sonic 2, and then he went over to Sony, working on stuff like with Crash Bandicoot and Ratchet & Clank, and now he was the system architect for the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 5, specifically as it was. So in that case, that was still kind of always there, but I guess then later it kind of became more as far as some of the developers, but then also where that kind of was going. And you can kind of see that aspect here as well. And Yu Suzuki always was the case like, hey, I'd want to go on site to kind of get some aspects of this or kind of study some of these things. Like with this, like when we get to Shenmue, that's going to be the case, saying how he studied martial arts overseas as far as different styles, aspects of the film industry. And then also with Sonic Adventure, when they went over to South America to research how the Mystic Ruins and everything should look as far as that, as far as like the legends for Chaos in that game, which was kind of an interesting thing that way. Okay, so as far as what else we'll do, let's do the, actually, yeah, this is a new piece of music as well. He actually did run through all the music. I'm surprised it was that much, that quickly. This is the Driver's Mega Mix Volume 1. This is something that's exclusive to this release. It is a cassette tape that is a remix of the 3 main tracks from this game. It also is the only one that's not in a chiptune sound, by the way. Okay, not completely. It has some hints of it a little bit. And also a nice drive-in beat. That's the idea, like, hey, the drive-in beat. Would you continue, as I mentioned, with the other games in this franchise? And fine, I guess go completely the full way, because one thing about Outrun 2 and 2006 Coast to Coast on Xbox are concerned. They do have custom soundtrack option. So, any CDs you have that are not CDRs, because for some reason the original Xbox does not recognize those, which I was kind of annoyed by. So it's like, hey, you can't take your MP3 stuff now that you bought off of iTunes or Amazon or wherever and put them around and then rip them to your Xbox. You have to have actual CDs you like bought in stores and things like that. Yeah, you can feasibly listen to any music you want as far as the set of this for Outrun 2006 or 2. Fine, you know what? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to have fun. We're just going to go across the way. Okay, fine. For the case of going around these pillars, you can avoid those. It's like, yeah, they have to use the road. Look at this. We have our tires that are not slowing down. We're just going across the grass. So, yeah, look at this. The easiest run of Gateway ever running this. Yeah, you couldn't do this in the original game. You'd slow down too much and you'd run out of time. Fine. I'm not steering at all. I'm just doing this. Also, I'm missing the barriers as well. Look at this. Okay. Also, by the way, you do have an invisible wall over there. But, okay, fine. Okay, fine. The rocks, so, like, fine. The rocks are saying, like, fine, you have to come back to your senses. Also, I'm gonna try one other thing, which is, can I... Yeah, go slow and go over the side. Okay, fine. Also showing, like, yeah, why you usually can't do that. But for the most part, yeah, that was actually very, very smooth and very, very nice. And something that goes on with the tune-ups. Actually, yeah, one of the things I'll show later is going to be the motion controls, as is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, seeing like there, yeah, because even there, I hit that at full speed. But yeah, when you do have the, when you have the bumper, that means that, yeah, you just spin out. It's nothing else. It's not a big thing to you. Yeah, at some point we will show off Outrun 2006, and I'll get Outrun 2, because Outrun 2 is different enough that I think it deserves its own show on top of, you know, 2006. Although I gotta get a sense of what scope of that is, because there's actually a lot of modes and a lot of things to show up on that one. As far as custom soundtracks, unless I import in, I don't know, video game soundtracks I have on CDs, or, I don't know, classical music CDs I have, I can't really use that much, but they do give you tons of music as well, specifically so you can kind of run it that way. Let's go to the right. They do this great perspective on Splash Wave. And my god, the one in 2006 and 2 is amazing. Okay, so fine. I guess we kind of sort of stalled there as far as how it was. But also then it turns into a little bit of a remix of Magical Sound Shower. So yeah, it's really neat stuff. Yeah, so you keep going down the wheat field. Although, yeah, this is going to be interesting seeing, like, hey, what's going to go on with our car now we're fully powered up. Or see, again, as far as what it is anyway. Whoa. Okay, fine, yeah, the Sega signs, like, yeah, fine, yeah, we have... Oh, yeah, right, I forgot, she does hit you. So I was like, okay, that's the idea. As far as what it is. Right, she does hit you. It's like, yeah, you should have watched where you're going, but fine. Maybe the right reaction was like, fine, we have this car, we're gonna live. It doesn't matter. Oh, fine, I'll say this as far as, you know, this, like, the bumper thing. Okay, fine. Okay, also what the bumper does is, I guess, you don't bounce as much when you crash into other cars. Alright, I'll also show no traffic as well, that's the other thing.
Checkpoint.
Maybe the idea is that it's not so much a bump. Fine, maybe it is a bumper, but maybe it's also seat belts. Like, that's probably what it is more than anything. It's seat belts, because, yeah, they get fun for the car when you crash when you're not using this. But with this, you don't. So at that point, like, fine, they put the damn seatbelts on. Or, I don't know, maybe they're... Oh, fine, she's giving me the point that way. I guess then... Apparently, I think she's giving different... You know what, I want to crash in the tree again. I think she's given different animations. I don't know if this is exclusive to the tune-up options. I don't think they are. Like, no, I don't think they are, because... Outrun 2, I think it carried over a lot of those animations from this game normally, and that was way before any of the versions that had the tune-ups were introduced, which would be, yeah, 3D Outrun on 3DS, and then this. So I don't think that that was a factor, because I don't think it was. Oh. Okay, fine, those trees, yeah, she's like hitting me, she's like, yeah, and I'm looking the other way, so I'm like, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, don't worry, we're, fine, we're not entering victory lane, that's Daytona USA. Right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off traffic, and I'm gonna, you know, I'll do two things.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we made it. Alright, so there we go. Thank you for the trophy. I was like, yeah, you hit him well enough as far as the idea that, hey, he kept crashing that way, so that's it. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show off two things. I'm gonna show off the steering with the motion sensitivity, or the motion sensor on the controller, and then I'm gonna show off What else? I'll take a look. I think I think we're actually mostly giving this the whole way, and I think the only full Let's Play of the Sega Ages Outrun release that I've seen, as far as YouTube or anywhere is concerned. Yeah, we'll run old again. I'll keep my difficulty. Yeah, I'll keep it this way, and then I'm also gonna show it on a hard way. Let's go. I'll keep that way. Yeah, that was a little widescreen, although in this case it's actually losing screen real estate. Run full. Actually, we haven't shown the smoothing options. Let's show them, and then... Right, motion sensor. Okay, so how this works is you can turn the transmission on, so you have to do the shifting by either toggling it or holding it in, or automatic. And when you turn on the motion sensor, you have to have it automatic. It's basically it'll shift for you. So let's do this. So yeah, actually, fine. This is the... Hold on. This is the smooth option. Let me go back and look at this. Right, because yeah, you hit the Y button to look at that. Okay, fine. I take back when I said, hey, they don't, smear this thing. I was wrong. Yes, they do. I get. Yeah. Okay, I guess they do. Never mind. Okay, so fine. Okay, we'll run it on... Yeah, let's run scan lines. Why not? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit the Y button. I'm going to turn off all these things. Also, you can do is you can toggle the icons. This is what they show as far as basically moving left and right to see, like, hey, turn on the steering wheel, the bumper, the tires, and the engine, which is how it looked on 3DS version. So actually, let me just turn that off. We're just going to go naked here as far as this will be set. So let's insert another coin. And at this point, also, let's listen to... Let's go back to the classics. Let's go back to Splash Wave.
Get ready.
So at this point, all you got to do is you just have to hold the controller and do accelerating and brake. For the shifting, it's doing on its own. So there's low, and there's high. So now at this point, I'm holding the controller. I probably should be live on camera doing this, but I don't have my webcam set, so unfortunately, no. You gotta take my word for it to find your hearing as far as what I usually should be doing. You should be hearing the clicking of the left stick on the mic, but you're not hearing that. Basically, just because I'm turning the controller. Which goes, I guess, to one thing, like, hey, growing up, maybe, I've known sometimes cases where maybe if you're playing a game, or sometimes I've seen cases where maybe people who never played to come to a game before would pull something. They sometimes like, hey, as they're like playing a game, they turn the controller as they go. And sometimes people say like, why are you doing that? It's not actually doing anything. But fine, that's probably what the thought process behind the Wii was, and saying like, hey, A, people can understand remote control really easily, and B, they're going to make it easy to turn. Or fine, they'll say like, hey, it's just going to be that idea of it. Well, actually, it's worth pointing out, actually, I can't do the reset when it comes to the idea of the steering because I mapped the buttons off to the ZLZR buttons as far as accelerating and braking.
Checkpoint.
So actually, yeah, at this point, I'm turning the controller upside down the way I have to run this. So actually, yeah, this actually was a bad idea for that, but as far as the button map, it's like, fine. I want to use these controller controller mappings, so that's why I'm doing it. Yeah, but yeah, you can play it this way, and actually, considering that I don't know if there's actually an official steering wheel for the Switch that's not, a shell you put the Joy-Cons into. In fact, I don't think there is. I don't think there is. If there is and I'm not aware of it, let me know, or I'll have an edit down here or a picture saying like, oh yeah, this is the one I forgot. Yeah, if you want the arcade experience saying, hey, I want the racing wheel, this is feasibly the way to go, unless you want to play this on a system where you have a steering wheel on it, which would feasibly be, I guess, Hour 2 on Xbox, because then you can get the port of this in that. There's, there's the racing wheels that are on PlayStation 4 and 5 and Xbox One, Series S and X, that I guess you can use with this. I don't know if they have to put in that support the way they do for Daytona USA or something like that, or the Daytona USA we played. Maybe so, but that's one option. You know what? I'm going to try this once more. I'm going to run Passing Breeze. Also, I'm going to change the graphic perspective. Because, yeah, that's the scanline option. But let's look at... We had scanline smoothing. Yeah, we'll just have it off. I think that's a nice way. We did show that. There we go. We'll do passing breeze. Okay, at this point, also, I'll make sure I keep my controller steady. So, fine. If you use the custom button mapping like I did because I want those ZL, ZR buttons for accelerating braking, you damn well better keep the controller straight and then put it back to its neutral position. In this case, yeah, it's like driving down the road, indeed. And it does also make up for one thing this version lacks over the 3DS game, which is, fine, 3D. Fine, that was my fault going into that as far as this. So yeah, we went for a swim. And that is, the 3DS version does have the ability to turn on a moving cabinet. And interesting enough, though, there are some of the 3D Sega releases that do let you do that on this console. G-Lock in particular, that's one that I know lets you do that. But this one doesn't. The 3DS version did. I don't know why they took that out or didn't include it in this one. But they gave you new music to make up for it. Which does kind of make up for it, but it's like, hey, you know, if you want to play the arcade way of, you know, running the, what is it? Like the deluxe cabinet where it's going to shift along, 3DS was the way to go, or is the way to go. Yeah, unfortunately I didn't make it past Coconut Beach. So in that case, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do next, because yeah, we're coming, I think, near the end of this, because yeah, this is not going to be super long as far as what we're doing, but that's fine. Getting a good 3 or so hours out of this game, honestly. I'm going to turn on the, yeah, I'll keep the old way. I'm going to turn off the motion sensor, because we did show that. I'm going to take a look at the difficulty again. I want to see... Okay, I'm going to try two things. I'm going to try running it the normal way. Now that I've had all this experience as far as under my belt, we're going to do natural sound shower again. I'm going to see how far I can get as far as this now that I have... fine, the feasible training wheels off of this game, but fine, it's like, fine, it's just showing off everything. I want to show off everything on it, show all the elements. Remember, I was asked for this game. When I first wanted to see it, so I said, we're getting everything to this game, I promise. I'm going to see with all that, have I done better as far as being able to feasibly do one of these things, just by the default, you know, setup as far as difficulty. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it on its hardest difficulty, and we're going to see how that goes. I'll just see what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm also getting out of the perspective of, like, tilting the controller, but fine. I'll say one thing about that, which is that, hey, you know, a game must be doing something right when you're playing a game like that and you feasibly tilt a controller at the same time because you're kind of moving with either the character or, in this case, with the car, and saying, hey, I'm so immersed in this experience that I'm, like, moving along with them. Sometimes you're doing, like, a lean when you're doing, like, a racing game in some cases. So that gives you a sense that this game is very immersive while also being very playful and something that's also very easy to pick up. So, I guess to preface my final thoughts on this game, and chat, feel free to go into yours too as well on this. This is a game that I think, it's one of those rare games that I think plays to both the perspective of a pick-up-and-play arcade experience and a simulation sort of in the sense of the weight of the Ferrari and the physics and all that. And I think is something that is perfectly tuned to both audiences. To the point where people of arcade games are going to be in a sense that they're not going to necessarily be alienated by the more realistic aspects of this. Point where they're saying, like, hey, I don't want to play this, or like, hey, it's too difficult, or something like that. Fine, the difficulty of this game comes from trying to get to the end and understanding the controls, so okay, and the physics. But then I think hardcore players aren't going to necessarily say, as far as, like, simulation people, they might say, like, hey, you know, is there going to be a whole lot of stuff for tweaking my car? Fine, this version there is with the extra tune-up options, but even just you taking the base game, it's like, hey, you know, fine, 1986 didn't see this much, so they're kind of going that way. The physics feel good as far as the weight is. That feels like it's a realistic case, and being something that, yeah, that is satisfying too. And you don't, honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, there are not many racing games I can think of, even some of the best ones that I can say that about where it's like, hey, if you want an arcade or a simulation experience, that you're feasibly going to be satisfied either way. The only other game I can think of, I can kind of think of like that. Fine, I guess you could say Mario Kart in the sense like the fun of the game, and yes, something like that, or like as far as Sega stuff, the Sonic and All-Stars Racing games, or Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, and Team Sonic Racing, something like that for like a kart racing experience, yes. But maybe outside of something like that, the only other game I could think of that I really can have that perspective on would be, I'd say, Project Gotham Racing from Bizarre Creations. In that it is kind of going to a sim aspect, but it has a kind of arcadey sensibility to itself too. Where if maybe something like Gran Turismo is too heavy for you, although even I'd say some of the Gran Turismo games, particularly those first two on the PlayStation, are the kind of things that also straddle that line really, really well. Especially too, because they gave you a second disc that was the arcade method of play, where it's not as heavy for the simulation. I think, yeah, that's another one I think they can say did that. Yeah, fine. Yeah, I guess I am doing better because I'm at stage 4 on just normal, normal difficulty. So that's okay. So I guess I am getting better. So if nothing else, it's showing that idea, but also that thought that, yeah, why you want to keep playing this game and put in, like, feasibly tons of money into this. Okay, so fine. We didn't make it to the last goal, or the last leg of the race, or drive. But okay. Got closer towards goal B on just nothing than feasibly I have before. So, at least in this release. So there you go. That is quite a case of it. So, okay, what I'm going to try now is I'm going to try and say, you know what? I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to go back to the main menu. We're going to put up the arcade look of this. I'm going to change the view, although, fine, maybe it is a native widescreen both ways, but fine. We're going to run it the arcade way. I'm going to put the wallpaper in the deluxe cabinet. I'm going to turn on the difficulty to as high as we can go. Actually, no, I'm going to turn it on to... I do want to show no traffic. I'll do that. I'll turn on the motion sensor for this. So yeah, at this point, I'm going to reflect the idea of, the arcade deluxe cabinet way. Let's run Passing Breeze. And then I'll do one more run of this, and then what's going to be for that is I will show off as hard as we can make this game. And as also pointing out, the tune-ups, you do have to have special mode turned on in order to have them. For the normal way of play, you don't have that. She has a little bit of an adjustment going back. Oh, wait, I forgot. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, well, hold on a second, because, okay, fine. I forgot I was using the motion. You can still use the analog stick when you're using the motion, so fine, okay. There we go. Oh, but look at this. Yeah, fine. We turn it down to easy. Guess what's not here? Traffic. So fine. If the traffic is getting in your way, just make them disappear. I don't remember there's a dip switch on the board when it came to the arcade version. Say, hey, we can do this. Crap! So yeah, just like the only thing that's missing is the tilting. It's like, yeah, the 3DS version has that. If you wanted to get that, if you bought it on 3DS already and maybe you just don't have it downloaded on your system, you can get it that way. But if you didn't buy it, you have to import the Sega Classics collection that has it, the Sega 3D arcade one that has it. Which the name of will be below again, just to reiterate that. So if you've never played Outrun before, don't deny yourself. And on modern consoles, the ways to play this game are pretty easy. Yeah, on Switch is this, which is $8, and I'll show it off at the end of the show, as far as one more look as far as that. On PS4 and PS5, there is Yakuza 0 and... Well, actually, wait a second. No, Yakuza 0 is on PS4. I was trying to remember if it was on PS4. It is. They all are on PS4. Ow, crap. Yeah, fine. I don't have the adjustment as far as what that is, so I'm still crashing the trees. But I know it. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna sit on the road. So it's like, yeah. No, fine. I'll tell you what we're gonna do. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, yeah, I'm trying to park on the side of the road, you know? There we go. So, how you doing? Like, awfully romantic out here. I shifted somehow. We shifted over to the right. I don't know why. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it as hard as humanly possible now. And the first time I didn't get in the top 20. There you go. That is your high score. Yeah, as far as the other things, let me quickly just turn this on. I'll get back to that. Yeah, hard, and then we're getting a short time limit. So there we go, and we'll run the old version as well. So there we go. Oh wait, no, I didn't turn off the the tilting. So yeah, turn that off. I'll keep it on toggle as far as that. Okay, there we go. So let's make it as hard as we can go, and also run Magical Sound Shower. Yeah, because on PS4 and Xbox One, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Series S and X, there's Yakuza 0 and there is Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, that have this game in it. And fitting because when we come to our next Sega arcade racing game, that's going to be next month, that's going to be for Super Hang-On. We are using Yakuza 6, Song of Life to play that. Because I have it set as far as the arcade in it. You have to unlock it in Yakuza 0. I did unlock it. You actually have to go through challenges with one of the workers at the arcade where you actually play this game. And she's like, hey, I love Outrun. He's like, hey, you like this game too? He's like, we should be friends. Okay. And she says like, oh yeah, we want a challenge to you. So the challenge starts as, hey, get a specific score in this game. I think it starts at like 2 million. So you're going to get 2 million as long as you beat Coconut Beach. And this is, of course, with the heavy traffic and with barely any time on the timer. And then the challenge after that is, she's like, okay, cool. Next time you get a good score, let me know. I was like, okay, good. And she says, like, I don't think I could ever beat you. I was like, don't worry. Yeah, because Kazuma Kiryu, he might be a member of the Japanese Mafia, but still someone like, hey, when it comes to perspective of the people in town, he definitely has a better case of it, specifically as far as things. He's the most moral as far as, I guess, the moral perspectives of that game or that franchise. At least the ones that you're playing is in. And then your last challenge, like, yeah, you have to go 3 million points, which is like right there. And then she's like, hey, I have a new challenge for you. If you get above, I believe it's 4 something million, she says, hey, I'll make a bet with you. You get a higher score than that, I'm going to take you on a ride you'll never forget. And the game makes it pretty indicated specifically that they're thinking that she's going to sleep with him. And you actually do get a close-up on his erection. Because the games are mature rated as far as how the Yakuza games are. But then she's like, come by, I'm not ready yet. And so they play the idea like, hey, is she a virgin or something, specifically, as far as what it is. I have screenshots of this as far as when it comes to the Xbox Series X. They'll be showing for Yakuza 0 or Yakuza 6 for Super Hang-On next month. Okay, so I got actually maybe further than I got with the tilting. Still 13th place. You know what, fine, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna have one more element of this, just going all the way to a goal. Chad, you have a preference on which goal you want me to go to, tell me, and we'll go to A, B, C, D, or E. But I'm gonna turn off the stuff for that. But yeah, anyway, what happens in that game is that you come back as far as what it is, but then she's like, oh, no, I convinced the owner of the arcade to put in a Super Hang-On machine. He's like, oh, okay. So you get to play that. But the reason you're using Yakuza 6, along with the fact that I didn't have to unlock it, I just have to get to the point in the story where you see it, is because they give you the option to play different versions of the ROM. So they give you very easy, they give you easy, and they give you normal. So like this one, I do want to have a case where I'll be able to show off everything. And that's another one the Lectors asked for, so I said that'll be the idea. And I guess because you have Yakuza 6 that's up at that point, we feasibly could have that, looking at other aspects of that game or any of the other arcade games that are in that, including this, again, if you want to, but it also is going to be one of those cases where fine, that'll feasibly get to be on Electrus's decision because he's the one who asked for the game, so that's that idea. But the focus will be on for Super Hang-On as is. Which, shockingly, is not on the Sega Ages collection for this. I'm really shocked it's not. I would have thought they would have done one, but they did not. It's because it was amazing on 3DS, but alas, they didn't have it for this console. But yeah, if you want to play Outrun, it is on a bunch of things now. And going back in the days, it's on tons of things too. In fact, actually, I think... I'm trying to remember... Oh, no, wait. I think I forgot a version. It's on NES. You're probably wondering, how the hell is a Sega game on the NES? Because of Tengen, that's why. Because Tengen... Fine, we went over the story of Tetris from Tengen, where they released that unlicensed. But there's other stuff they released unlicensed. I know they did it for Space Harrier. I thought they did for Outrun. Maybe that's not right. Maybe I know they did on Space Harrier, but I thought they did on Outrun as well. If they didn't and I'm wrong, I'll say down below that's not right. But I thought there was a thing of this on NES that way. The point is, this game was a huge hit. And if nothing else, as far as what you've been seeing in this tonight, I hope that I've feasibly given an idea of why that is. Because fine, I've also had this go on sometimes. People saying like, hey, can you really put a couple hours to maybe a game as simple as something like this? Because you're just driving from point A to point B. But the answer is yes, you can. There's a lot of stories that go on. There's a lot of things that I did not know about this game and about the people who made it. And in that case, it opened up my eyes a lot on a game I already really, really like. In fact, you know what? I'm not going to even say that. I love this game. This game is terrific. It's a nostalgic thing, yes, in some ways, but it's also something that playing this game again and just sitting down with it tonight for the show, and all the time that I've done before, it's something that made me really just understand why do I love this game. Because I know Nikki said this when we did a lot of the Humongous Entertainment stuff. She said, hey, there's games that I played growing up, I come back to years later, I remember why I liked them, but there's the best games are like this, and sometimes they're going to be in the eyes of you, the beholder, as far as all of you investing on Twitch tonight, or any case as far as all of you in the audience. The cases where there's certain games that you remember maybe growing up with them or having a memory that way as far as the years past, but then saying, hey, you know, come back to them years later and it's like, yeah, it's 1986 all over again, as far as myself, except the fact that I actually am cognizant of memory in this case because I wasn't even one when this game came out. And it just has this feel to itself and reminds you exactly why it was important to you. Even as far as like a game case, like fine, ouch. Games are not necessarily the most important thing feasibly in life, but it's also something that, hey, you know, they're important to me in the sense of the fun that comes to them, the idea of the people I've met as far as, you know, going through them, people in chat as far as I've met that way too, you know. Not the people I know as far as that who come in chat and all that stuff, but just other people who come in that I'd never seen before. Kind of have that aspect, that commiseration. Kind of enriching my life that way, so that kind of, in a way, I guess it's like any interest really, is kind of a gateway to other aspects of life that way. So in that way, I guess a game like Outrun really is like a reflection of life, if you really want to put it that way. In a specific way, even in this case, like, yeah, just driving that Ferrari down the road. Clearly on as far as the people who made it, saying what was the thought of what they wanted to do, and what did it really accomplish? And the answer is, the game accomplished a lot, and it's a hit for a reason, or was a hit for a reason, and it's something that we remember for a reason too. Alright, so we're going back to, I guess, the Desolation Hill. Yeah, and there's no traffic on this road, so yeah, I guess that's the thought. I mean, I guess then that also goes, I guess, to other things, because fine, actually one of the other Outrun-ish games that I didn't mention is Outrun 2019 on Sega Genesis, which is actually kind of a futuristic perspective on it. Which came out actually before Top Gear 3000 came out. Which, next time we go to Top Gear, we're going to play that. But the case that, yeah, they went a little futuristic, or fine, in the past now for Outrun, which, by the way, was the year that this Sega Ages release came out. So, yeah, Outrun 2019 is not this release from Genesis. It's something totally different. But the idea of saying, like, hey, this franchise kind of still is an important one for Sega, and an important one, I think, for myself and also for gaming in general, you know? And I think because of the Yakuza Like a Dragon games, people are finding these games again, or seeing them for the first time. Kind of understanding, like, what is this idea of what it is, you know? And yeah, we're hitting the sand, and we're gonna have our, magic lamp again.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to everybody who made this game as far as it for making a great title. Alright, so one more wish for the harem. But alright, so yeah, that's the idea as far as... Okay, the one last thing I'll show before I show, I guess, the idea of the lists of the Sega Ages games. And it'll require us going into the eShop for that. We'll do that in a second. There you go. We'll just have our aspect of the idea of Last Wave, which is lovely. And you hear also, like, the waves in the background. Again, talk about a perfect piece of music to close you out. Yeah, if you've not played Outrun, please play it. It's fantastic. It's been ported to a bunch of things, but if you have Switch, absolutely pick this up. This game is $8. Very well worth your money. No question. And if it's on sale, even better, but right now it's not on sale. But either way, $8, you're totally getting your money's worth. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, we're going to take a look at actually the digital manual. This game does come with one. Also, you can take a survey. Actually, I think I've taken the survey. Let's take it again. For the purpose of the live element of the show. Why not? Assuming I can do it. Which title did you purchase? Okay, fine. This is giving a list as far as what titles we had. I thought I did it for Outrun, but fine. As far as the other Sega Ages releases on this console, you have Alex Kidd in Miracle World, Columns 2, which I have, Fantasy Zone. Right, there's the Fantasy Zone port. Game Ground, Geolog, Herzog's Vi, Ichiban R, Outrun, which is the one in this case. Fantasy Star, Puyo Puyo, Puyo Puyo 2. Wait, is Puyo Puyo 2 on this? I mean, I guess it is. Shinobi, Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Space Harrier, Thunder Force AC, which is the arcade port of Thunder Force 3, Lightning Force / Thunder Force 4, Virtua Racing, and Wonder Boy Monster. Actually, I don't know when I bought this. Oh, it's a Google form, by the way. Yeah, it's quite a question. You know what? I don't remember when I bought this, so fine. We're just going to show off the region digital manuals. You can also look at the other ones in here if you so desire throughout the games. And there's some interesting stuff for this, and when we get to Sonic 2, we're going to use Switch to play Sonic 2 anyway. I'm going to show off the Sega Ages Sonic 2 release, along with the original Switch Online expansion pack, Genesis port of the original, and the Sonic Origins edition at some point. And there's Columns 2, The Voyage Through Time, DollyFinn. You were with us when we looked at that, as far as a brief preview. Let's see, where is Outrun? Outrun's right here. Okay, so yeah, you do have a digital manual. Fine, this is a digital-only game, so it's like, fine, fair enough for this. We have your aspect of how you want to play it. They're showing you the Joy-Con grip, but you can use feasibly any controller with this that you can run either with a stick or actually, I don't know if this game has D-pads play. Yeah, maybe I should check that before we stop, so at least I have an idea. Aspect of how saving, loading, how the rankings work, because you have online rankings. The credits we show at the very beginning of the show, how replays work. Settings aspects as far as controller and transmissions. The wallpapers, which we did go the whole way. When you have vintage, by the way, you have to have scan line and smoothing on. The adjusting of the volume of everything. Driving record for personal lap times. Actually, I'll show that as well. So actually, music. How do you unlock the arcade mode, which you clear all 5 routes to get that. The tune-up parts come each time you complete a route of any one. So basically, when you pick one, you get one part, and then each of the other ones, you get the other ones. Changing of gears. Calibrating the motion sensor if you're not like me and you want to use the ZL and ZR buttons for accelerating and braking. How checkpoints go as far as that works. Routes, you see the sign there saying Vulture Street and Dalton Bayside. What the game screen's looking like. So that's definitely a nice case, like, yeah, playing the games. Like, what does your interface look like as far as how this is? What happens when you get to the clear? There's no continuing, by the way, which is fine. When rankings are taken, sometimes they don't if you have tune-ups on, and if you're running arcade mode, we did for parts of this, there's no tune-up, and copyright Sega, and Fontworks. Yeah, because this is your driving record. Let me show you the driving record. Shows everywhere we went. There is a bit of a discrepancy as far as the names based upon what they initially were, but I these might be more accurate translations. Because fine, there's Coconut Beach, as we know, but also Wheat Field, Cloudy Mountain. The ones that changed name is Walls, this is supposed to be Devil's Canyon, I think. Alps the same, Desert's the same, Wilderness the same, Old Capitol, Big Gate, I guess that's the name of Gateway, Seaside Tower. Fine, I saw Seaside Town, as far as what it was when I looked up. And then Lakeside, I guess that's Autobahn, they call it Dual Way. Stone Hill, which is fine. Desolation Hill is what I have in my notes as far as what I looked up. Death Valley and Vineyard as far as where they are. Also, one thing this version does not have, that the 3DS version does have, is as you unlock routes and unlock the areas here, you actually can select to play any one of these individually. I don't know why this one doesn't have that, but yeah, it does not. Also, you do have an option to saving, although it's basically you're just saving as you drive. You're just like, hey, you have to leave like your house in like 2 minutes. Like, oh, I don't want to put this in sleep or something. Set that on to save on that. And I just want to see if there's anything else that I didn't cover in this. No, I think we went the whole way. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go home. I'm going to go into the eShop. I'm going to look for the Sega Ages stuff. Because fine, as far as the Sega Ages stuff I have on this system, I mentioned I have Space Harrier and G-Lock, which is the lock's name for Laws of Cautiousness by G-Force, Virtua Racing, Lightning Force, Quest of the Dark Star, Sonic 2, Sonic 1, and Columns 2. So yeah, go into the eShop, see this, and we'll also take a look at those, at the Tiger Heli thing, because I want to look something on that. And this will be the end of the show. Assuming the eShop wants to load, which, okay, it did. Fair enough. So you do the search and browse, because, yeah, the eShop is a bit slow on the draw when it comes to stuff like this. Ooh, like, whoa. Just look for Sega Ages. There's Sea of Stars. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's delayed massively. And there's a lot of Arcade Archive stuff as well, which, there's tons of those. And this that could feasibly be a showcase show in and of itself. But alright, fine. It's just going, yeah, there's Sonic 2, Virtua Racing, Puyo Puyo, Sonic 1, Phantasy Star 1, Herzog's Vi Outrun, which is $8, Gang Ground, Columns 2, Shinobi's Duelist, you can't buy that one anymore, Fantasy Zone, Space Harrier, Puyo Puyo 2, Ichin and R. I do not have a copy of Ichin and R, so at some point I'm probably going to buy that one. Alex Kidd Miracle World, which is the very first Alex Kidd game. Actually, I don't have that one lying around either. That's another one I'll probably buy from the Sega Master System. Lightning Force Quest the Dark Star, Wonder Boy Monsterland, Geolock Air Battle, Thunder Force AC, and also Rock of Ages 2, Bigger and Bolder. That's not a Sega arcade game. And the DLC pack from Binding of Isaac that ties that into it. Yeah, this is supposed to be Sega. That's the reason why that's there. Yeah, these $8 a pop. I feasibly wish they had even more of these, but yeah, the ones that are here, they're all worth your money as far as that experience, or if you don't have a game, or fine. Even Columns 2, when we played that, I said, we were thinking like, yeah, this game's not that hot. But still, it's something that, yeah, there was no port of Columns 2 to home in the US until this. It was on Sega Saturn in Japan, but we never got this outside of that, so I said, fine. That idea, and same also with Ichin no R, that doesn't have another version somewhere else. I think this is another version. There's a remake of this that's on the Switch itself. I think I have Wonder Boy Monsterland lying around somewhere in a collection, I think. Geolock didn't have an arcade port. The only other port was on Genesis and on Game Gear, and those were definitely not the same. Ichin and R. That Sega Classics collection on the PlayStation 2 I mentioned, that had Tant R, not this one, though. This is the puzzle and... What do they call this? The puzzle and... what is it? Something game. Puzzle and action, I think is what they call it. Let's take a look at this one briefly. Is it going to load? Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is taking a while. Okay, and yeah, you can buy it. Specifically, it's $8. Yeah, fine. What do they call it? I want to see what the picture comes. Oh, yeah, Puzzle and Action, Ichin and R. That's what it is. And there's sort of ties to Bonanza Brothers a little bit because you have Robo and Mobo in, like, Night Gear in this one. Stuff where you're counting perspectives of frogs on lily pads and things like that. I've heard it's pretty weird, but I haven't played it, so I don't know. But yeah, that's your Sega Ages line. Next time we come back to this, as far as the Sega Ages thing for a dedicated one, I don't know what we'll do. So yeah, Sonic 2 we'll do eventually. Sonic 1, as we're pointing out, this has the Mega Play arcade version in it. That's an interesting thing to show off. Might be worth doing that. And then I guess... I mean, we could show Phantasy Star 1 off like this. I have this on the Sonic's Ultimate Genesis collection as well. And Game Ground, I don't... No, I do have the arcade version. It's in the Astro City Mini. I do want to show that Astro City Mini off at some point. I really do, and I gotta figure out when I can do that. Yeah, I don't know which one of these we're gonna start first. As far as next time we come to Outrun, I guess it'll be 2006 Coast to Coast on Xbox, I guess. Once we get Outrun 2 first, as far as release. I'll say this, I'd love to see a re-release of Turbo Outrun or Outrunners. Because, yeah, we don't have releases of those. But fine, one other thing, since we did talk about this earlier, I want to look at that Tiger Heli thing. So let's look for Tiger Heli. Yeah, because there is a collection. DollyFinn mentioned that and was saying, like, hey, let's see some Total Plant stuff. Like, yeah, you got it, no problem. We do the viewer requests once a month at least. And we're going to continue that going on. Yeah, here. Oh, wait a second. That is it. So wait, it is on. So wait a minute. It is on the system. Hold on. So wait, is this? Yeah, because they released this collection. But is this the same one? Okay, it is. Wait a minute. All right. And it was M2 ported it. Perfect. So there you go. This is the Tiger Heli collection. Fine. Total Plant Arcade Garage. That's it. Okay. There it is. Oh, is that a video of it? Fine. Let's see if the video loads. Fine. Let's take a preview of what DollyFinn wanted to see. Rated E10 for fantasy violence. Let's also see if this thing's gonna fucking blare you. Maybe it is. I'm gonna turn the volume down a little bit. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna definitely turn it down because it's getting loud. Alright, so last year, Total Plan is back. And it was M2 who's involved in this as far as Tiger that way. The nice flash there. So yeah, the Twin Cobra, which is the Mega Drive, PC Engine, and Famicom versions, as well as the main game itself, the first shooter of Total Plan. There we go, so we're going to start talking about them right now. And the first time for the Get Star, that Star. Yeah, so it's kind of a collection, specifically, too, as far as these two things. And also, Get Star Pack, so console ports. Check the DLC out, too. Well, let's see what that DLC is all about. It's like, wait a second, what is this? It said there was on there on the line. Okay, so, fine, this is here. Alright. I mean, okay, it is a lot, because, like, the game's $35, the DLC's $18. So, question, what exactly is this offering? Oh, okay, so, I see. So, let's wait a minute. Maybe that... Okay, so fine. This is everything it has. It has the Famicom version of Kyoko Tiger, and then PC Engine version, the Genesis version, the NES version, the Mega Drive version, and then Tiger Heli. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, and then Get Star and Guardian. Okay, gotcha. All right, so that goes with this. But hold on, then what's this? Let me go back to that again, because I just want to understand what we're looking at here. Because there was a physical release of this from Limited Run. I didn't get it in time. This includes the 2 games by Total Plan. Okay, so it actually has like an M2 Gadgets overlay on itself for more information. Okay. I mean, it is more than I was expecting, but alright, it seems like they are putting their all into this game. For it. So, alright, there you go. That is feasibly how we're going to show that. I will get all those, and feasibly we can turn this into a compilation program, as it is. I think that might be the way to go. Might also be something I'll keep an eye on the, you know, what is it? On the release, as far as it, and also on the perspective, there's going to be a, what is it? Price drop. Yeah, I also have tons of stuff on my wish list when it comes to Switch. But that's one idea. Actually, in that case, I want to look at that, because fine, because I don't think the other one came out here, but if that's the case, I want to see. So let's look at Total Plan. I want to see that. Because, yeah, now I'm curious. I don't know if I knew this was I knew the one was that, but I didn't know that that was actually the same thing. Because I thought that the Zero Fire one was not released here. Okay, so hang on. Alright, so they came up with Spy Brothers, which is on sale, and Batsugun Saturn Tribute Boosted. So this is a Saturn port I'm seeing. Was this a Teleplan game? Now I'm curious. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so this is Batsugan. I think I've heard this game before. Alright, fine. I guess DollyFinn is another one to toss on the pile as far as taking a look at Teleplan stuff. Which is $30. So tell us more. Max shoot 'em up with 6 unique pilots with story and... Okay. Going Home Arcade, and I guess it's also supporting Sega Saturn. Okay, it was released in 1993. Pioneer of the bullet hell genre. Yep, that's it. Okay, so yeah, you're familiar with this one too? Alright, yeah, I'm not as familiar with this. And I think Batsugun was on Sega Saturn. I believe it was. So I guess this is probably porting... Yeah, and it is the same interface. I think it's the same people who did the Bust-A-Move 2 and 3 collection. You know, the insanely long one, the one with the insanely long name that I love to say that I'm not saying right now. So fine, there you go. So, okay, so there's that one. Because I was going to say, the Zero Fire one did not come out here. Okay, I didn't know the Batsugan one came out here either. And what's this one? Gabe Tengoku Special, what was it, Cruising Mix? Fine, because sometimes you put in a company name, it's not always going to give you stuff that's necessarily from the company. So nothing else. Okay, so let's see. Game Tengoku Cruisin' Mix Special. Okay, what is this? This is a 1995 arcade game, an upgraded version of the console version from Jalico. Okay. Okay, so Jalico's kind of involved in this one. Okay. Okay, kind of a takeoff on Sega Connection and Bases Loaded. Oh, and Tatsujin from Teleplan game. Okay, so that's why. So, alright, fine. It's doing a perspective, and they're saying famous voice cast, I guess, of a lot of Japanese anime and Japanese media, perhaps. Alright, so fine. That's another one. I mean, I don't know if Teleplan actually made this game. It sounds to me like they're saying, no, this is a Jalico game. But it does look really interesting. An interesting twist as far as a shoot-'em-up game. Because, yeah, it looks really cute with, you know, the perspective of, like, the bears there, like, give it toy airplanes. Or it's like, and I guess, like, these anime girls going after this evil scientist. Yeah, what's our mission? Okay, fine. That's the mission as far as what this is. Which ties to City Connection, which is a Jalico game, as is. So that I'm familiar with. Yeah, I guess that idea of, like, what's the perspective of, like, flight shooting games? Because I know there's this really expensive one that came in Japan for the PlayStation called Harmful Park, which is this very cartoony take of things, which is actually really, really interesting is what I've seen of it. And I guess, yeah, we're having, you know, the idol girl doing karaoke as well. Okay. Actually, wait, I was looking at that specifically. I was thinking of... Actually, fine. I mentioned one of the people who's involved in this, because I think this is on this system. I want to look at this briefly. It's fine. We're not going to go the whole way on this show, but, like, fine. We actually technically have not shown the, we haven't shown the, what is it, the eShop on this show much, except when Ed Weck said, I want to re-download Ukulele. And he went and did that while we were doing it on schedule. But, okay, fine. I want to look at something. I think Death Smiles is on this console, because I mentioned that, Manabu Nakimi did the music for this game. Yeah, oh, right, they are. Okay, they are. And they give you DLC that's 2 extra characters. Okay, fine. This is another flight shooting game. Fine, we're talking Outrun, which is a racing game, not a shooting game. Still, this came up, so, like, hey, we'll go into that. Okay, so yeah, show us on this. Yeah, I always heard this. Fine, I did play this game. I played this on 360 when they ported it. But they have 1 and 2. Yeah, in this case, you're these angels are flying around shooting enemies. Yeah, it's Death Smiles 2X. And Death Smiles Mega Black Label Arcade. Okay. And there's DLC of new characters that's $25. It's a lot, but I think it's adding a lot of content. And there's Death Smiles on 360. I guess at this point, yeah, there's like this dog over there. You're shooting from the right side that way. Okay. That's another one if you ever want to see Death Smiles. This game is pretty damn good as far as it, so that might actually be one worth watching. And fine, I guess since I'm also at this let's take a closer look at what's coming soon as far as on the eShop, because I think there's feasibly some shooters in here. Other stuff. And then we'll go into schedule. I'll have to get some music set up for the purpose of looking that over. Of stuff that's coming out, of which... Okay, fine, right, because there's this. This is Mika and the Witch's Mountain. This is an independent game that was kickstarted. I didn't know it was coming out next week. There was a demo that came out of this on Steam earlier this year. It's basically an open world game where you're this witch who flies around making deliveries to people. And yes, they did openly say, we wanted to make a game like Kiki's Delivery Service, the great Hayao Miyazaki film. So this is out next week. It's on everything. It's not just on the Switch. Based on what I played on the demo, which was a couple months ago, it seemed more limiting than I thought it would be as far as it, because it's like an open world take. It's almost like Lizzo, the Wind Waker, as far as the setting is. But you can't just get on your broom and like fly super high. Specifically, I was thinking like something like that. You know, like go into the cloud cover like in that movie. Because like, hey, there's no game based on that movie, but this is as close as we're gonna get. So I think we will show this off. Although I probably will get this on PlayStation 5 or Series X just for tech reasons, I would think. Yeah, it is out next week. Yeah, I definitely am going to be curious about showing that game off at some point. But when they announced, by the way, oh yeah, it's out next week, it's like, oh yeah, I guess it is out next week. Specifically, of other stuff that's coming out soon, let's see. Other stuff of interest, I know we've mentioned some of these things before on the show. Actually, we did a lot of the Nintendo Direct discussions, mate. I'd like to see it. Actually, one thing I'll do is I'll show you the trailer, assuming there is a trailer. It is an interesting game, and when I heard the concept, I was like, oh my god, I want this. And I played the demo, and I said, fine, it was not done. It wasn't, the game wasn't done yet. In fact, I'll show the video now, assuming there is a video. Let's see. And hopefully I'm not getting a content strike. I'm on the damn eShop. It doesn't matter. This is stuff with the game. Who cares? Okay, actually, it's way cheaper than I thought. It's like, okay, I don't know if it's that much on the other consoles, although I said I'm probably going to get on the other consoles for tech reasons. Yeah, about Aspiring Witch who delivers packages small town people of a coming age journey. Yeah, they knew as far as what it was. Fine, let's watch the trailer of this. I'm going to also adjust the volume down again so it doesn't blare. Because I've been trying to look for a reason to show this as far as it to start now before it comes out. So fine, let's take a look at the trailer. I mean, honestly, with the setup of this, like, God, I've been wanting a game like that forever. It's like, yeah, an open world Kiki's Delivery Service adaptation. Yeah, give me that. I'll take that for sure. And as far as the animation here, as far as the cinematics, it sure looks nice. But in this game here, it's also something, the way the plot of this works based on how the demo was, is that you actually have to get your witch's powers. You're kind of pushed off the mountain by this witch. And then in order to get your way... No, you fall off the mountain because you're in training, but then you have to basically build your skills up. It does look like it's running a little pokey if this is the Switch version. But, okay, not bad as far as an open world take. Fine, not as smooth as Nier Automata as far as an open world game on this. Fine, runs smoother than Pokemon Gen 9, I'll say that for sure. Even after that game is patched, I'll get into that on the discussion for schedule. Yeah, and you do have, like, the... Fine, you have a little kitty over there, so like it's not GG specifically, but you're running around doing stuff. You're like putting the helmets on. It's almost like Wind Waker a little bit as far as Zelda. Flying through rings, so like a better take on Superman on Nintendo 64. But also that idea, basically you're picking up, things out of the water. And the idea is you're supposed to eventually get back here to this witch. It's like, fine. Right, she gives you a little push. So just a little push and you'll be smiling or you'll be falling as it is. So, in this case, yeah, eventually open it up this way. So, like, yeah, just go around everywhere. Yeah, so this is the idea, like, the indie perspective, but then say, like, hey, let's have this twist on something like this. Yeah, I'm sold on this. Even as far as me being kind of on the demo, but it's also something that, fine, it was a not finished product. They gave us a perspective before the game came out. Which I always love when that happens. It kind of makes me maybe feel... We talked about the idea of how Outrun, they wanted to make people feel superior as far as the idea of, like, driving around. Something like this, as far as saying, like, superior in the sense that, hey, the game's not out yet, get a taste of this before it releases. It's out on August 21st. An honor is that specifically, or you're excited as far as an homage to Kiki's Delivery Service? Yeah, and they've said this was kickstarted by Chi-Big is the company that is involved in this. They did say specifically, like, we love this movie. We want to kind of have an homage to that. They kind of want to have an aspect of The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, because you ever played that on GameCube and on Wii U. you have like this watery world around. You're kind of on an island, and you're doing things like that. And it has the same cel-shaded look that game does. It looks good, yeah. And of what I played on demo, it is pretty good. Because it also, now that it's been going through, it's something that, yeah, definitely would be something that I'd like to show. Like, fine, I love that movie. I mentioned that as far as, like, I think we have some people in the audience who are fans of that movie too. If you haven't seen that movie, you should. It's unbelievable. It is actually feasibly my favorite movie of all time, honestly. The fact they're doing a game on that, and a game like it, that's an homage, that also is kind of doing some interesting stuff. And some interesting stuff they're doing, I would say, when it comes to the delivery stuff, because, fine, unlike the movie, where Kiki's perspective was, fine, she'll, manage the super heavy package correctly. She'll also feasibly weigh it down more so you can feasibly get more money off of it. She has, like, a subtle push down on, like, one of the big packages later on. She's like, this thing is so damn heavy, I'm going to charge him specifically. And she does that without even saying a word as far as it. Or when, like, the toy cat falls out. Like, it's not like, hey, in that movie you can go in after dark or go in somewhere and find it. You're on a time limit, and it also is the case you can't destroy the package too much. They actually do judge you on the fact that, hey, you have to make sure that you take a smooth ride, and they actually give you more bonuses if you get it there in a better state, and make sure you don't get the damn package wet. Well, fine, that happens in the movie too, because there's the case that, fine, something does get wet. It's like she is covering it completely when she's going in a thunderstorm, as it is for that. So, yeah, that is the idea of Meek and the Witch's Mountain. So that's the idea. We'll show that on PS5 or Series X just for tech reasons, because I think that feasibly run better. Although, it doesn't look like it runs bad on the system. We'll see as far as it comes out next week. Also, we have the Sam Max trilogy, or the modern trilogy of Save the World, Beyond Time and Space, and The Devil's Playhouse. It's going back to Sam Max Hit the Road, which is on the PC from LucasArts, going back into the 90s. This is the more recent takes of it from the 2000s. There's questions on when it comes to censorship on that, when Limited Run was involved on that, but I don't know if that's a factor. But they are on 360 as well, and they're backwards compatible fully, so there's that. The Supermarket Manager Simulator, I thought of that, and I'm like, wait, is this Supermarket Sweep? No, it's not. You're basically doing stuff for building the... Okay, you're building stuff for your supermarket and just putting out fires, quite literally. I did not know that. There's Etchy Memories, because you do have ideas like some semi-adult games, nothing that's beyond mature rated. Fine, Etchy Secrets Moist. Yeah, there you go. That's definitely a mature rated take of itself. Let's see. There's some big stuff in here. There's Emio the Smiling Man Phantomcom Detective Club. This actually goes to something that Nintendo mentioned a couple weeks ago. No, about a month or so ago. It was Emio. It's like this guy with a bag over his head. And like, it's like a horror game. People are like, what is this? And they said, oh, by the way, it's a takeoff on the Famicom Detective Club, which is a maturity game of Nintendo. It's coming out. As far as like a mystery game, we're going to be playing, yeah, it's basically people who are decapitated and they find paper bags over their heads. As far as it's kind of a visual novel from what I'm gathering, almost like Phoenix Wright, or actually a little bit like Another Code Recollection, which we're going to play at some point specifically for the show, because it's a fantastic game. One of the best games, or one of the best underrated secrets of a game from this year. I will say that for sure. So there's Gundam Breaker 4. Yeah, there's also a bit of a delay when it comes to going through this, and then we'll go into schedule after we're done with going through the full list. Ball Blaster Deluxe, which seems like a kind of beta as anything take on Bust Move. The remake of Shadow the Ninja from Natsume. They took this game from NES and they're remaking it. It looks really, really cool. Actually, I've not really seen this thing as far as its footage yet, but damn, that looks really, really nice. Yeah, Shadow the Ninja is an underrated one from NES from Natsume, and they're doing a new version, and it looks really, really cool. There is also stuff we mentioned. This is Bakeru. There's a demo of this that came out. This is from Good Feel. The people made Kirby's Epic Yarn and Wario Land Shake It. And they also made Princess Peach Superstar, Princess Peach Showtime from this year. The guy who started the company was the guy who made Mystical Ninja starring Goemon from Nintendo 64. This is unofficial take on like the Mystical Ninja Goemon franchise, the Gabari Goemon franchise. It's not part of it, but it's the same guy who made those games who made this. It's not just a take on this. There's a free demo of this, and it's a case where this is something that was thought that would only stay in Japan, but they said, we're going to localize it. Spike Chunsoft came to the rescue and said, we're going to localize this for Switch and for PC. The demos are really a lot of fun as far as what it is. It's out only in a couple of weeks. And it's something that it has a really interesting perspective, like 3D action combat, but also stuff with like Rock'em Sock'em robot fighting and like flight shooting stuff like Star Fox a little bit. I'm really liking what this is. This game is actually really fun based on what the demo is, and I cannot wait for that to come out. That's another one of those sleepers, I think, from this year for sure, and it's not even out yet. As well as the Fitness Boxing with Hatsune Miku, that's coming out in September as well. Gimmick 2, which is a sequel to an old Famicom game from Sunsoft, because Sunsoft is back. In fact, there's something down here, I think, that goes into that as well. In fact, there it is, the Sunsoft is Back collection, a retro game selection. It's 3 games of Sunsoft's from Famicom that never came out before. It is out on September 6th, and also on September 6th, the game I know Ed Wack is buying day one. That is Ace Attorney Investigations collection. This is the release of the Ace Attorney Investigations game from 3DS, and they are redone. A couple of those are actually not available anymore on 3DS, so we had to Capcom to bring this back and to give a perspective of, getting your lawyer stuff going on with Miles Edgeworth, who is kind of your rival in the other Phoenix Wright games. In this case, you're taking cases as far as his perspective. And really interesting, and they have new stuff as far as what they're doing with the translations and new pieces of music. Also, they're releasing all the early Acrobat games, including the second one, which costs quite a bit of money, and also Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel, and the Game Boy Advance version of the first one, which actually is a remake of the original, which I did not know what it was initially. There's also Yars Rising. This is a Metroidvania in the style of Yars Revenge. It's tied to it from Way Forward, the people who made Shantae. That looked really, really cool. The Crusader 64 wants to play this, Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. This is a game based on, the game is from Studio 51. It was on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. It is this cheerleader whose boyfriend is killed, and she carries his decapitated head around, but his head is still talking. This was a collaboration between Studio 51, who made Killer 7 and No More Heroes, and James Gunn, who made the Guardians of the Galaxy movies and is rebooting the DC film universe now. The original version had a lot of licensed music to the point where you kill things specifically. They play Mickey by Tony Basil and other 80s needle drops, which is amazing, but it's also something for our show. We cannot show it without getting a content strike. And the people who made the game said, fine, you know what? We're going to take that out because otherwise we'd have to A, relicense it later, and B, we'd have to delist it. We don't want this to get lost again. But we redid the music, did original music for this new version. The Repop version is coming out on September 12th, and said, we promise it's going to be in the style of this. It's basically hack and slash gameplay. If you like No More Heroes, you're probably going to love this one. And actually, I have not played Lollipop Chainsaw, and the Crochet Nerd 64 is a huge one on everything by Suda 51 as far as his stuff. And I definitely want to play this. I also asked him, should I get the original one as opposed to this one? I said, it's your choice. But he's like, the original does cost some money. It's like $50, $60 on 360, and it's like $80 on PS3. So this new version is coming out on all the consoles and on the PC. Definitely something to look forward to, I would think, especially if you're in a case of that style. There's also, this game is in the name, Get in the Car Loser. That's I guess the idea of, Outrun case, but not really. The name got me. Sometimes you see as far as the eShop, you look at this and like, hey, what's the name? What's the name going to be? What is Get in the Car Loser? Let's see what this is. You know what? Okay, it looks like a retro case of, fine. Okay, I'll tell you what this looks like. This looks like a retro, point-and-click adventure game mixed almost with Leisure Suit Larry a little bit. Which there is a Leisure Suit Larry game that's on this, which is Wet Dreams Dry Twice is the name of the one that's on this console. Okay. Alright, it's a mature-rated lesbian road trip RPG about fighting for love and justice and facing indifference. Okay, in an 8-bit style. Okay. Who made this? Love Conquers All Games. Alrighty. Okay, that's not what I expected as far as what it was. Actually, I didn't see what it was, but alright, let's take a look at this. Okay. Yeah, Machine Devil cultures Edward, spreading terror and summon him again as far as Machine Devil. And 3 young attendees of the local Academy of Order and a Renegade Angel are going on a road trip to fight the cultists off. So what is this as far as gameplay? Because I'm saying point and click. And there's DLC chapters that come with this for $30. It also looks a little bit like an RPG. Okay, it's an RPG, alright. With an active time battle system, kind of like, I guess, Final Fantasy a little bit as far as the setup of that. So Japanese RPG, alright, as far as the way it plays. With character progressions. Crystal Lee doing soundtrack. I'm trying to remember who Crystal Lee is as far as the music. I might know the idea. Disaster representation we need. No side quests, maps, codex, entries. Okay, so... Oh, and it is... Okay, visual novel again. Okay, because in the sense that dialogue for talking. Okay, so in that case, that means that... So it's an RPG with a retro style. That actually looks like a Commodore game a little bit as far as how the style is. That is a road trip that's a Japanese RPG with an active time element that is also text-based, I guess having dialogue trees a little bit. And a representation as far as, I guess a culture of gaming that honestly you don't see much. Honestly, I'm kind of taken by the look of this. It's actually really interesting. Wish list, and also that's the joke that always goes, my wish is like 300 items long as far as what this is, but fine. Sometimes you see a name, it's like, what's the name? And you look at it, it's like, oh, actually, this looks really interesting. This looks actually pretty neat. And I did not actually know what this was until I actually just looked at it right now. So this is me looking at it for the first time, so I'm like, actually, I like the look of that. And sometimes you find that when you go down any online shop, whether it's this or the stuff on PlayStation or other things. They're also doing a new game based on the Karate Kid, which actually almost looks like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge case as far as that. So yeah, if you love the Karate Kid, it seems like that might be a good case of it. They're also remaking Epic Mickey from the Wii. It is coming on this console where I believe it's going to have the same motion controls that it had on the Wii, but also controller options as far as what it is. I quite liked Epic Mickey on the Wii itself, even though it has some issues to it. And they said they're going to be doing quality of life stuff to this, so I'm definitely curious to see what this is. And this is a very fun game as far as this. I definitely would like to show this off, whether this new one or the original on the Wii. Because there's definitely some interesting stuff it's doing, no question. Oh, they're doing a new Earth Defense Force game. DollyFinn, you mentioned the new Zelda game, The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. There it is. You're playing as Zelda in this one, and you're basically using your wisdom powers to swap around things, as is running on the engine of The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening from this console. And I believe it is Grezzo's deving it who made that game as well. It's coming out really soon on July 20, or not July, September 26th. And it looks like a case that, yeah, there's going to be another interesting Zelda game and an interesting twist, I think, on a Zelda game. And also, the first time that Zelda's been, looks cool. Yeah, the first time that Zelda has been playable in a mainline game that has not been one that Nintendo does not want to acknowledge the existence of, that being Zelda 1 of Gamelon for CDI. Because she was playable when Link was kidnapped. But, yeah, and this one is like, yeah, they're kind of playing some interesting stuff. I'm really looking forward to that. And the Crusader 64 said, yeah, I'm already buying it. We already put the pre-order in. Yeah, and that's coming up pretty soon as far as how it is. Those are the new FIFA game or football clubs as known this year from EA. Hopefully it's not a case where they're doing the same game again like every year like they have on this console. And it literally is. They call it like the Legacy Edition. And even Nintendo Life saying, we're giving this like a 1 out of 10 every year because it's the same goddamn game we bought like 5 years in a row. And they don't do anything new for it. And here's Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel, spin-off of Era the Acrobat. This game is insanely expensive. I believe they're porting the Super Nintendo version, if that's what it looks like from what I'm seeing here. It's kind of like an anti-hero case of Era the Acrobat. So like before Shadow the Hedgehog came around, there was this. I'll get it this way because otherwise I'm spending like $300, $400 on a copy of this. And I think, how much do they want for this? Because I don't know how much they want for this game. I don't think they're going to want $300, $400 on this game, on this console. I don't think there's any game on the eShop that costs that much. $6. Oh my god, deal. Absolutely deal on that game. And I guess the other ones are going to cost like $6. Another Sunsoft joint as well, as far as it. Then there's Mario Party Jamboree, or Super Mario Party Jamboree. I guess that Masayoshi Ishii, who did the music for Step on Beat from Outrun for Genesis and the one we played tonight, I guess he's going to do music direction on this, maybe. I guess so. It's the same developer of Indie Cube who's making it. They're feasibly going the full way as far as the actual board elements of Mario Party that people are saying, like, hey, Super Mario Party and 8 or 9 and 10 were kind of missing since Hudson Soft left the franchise. That was out in October. That actually does look really, really cool. The remake of Romancing Saga, the new the new Ys game, Ys 10 Nordics, that's coming out. Shin-Chan Shiro and the Cold Town, that's based on the anime series Shin-Chan, the politically incorrect perspective of itself. That is very interesting and twisted as far as what it is, and they're doing a game based on that. The Sonic X Shadow Generations, I've already said this, I'm convinced that this is going to be horrible on this console. On everything else, I think it's going to be fine. They're remaking Sonic Generations, and they're adding Shadow the Hedgehog to it, and giving new perspectives of him, going back to OS specs of games, including Shadow the Hedgehog, because Black Doom from Shadow the Hedgehog is in it, as well as levels based on things from Sonic Heroes and Sonic 06 and Shadow the Hedgehog, including Rail Canyon and King Valley, and I believe Wistopolis from Shadow the Hedgehog, I believe. On Switch, they usually don't do these games well, and they have not shown any footage of this on Switch, even though it's out in 2 months. I did make a bet on the show saying if this ends up being a decent port on the Switch, I'll buy the DLC of Pokemon Violet when we get to that at full price and not, try and not pay full price with, play coins and things like that on the back of that. We'll see what happens, but fine. On the other systems and fees, we should be fine. I think Sega... I think they realized after Sonic Superstars sold like trash last year, and it deserved to, that they gotta do this one right. They can't have this being a disaster, especially when Sonic the Hedgehog 3 comes out, as far as the movie at the end of the year. And so far, looking good. But on this system, I don't think so, but we'll see. Maybe they can prove me wrong. But if you want to get it, probably get it on the PlayStation 5 or the Series X, maybe. And there's the Acrobat Rascal Rival Revenge. That's the Game Boy Advance version. That's actually a remake of the original. I did not know that. This is the new Mario and Luigi game, Mario and Luigi Brothership. We talked about that when we talked the Nintendo Direct stuff. Remember, Alpha Dream is not in business anymore, but some of the people who worked at Alpha Dream are working on this game. And yeah, it is the first console Mario and Luigi game, as far as how it is. All the other ones are on portable systems like Game Boy Advance, DS, and 3DS. Here you go as far as this way. I do love those Mario and Luigi games. I love what they do as far as Mario and Luigi as characters and as brothers. The idea that, hey, their relationship as brothers really is put under the microscope, and it works really well, sometimes in terms of comedy, but also as a nice element of pathos. So the idea like, hey, when you fall down on the field, the other one will go over there and pick their body up, and it actually changes the gameplay mechanic where you have to hit the button to jump out of the way, but actually delays it when you have to have the heavier weight of your brother, that way, and it's great. There's also Anton Blast that's kind of a take like Wario Land, as it is. Supposed to be a spiritual successor. There's Tales of the Shire, a Lord of the Rings game. This is like a cooking, cozy, Animal Crossing-like game with Lord of the Rings. It looks a lot better than you expect. It's coming out sometime this year. They didn't say when. And then outside of that, because we're almost at the end of this, Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. We're going to be using that when we get to Donkey Kong Country Returns as far as the show. And Metro Prime Beyond, that's out next year. And Civilization 7, that is out at some point. We're going to see more of that at Gamescom next week. They did announce that already as far as when they unveiled that at the Summer Games Fest a couple months ago. Yeah, that is your look forward of what is coming up as far as what's on eShop. And I showed the stuff as far as the Tiger Heli, the Total Plan stuff. Found some new stuff that got me interested. And went into aspects of Sega arcade games. So, all right, fine. What we're going to do is we'll close out. I'm going to go back into Outrun. We're going to go to the settings. We're going to play some music. Let's play some magical sound, Cheryl. Let me also turn the music back up because I turned it down because of like the other stuff when it came to what we were talking about tonight. All right, so yeah, there's a little extra thing, and it takes us about 4 hours as far as a little extra, but I think it made sense to do that because I want to give an indication of as far as what's going on with like the Sega Ages stuff. Yeah, if you have not bought Sega Ages Outrun, absolutely get this if you have a Switch. If you haven't played Outrun at all, I'd say definitely give it a shot. It's in a bunch of places. A lot of those Yakuza games, 0 and 6 have it on PS4 and Xbox One and the later PlayStation, Xbox systems as well. Switch, it's right here. And poured a bunch of places as far as it, and yeah, it is a great time. It looks, sounds, and plays terrifically. It is a seminal game. It does, I think, straddle the line between arcadey and simulation with the aspects it's doing. Clearly is a labor of love with the people who made it, rightly so. And it's a game that, yeah, it's hard, but you keep playing, you do feel you get better at it, and it is a terrific game. Next time we come back to Outrun as a franchise on the show, I believe we're going to be playing Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast for the Xbox. The rarest Sega game on the console, and it is a very fun game. And great aspects of your racing game, and a great case as far as summer. So yeah, happy summer, everybody, as far as that. And thank you so much for watching the show. But before we go, I got aspects on schedule I want to talk about, because there's some things that are going on a little bit. I'll mention them now. Next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have Nocturne. She's coming back for Part 4 of Croc Legend of the Gobos for the Sega Saturn. Looks good as far... No, fine, just did it already. Sorry, DollyFinn, fine. I know you're going to be interested in that. A lot of interesting stuff we saw as well tonight as far as extra stuff, and also with Outrun. Thank you so much for joining us, DollyFinn, and everybody out there in chat. Yeah, going back to schedule for that. Nocturne is at the Last World, the Tower Power, as far as the level as well for the Last World in Croc. She's going to be playing as she agreed on the video last time as far as last part. She was going to level grind as many lives as she can. She was going to play before the show up to the place where she died as far as the spike balls. Then we're going to go through the rest of the game. I believe we finished the game next time as far as the main element, but there's also the hidden worlds to deal with, and there's also the 100% perspective, which per her element and per saying on the show, she's going to be doing practice for that off screen. I'm going to hold her to that practice, specifically it must be said, to make sure that we get that going. So we'll see as far as how that is. We can feasibly have that game finished by this year, probably by November as it is, because we're going to have to be skipping a month for that one. But we'll figure more as far as that specifically. That's still where we're going to be next week. She's still doing it blind for next part until she beats the game. Every other aspect will be we'll should have practice for and should be set for showing off the extra stuff for that 3D platform game from Argonaut. So yeah, that's going to be our show for next week. Week after that, I'm coming back to Game Dev Tycoon. Finally, I've put this on the back burner for a bit of time, including for personal and, I guess, emotional reasons as it is. But it's also something that I do still have to practice more of it. I will practice more of it in the next couple weeks because I'm not playing Croc. Nocturne is. I will have that element going on with what I got, including lesser of an edit for this week because there's a shorter show. But I also will be coming back to that because we have not played it in a while. I do want to finish the game. I want to see if I can finish it next time. If I can, that'll be great, just because I want to be sure to get through it, because we've been having it sit for a while. And as I said, it's also going to be me solo on that program for reasons I mentioned and reasons I will go into again when we do that in 2 weeks. That'll be a 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time show on August 31st. On September 7th, let's talk about this, because we're not going to have a show on Twitch that week. I will actually not be here that weekend because my cousin is getting married. However, I found something as far as being able to give you a show for that week. What I'm going to do is I have footage I recorded for Pokemon Violet version, because last time we played it a few weeks ago, where DollyFinn, you called from the airport as far as that, and that was a great case, and I'm glad that you got to where you were safely specifically, and I guess, I don't know, are back from where you are, as is. But either way, we played that. There was more post-game content to go through, so I said, you know what, after we did that show, I said, I want to take a look at all that stuff. I actually did off-screen recordings of all of that. As it turned out, though, when I did those recordings, I realized that it totaled up to over 8.5 hours. So, I don't want to put that at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as far as that, but also, fine, I'm not going to be here, so how do I show it to you? Well, we have our YouTube site. So that's going to be a YouTube exclusive video. I'm going to be putting it up as an instant premiere. And also, I'm going to switch music as we go along because it's going to get a case where it's going to repeat the music. So we'll take a look at Passing Breeze next. Yeah, the way this is going to work is I'm setting an instant premiere for that on the YouTube site on September 7th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Because it's 8.5 hours, so they'll take us fully as far as it. We're going to go through the rest of the post-game content. When we eventually get to the hidden treasure of Area Zero, the DLC, that's going to come way down the road. I am not promising when we do that. It's also something, as I mentioned, a bet I made myself regarding Sonic X Shadow Generations on this console. We'll see if I pay full price for it the way I'm going to do it, or if I just use my play coins from buying stuff on this console to cut the price down. We'll see, but I'm not going to put a limit or an indication on when we're going to do that. That's going to be down the road. But for now, everything before that will be shown, more or less. There's a couple things I can't really show, but most of the stuff is going to be set. It'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It actually is going to be actually as my cousin is getting married. I'll be watching my cousin getting married as that show goes up for all of you on the YouTube site. So yeah, on September 7th, do not come here to the Twitch site. Come to the YouTube site, which you're probably watching this from now, as far as if in a couple of days. That's how we're going to have our show, but yeah, well, I will not be here, so you'll have to feasibly talk amongst yourselves as far as in, I guess, live chat, as far as what's going on. I've actually never done that as far as the YouTube site before, because usually the stuff we've had has been fine with streaming from Twitch live, but for this one, no, not really. But I still have edits for that, and because it is an 8.5 hour edit, I do have to work on that over the next couple weeks, but I can get that going. We will then be live again on September 14th. On our next Sega arcade racing game. That's going to be Super Hang-On. I'm using Yakuza 6, The Song of Life on Xbox Series X to play it, and we're going to have our more of a look of it. It's not a release like this, though. It's within another game, that being Yakuza 6, as mentioned. We have our aspect of another racing game going a year later from the 1986 release of Outrun. It is 1987. Electrus wanted to see, and I'm definitely looking forward to showing that one off. One I didn't have as much experience to until I bought the 3DS version. But then one's a lot of fun. They have the options as far as very easy, and normal for it, so we can feasibly show the full brunt of how the game runs, and also show off all the endings for the 4 continents we have to go for, and show off all the music as well. It's definitely going to be a fun case, another Sega racing game shot for you coming that way. And then the week after that, I think, I'm going to ask Nocturne to confirm this, it's going to have to be either that weekend as far as on September 21st or 28th. I'll talk to her as far as this, but one of those weekends is going to be the next part of Croc, Part 5. We'll see if we finish the game by then. If we do, that's good. We don't need another part. If we don't, we're going to have another part in November. She's going to have to take November 2nd if it turns to that, just to let that go, and I'll mention that to her next week. The other weekend we don't have as far as September. If we need another part of Game Tab Tycoon, we'll do it. If not, I'll hopefully finish it then. If I can't finish it by then, I'll have to put that on the back burner until next year, and I'll figure when we do that. But we will finish it. I guarantee that, eventually. If I do finish it early, as far as finishing it in 2 weeks, as far as going through the main story, because that's the way we're going to do it. I will show something else off. I'll show off the Nintendo GameCube preview disc that has a bunch of demos of a bunch of games. Actually, one of my coworkers gave me. This actually is not cheap, so the fact they gave me this for nothing, and I asked, like, please let me give you something for this. They said, no, I want you to have this. I said, I'm very grateful. I said, we're doing this as a show. If we don't do it as far as in September, we'll do it next year. I'll do it in January. I might make it the first show we do in the year. Maybe. I'll figure that out as we get to 2025 schedule and me figuring that out. But that'll be the idea. And then in October, we have our October block. Dates on some of this stuff is going to be up to change a little bit, because I want to talk to Alec first as far as next time he comes on the show. I want to have him choose when we do Twisted Metal. It's because his birthday is this year as far as one of our shows. I don't want to take him away from his friends and family on the 26th if he doesn't want to be taken away that way, so it's going to be his choice on what weekend we do Twisted Metal for PlayStation. Right through the PS3 is going to be. We also have Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Super Nintendo. DollyFinn, I know you want Scooby-Doo representation. We got it. That's from Argonaut, who made Croc. So that's coming up as far as that. We're also going to have Spider House for the TurboGrafx 16 using the TurboGrafx 16 Mini, as I mentioned earlier. And we'll also have a game by the Crocheting Nerd 64. He and I are still in discussions about it. He said, hey, I'm figuring what I want to do as far as the show for that. It is his holiday, and surprisingly, he has not been on the show live in person since the Man of Medan last year. Shockingly, I would have thought, hey, we've been doing something sooner. We had to push Shadow Hearts Covenant back, so that's the reason as to why. I'm figuring out next year for him and Chasm 22, but that's how October's going to look. And then in November, if we need that extra part for Croc, that's going to be on November 2nd. November 9th is going to be the start of Tomba for the PlayStation. Use the PlayStation 3 version to play it, especially now that it turns out the Switch version has inconsistent problems with people reporting that when they start playing the game, it crashes and they can't get past it. The people who made it are aware of that issue, and they're going to put a patch out for it, but at that point, I'm glad I took the original emulation of the PlayStation game. But some people are saying, no, it's fine for them, so they're not running into that case. But either way, I mean, that's how we're going to run it. Winterell wanted to see that one. We're going to go through the whole game. I think we're going to need probably 3 parts, I'm going to guess. Maybe 2, but I think more like 3. This 2D platforming game from Whoopee Camp that came out in 1998 for the US. I think it was 1987 for Japan. We're going to show off all the levels. We're going to go through the entirety of the story. We're going to show off all the events because it's kind of a mixture of a 2.5D platforming game and an RPG, which is something I was not really prepared for. It has a unique style to itself, and it is a lot of fun, and an underrated one that is getting a new release to itself with a new release. That is assuming you're not running into the case of it not working. But some people are saying Nintendo Life openly came out and said, this game came out 16 days ago. We didn't review it. We haven't reviewed it yet. We haven't reviewed it yet because we realized some people on our staff are not able to play this. They start the game, it just instantly crashes. But some of us have been able to play it fine without it doing that. So we're going to see what's going on. We're going to basically hold our review off until we can get a sense of what's going on with that. So it's also one of those cases that, yeah, there's the physical version of that game that Lunar Run has up now. If you're wanting the new Tomba Special Edition, as it's called, you might want to go the physical version because they'll put the patch onto the physical media because that's what they do. Because it usually takes some time for them to do it, but then they have all the patches that are current when it releases. Yeah, we're doing Tomb, as mentioned, on PlayStation through the PS3. And then we also have Donkey Kong Country Portable Showcase during Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3 from Game Boy Advance and 1 from Game Boy Color. As a bit of a showcase to celebrate 30 years of that franchise, another one that's near and dear to my heart. Then on November 23rd, we have the Disney game for this year for the pre-Thanksgiving Disney show, The Lion King, using the Switch collection I have here, the Disney Classic Games collection, which will feasibly show all 3 versions that are there, which is Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, and Game Boy. And the week after that, we got a big show set up specifically. I might have guests on this one feasibly, depending on how things go with scheduling and all that. And that will be for just the Xbox Live Showcase. I got tons and tons and tons of games set up to start with this for our first look as far as the Xbox Live Arcade. Because, yeah, if they shut that store down, there's a lot of stuff that's gone. I got a bunch of stuff before they shut down, and also demos of stuff that I didn't get in time, including a Sega arcade port, actually. It still has not gotten another version. I'll leave in suspense what that is. But we're going to show off a bunch of these things. Our first Thanksgiving showcase that's not going to be tied to one genre. There's stuff in there for everyone. Stuff that everybody's wanted to see. Stuff that chats want to see and all of our guests want to see. Like, hey, games they might have mentioned. Games that they've said, hey, I'm curious about some of these things. I love these games. I wish, they're available. Things like that. We got a lot of them. There's going to be a lot of stuff. No matter what your genre is, you're going to love what we got planned for this. For our Xbox Live Arcade Showcase Part 1. And then in December, we have... if we can't finish not Tomba. We're going to have a part Tomba. We will have a part Tomba. I'm thinking the first weekend, most likely. But if we do need another part of Croc, and we don't finish it by November, I'm going to have to push that into the next year, I think. I'm sorry. So probably have to say January if we have to finish that. We will have the next part Tomba. We will have the showcase of all of the deaths and the extra peripheral showcases for Super Mario Sunshine, because at that point the CDI controller for Switch will be in, be able to try and get that working, and other stuff I'll be live on camera for that program. That's going to be more of a relaxed case, I think, even than this one, and probably not that long, feasibly, as far as what it is. Basically show off everything that happened when it came to the deaths I had when we played Super Mario Sunshine over, honestly, only 42 days as far as our play, when we started and when we ended it. We have that going, and then on the YouTube site at the end of the year is the smash cut of every death I had from practice and from the play of the game. And the last 2 shows of the year are going to be with DollyFinn in chat. They're going to be Tetris Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo. That's going to be on December 21st and on December 28th. We have Shenmue for the Dreamcast from the same man, Yu Suzuki, who made Outrun. We're going to start that for part 1, and we'll get to January, where we'll see what's going to go on. If we need another Croc part, we'll have that. The Tomba going on still, we'll have that. We will have Shenmue still going on. And then I'm going to talk with Edwack and see, because I know he wants to do Smart Ball on Super Nintendo. I'll ask him if January is going to be good for him. Feasibly, we'll have to push it further. We'll figure something else in that. I'll definitely get on the stuff as far as viewer requests. I guess, we'll see as far as how that goes. We'll have to figure that. But some good suggestions for sure from chat and from everybody. So thank you so much for that. That is what our show is looking like specifically. But I think, before we sign off for the night, I'm going to hit last wave. It's a fun show. Good night. All right, thank you so much, DollyFinn. Thank you so much for joining us for the experience of Outrun with Sega Ages Outrun. And let the beautiful perspective of Last Wave lull you into a nice, restful night and a nice sleep. Okay, so with that, thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Have a great time doing it. Yeah, definitely the dancing dinosaur as far as DollyFinn. Thank you so much for joining us. Or the dino dance, going back to the Barney, the dinosaur perspective. Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much for watching the show, everybody. Have a great rest of your night. Dance the night away as far as how it is, or rest in, however you want to do it. Have a great rest of your night, great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward for next week. Yay! Yay indeed, DollyFinn. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Nocturne for Part 4 of Crocodiles of the Goblins for Sega Saturn. Getting your Dino Dance going on there. Until then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. And take care, everybody.